No games last night. We head into Thursday, though, with, I think, some pretty massive stuff on the line this weekend. As this is what it feels like if you were in the middle of a football season with a team that's at least at a minimum decent. And I've been saying it for weeks now that the Broncos are a good football team. And the reason I know they are a good football team is because when they play somebody inferior to them, you feel how inferior that team is. And even a team like the Falcons, I don't think I don't think they're 32 points worse than you. So maybe that one's a little bit of an anomaly. But you're 14 points better than the Panthers. You're 23 points better than the Saints. You were 16 points better than the Raiders the first time you played them. When you play a team that is beneath you on the hierarchy chart in the NFL, they have embarrassed them. And I am fully expecting that same thing this weekend. I am. Broncos are 4.5-point favorites, which I think for how Vegas does these lines, it sounds about right. But if you look through who and what the Raiders are, everything backs up their record. And what I mean by that is this. They're one of the worst teams in football. They are 30th in the league in yards per game. They're somewhere around 20s. What would that be? 26th? 3, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 25th, 24th in points per game. Defensively, they can't get stops either. They give up a ton of points. Everything about them is as bad as their record indicates, as they're 28th in points allowed per game. This should be one in which you lay it on them. And here's the thing. If I were to take a poll right now of Broncos fans, they would all agree with me.
Straw poll.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
You want to do the old straw poll, then we can do it right now. How many of you right now currently feel as if the Broncos would go out on Sunday and lay the wood to the Raiders? Like, I think it's got to be most. What do you fear? What has this team given you to fear? They've played in total, I believe, 2 bad games. I'm ignoring the first 2. Rookie quarterback and his first 2 starts, tough opponents. I'll let those slide. So since then, they've lost 3 games. They've lost to the Chargers, they've lost to the Ravens, and they lost to the Chiefs. I think the Chargers loss is the worst one. Despite that being a 7-point loss, that did not feel like a 7-point game. That felt like you got thoroughly dominated. You got a late score to make it seem closer than it was, but you got crushed in that one. The Ravens, the score reflected an ass whooping, and they did. They got their butts kicked. But I don't think it was as bad as what the Chargers game felt. And then the Chiefs game is a game you should have won. And you look at the wins that you've racked up this year, with the exception of that monsoon game against the Jets, you've beaten the hell out of everybody.
That is a dub.
It's a weird place to be. I've never been here before. Since I have arrived, which is going on almost 6 years. Nelly, January 19th, 2019, I believe was my first show. Maybe the 17th, somewhere in that. Mid-January. Never had this feeling since I've arrived here about the Broncos. Not once.
I believe it was on Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. They were talking. No, it was PhD. They were talking about the last time that the Broncos beat the Raiders on the road was 2015. So I'm just saying we got some demons to vex, man. The last time that the Broncos beat the Raiders on the road, Tyler Columbus was a Denver Bronco. That's why D-Mac brought it up. So I'm just saying, I understand your bravado and your confidence, and on paper, everything should check out the way you're saying. The Raiders are in absolute free fall right now. Just approach the football gods with a little more humility. That's all I request, Brett.
But here's the thing. the reason I'm saying this stuff is not necessarily because of opponent, and that's maybe the main difference this year. I'm not basing how the game's going to go solely off of how good or bad is your opponent. It's a factor, but I'm basing most of this off of I think I know what the Broncos are. I think I know what to get every week. It doesn't look, how they get there looks different from other teams in the league. The Broncos have actually, kind of since that Jets game, been pretty good at putting points on the board. We've been in this hell over the last few years of, God, can you make it to 21 points? They do that consistently. I mean, since week 3, they put up 26, then 10 in that monsoon game. 34, 16, 33, 28, 10 to the Ravens, 14 to the Chiefs, but then 38 last week. They've done a really good job of finding points maybe in unconventional ways, because the big play stuff doesn't really exist. And when they do it, I don't know. Am I wrong here, Nelly? It doesn't feel like the Broncos have this big play, explosive type of offense, but they're just really good at getting points.
Yeah, that's a good point that they rarely have a strike downfield. I remember I believe it was on our show. Jeff Legwald said that the Broncos offense is a rectangle. They play inside a box that extends from the line of scrimmage out 20 yards and then to the sidelines, and they never go outside of that. But that's fine. Fight a war of attrition. Do a bunch of small gains. As long as you put points on the board, that's okay.
This is where I have to give credit to Sean Payton, by the way. If you do that, if you have an offense that you're consistently putting together 10-play drives, 12-play drives, and finding a way to get in the end zone, you can only do that by not making mistakes. And that's being a well-coached team. Not getting penalized all that often, not turning the ball over, like those things can kill you. But they've been able to do that pretty consistently for about a couple of months now. And I got people on the Safeway Twitch feed. I got some texters that are saying, trap game. I don't think so. Trap games come in when teams are overconfident, thinking they can go out there and just roll it out and get a W. I don't think this team feels that way because they aren't perfect. Again, if you could operate at the level of, let's say your offense was like Detroit, 7 drives, 7 touchdowns, you lead the league in like every offensive category, like all that different, then maybe you're like, well, maybe they'll get high on the smell of their own farts and they'll just think that they can roll over somebody this weekend. Maybe. But the Broncos aren't good enough to have anybody feel like a trap game. No one. And if I'm Sean Payton, I'm constantly reminding them of the way that the Kansas City game finished and what you could be right now, which is a 7-4 football team, but you're not.
Do you believe in the whole flu narrative, the Vegas flu or the Miami flu? Do you honestly believe that's a factor? Traveling on the road?
No.
You don't think?
Well, it can be if you have a bad group of players.
Basically, do you think Bo Nix is going to hit Flamingo until 4 a.m. before the game?
Bo Nix does not strike me as a guy who goes to the club until 2 o'clock the night before a game. No. Now, if James Harden was my quarterback, I'd be a little bit nervous, okay?
Right, exactly.
But I'm just saying, I don't. Again, this is about a discipline and a culture, and I don't think that anybody can argue the fact that Sean Payton has changed that, okay? Because make no mistake, Sean Payton is in charge. There's no question about that right now. Bo Nix is earning his right to be the leader of this football team. You hear the way that some of those players talk about it, by the way, in the big-time players on this team. I know that things have been said in the past about other quarterbacks, and some guys that have just a rosier outlook that always want to defend their guy will always say, like Von Miller. I'll never forget when Von Miller said Drew Lock had one of the best incompletions I've ever seen in a practice once. But I heard Patrick Surtain and I heard Courtland Sutton talking about Bo Nix. They are in full, he's our leader. We have full belief in him. Surtain was going a little too crazy, saying he shouldn't just be in Rookie of the Year discussion. He should be in the MVP. I was like, all right.
What would Tim Tebow do right now?
I don't think he should be in the MVP discussion because it doesn't quite look like Lamar. It doesn't quite look like what Jared Goff's done this year. It doesn't quite look like what Josh Allen has done in Buffalo. But he's putting together a consistent offense.
Josh Allen?
Which has been virtually an impossibility here in this town since Manning left. But I'm in a weird spot because I absolutely 1,000% am confident that the Broncos, when they play against a team that's worse than them, will come out and win. Like, here's what I believe is going to happen. I believe you beat the Raiders. You come home the next 2 weeks. Browns and Colts. I believe you beat them. The next 3, I have no idea. But it's why Sean Payton should be stressing every second of these next 3 weeks. There is no game that's given to us. First of all, you aren't good enough. Second of all, these are necessities, I believe, to making the postseason. If you drop one of these Raiders, Browns, Colts games, you are going to be in an absolute dogfight at the end of the season.
You want Sean Payton to give the speech from Miracle where he says, some teams are good enough to win on talent alone. Gentlemen, you don't have enough talent to win on talent alone.
That's the truth. Like, the Broncos aren't in that category. There's a handful of teams in this league that are. Out of those, I would say, all right, if I had to pick the teams that can win on talent alone.
Probably your Lions to the tune of 46 points.
Yes, Lions are one. The Lions have won 3 games by 38 points. Not a single team in the league has a single game in which they've won by 38 points. They've had 3. They can do that on talent alone. Hell, they threw 5 picks in a game and they still won. Yeah, that's what talent can do for you. I think the Chiefs can, just with Mahomes. And I think they've done that already because they've had games they've played really bad and they've won games. That's a good football team with talent on it, especially on defense. I think that Baltimore is capable of doing that, but they've dropped some clunkers of games too in the middle of it. Buffalo, I think, can with Josh Allen. But there's only a few teams, guys, that can do that. Only a few. And the Broncos are not in that category. They have to play well in order to win. But they're well coached.
Interesting question from Andy on the text line. Or I guess it's more of a statement. He
Sure.
said, a win would be nice in any way, but I'll be slightly disappointed if we don't win by 13 or more. So that was a question I wanted to ask you and any texters or Twitchers out there. If the Broncos win a gritty, disgusting game like the Jets game where you win 10-9 or you win 12-9 and it's all field goals, but you still beat the Raiders in Vegas, will you be happy? Or do you need to see a good old-fashioned DMAC laser show in a win to feel like you're satisfied?
Here's the thing. That is an interesting question. Okay, I want to get to this in a second because that is an interesting way to put it. I'll say on this, you know what? I'll save it. But I'll throw it out there. You guys answer Andy from the text line's question. We all know a win's a win and you would take it. But would you be a little disappointed if you had to eke out a victory? If you Chiefsed your way to a win with a blocked kick or something like that, would you be disappointed this weekend? We'll get to it next. All right, let me throw out the question again because I think it's a pretty good one. It's from Andy on the text line. A win would be nice in any way, but I'd be slightly disappointed if we don't win by 13 or more. And I want to know what other people think. So before I get to what others think, here's what I got for you. I fully understand that at the end of the day, who cares? The goal here for the Broncos in year one, the fact that we're even in a place to be discussing, it's not about the actual win, but it's about the style in which you do it, is incredible, okay? In year one with a rookie quarterback. But because I have eyeballs, and what I thought the team was going to be compared to what they are has changed over the course of 11 games, it would be impossible for me not to have a higher expectation for them. In the end, all that matters is a win. But would I be disappointed if it took like a last-second sort of thing to happen for them to win against the Raiders? Yeah, I would. Because I think they're better than that. Ultimately, you don't care, okay? If they win the same way they did against the Jets, whatever. But that just proves that you have a higher feeling and expectation towards the team that you feel like they need to live up to. And that's a great spot to be in. Great. When's the last time you could say, I'm disappointed with how we won? Just on the surface, the fact that that's even a question makes this team different. Texas says, haven't won against the Raiders on the road since, what'd you say it was, 2015, right?
I think that's what they came up with yesterday on PhD, 2015.
Okay. This is not the same. These teams are on very different paths. You know, part of me thinks, and I mean this, part of me thinks they don't even want to win, the Raiders. Like, ultimately, if you ask Mark Davis, in his heart of hearts, does he want to win this weekend, or does he want to lose and have a better shot at Shedeur or some other quarterback coming through the pipeline? I think his answer is probably that.
And by the way, we've been talking so much about the Dallas Cowboys and Prime and Shedeur. Can you imagine the glitz and the glam of the Sanders family in Vegas?
Oh, God.
Oh, man. Shedeur would have a watch that was covered in so many diamonds he couldn't even hold his arm up. That would be insane. Absolutely. Mark Davis wants to tank this season and get Shedeur Sanders in Sin City.
You know, okay. Let's transition to something else real quick. It's the one sort of NFL concern that I have for Shedeur. He has all the ability that I think you'd want in a quarterback. Just an insane arm with really good decision-making, can manipulate the pocket. He might hold on to the ball a little bit too long. But he's got that sort of boisterous personality that I think is very hit or miss with quarterbacks. Very. For some, it works. For others, it doesn't. The quarterbacks who are a little bit more on the arrogant side, that like to kind of beat you and let you know about it sort of guys, how many of those exist in the NFL right now? I'd say Baker, right? Baker's probably one of them. Aaron Rodgers has that feel to him, correct? Can you think of any others? That if they beat you, they're going to let you know. Because I think those are the two that are at least top of mind. And textures, help me if I'm missing somebody in particular.
I'm having a complete senior moment, but remind me the name of the Eagles quarterback, Captain Tush Push.
Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts. He was sticking it to SVP the other day on his show, which was pretty funny. I don't know if you saw that. When they beat the Manders, he hopped on SVP's show and he said, "Hey, aren't you a DMV guy, Scott?" Referring to that region of the country.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
He's not arrogant, though.
No, not overall, but I thought I do like those moments when sometimes these players show it a little bit when you know it's in there, but they repress it.
They've all done it. Like,
yeah.
I've heard, Mahomes has done that before, but Mahomes doesn't strike me as an arrogant guy who's going to let you know how bad he beat you.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm giving PhD a lot of free advertising today in the appetizer hour, but I love when Tyler Columbus tells stories about being in Washington and being on the line for RG3, because that guy was about the youngest, cockiest hothead that you can imagine. And some of the stories that Tyler tells from that locker room that I won't say because I'll leave that to him, it's pretty wild.
Dude, but RG3, here's the thing, though. He comes from a military family. When he's in front of a microphone, RG3 wasn't like that. And all I'm saying with Shedeur is that sort of personality, because that was his dad. Of course, was there any bigger showman or, how do you want to put it, self-promoter than Deion during his playing career? But when you're a defensive back, who cares? Like, there's a million of those guys. Ask a defensive back, do they think they're good at football? And see what their answer is. Like, they're all going to be like, not only am I good, I'm the best. Wide receivers will do the same thing. But it's a different position. And I wonder if that's going to turn some people off in the same way it kind of did, I think, with Caleb Williams. And some teams did in that draft process. When Caleb thought he was too good to participate in the combine, and then he had that really weird pressure at the combine where he was really defensive about things. I don't know. I just wonder if that's going to ever be held against him, which it shouldn't because he's super talented and he seems to work his ass off. But I wonder that stuff. Secondly, here's one. Somebody said Cam Newton. Yeah, Cam Newton was totally that. I mean, I still remember Cam Newton at the line of scrimmage. Remember they're at the goal line and somebody on defense said, "Watch out for the screen," or something like that. And he goes, "Oh, you watch film? Watch this."
I think that was
Hike.
I think that was Clay Matthews on the Packers. He was going like, wheel route.
Yeah, and he goes, "You watch film, huh? Watch this." And then immediately throws a touchdown to somebody wide open. Which I would love to have that, by the way. Could you imagine because I've heard over and over again, quarterbacks, wide receivers, they'll say something like, "Yeah, we lined up at the line of scrimmage and we had the play called and we knew it was going to be a touchdown." They're like, what a cool feeling that would be. That you just get to line up and be like, "Oh, this is done. It's going to go in the end zone. Cool." Texture says, "Why listen to stupid narratives? He doesn't act like that, and the kid doesn't even talk about anybody. He only responds to the people that constantly want to talk about him." Okay. Please do not take this as me ripping on Shedeur Sanders. He is a little bit of an oddity when it comes to that position with personality, is all I'm saying. Like, Shedeur doesn't come up to a microphone after a game and just be like, "Yeah, I want to give all credit to my teammates and praise God and Russell Wilson." He doesn't Russell Wilson his way through it, okay? That's all I'm saying. This isn't some sort of indictment that he's doing something wrong. It's just different. That's okay. Gosh, I should have known that was coming.
You want him to go.
I said something that was a little off the beaten path, and people are going to interpret that in their own way, spin that negatively, and then spit it back out at me with anger. I'm not saying anything negative about it.
I would love to see him go all Russell Wilson. And when they ask Shedeur how the game went, he goes, "Well, when you got a roster with guys like Jimmy Horn,
No, I'd rather
Travis Hunter.
I would rather
Travis
have
Hunter.
this.
He is him.
I'd rather have what Shedeur is than that.
You don't want him to.
That would drive me nuts.
Miss Peggy. She didn't actually suit up, but she makes a difference every week.
Hey, guess what, guys? Bo Nix is a little bit of an ass. He can be. You can't tell me the times he's. What was the press conference thing that he had early in the year? What happened on the interception? Yeah, I dropped back and I threw it to the other team. Like, he's got a little bit of that in him. He's got a little bit of, not quite what Shedeur is. He's got more Sean Payton than what Shedeur and Deion have. But both of those guys are sort of reflections of their coach.
No.
Did we ever answer the question, by the way? Did we determine how we want what we want the margin of victory to be?
Well, I did. I said, hey, I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because this season is just about, with where you're at now, it's making the postseason. But I do expect them to win by more than that. And I would be disappointed if they didn't have a comfortable victory. Now, I don't know if I'd put necessarily a number on it as far as points. Like I said, we were just talking about the Chargers game against the Broncos earlier this year. That's a 7-point win. Did that feel like 7 points? No. The Chargers dominated. If it's a 7-point game and it feels like that, then cool. I'm totally fine. If they win, I will be fine. But I will have something in the back of my head that said, why wasn't it easier than that? And I get it. We can go back to, the game earlier in the year. That was week 5? Where remember the Raiders went down immediately. Well, what happened? How did they get on the other side of the 50 so quickly again? Do you remember, Nelly? Early in that game, their first drive started.
In the spirit of total transparency, I wasn't listening to anything you were saying because I was looking for this.
Oh,
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
yeah. No, I thought the Broncos made a mistake and they had short field position. They just had a 57-yard touchdown to Brock Bowers on their first drive. So remember, that first game, the Raiders went down and scored immediately. You punt. They get a field goal. You respond with a field goal, but then the Raiders are putting together another big drive where they're on the goal line, and they throw the pick six to Surtain, and the entire game changes. But that was week 5. This team's different than they were in week 5. I do expect more. I do. I think there's something about this team building confidence. And I said this when guys think that their team's going to be bad, and they're like, you know what? I hope they just lose and lose and lose to get a better draft pick. I think that really matters if you're trying to get, in the top 5, top 3, and there's some quarterbacks on the board that you want. Winning still matters. And maybe you're like, well, we're hopping on the treadmill. We're an 8-9 football team. Okay. But it's about confidence within the locker room. You get late in games. You play against inferior opponents that you're going to handle your business. That stuff does factor in. That's why I'm so shocked and happy that the Broncos are in this place right now where you have expectation, because that means that people within that locker room believe that they're a good football team, which would translate to end of game against the Chiefs. You need a drive to win. You need a third down to close it out to make sure Mahomes doesn't get the ball back, and you got the confidence to do it. Now I get it.
Do you believe?
You get the blocked field goal at the end of the game, but without that type of confidence, I don't think you convert the third down. I don't know.
You don't believe?
I don't even know if you get in field goal position. But that's where that stuff matters. Hey, I know this story's been circulating for a couple days. We haven't gotten to it yet. But here's Adam Silver on NBA viewership and why it seems to be down this year. I think we're just looking at a couple weeks of ratings. There's always some unique things. This year, we were up against a World Series. You had a presidential election, which was commanding an enormous amount of attention, and he goes on from there. So he's kind of blaming the World Series and the election for why numbers are down. And I think that Adam Silver is just avoiding a real and massive issue. It's that the style of basketball, number one, the style of basketball that's being played right now is just not very palatable. The flops, the all three-pointers, the way that people they hunt fouls and they want to get to the free throw line in a sort of dirty, grimy way where you're fooling a ref. I don't think people like that. 2, you don't know who the hell's playing night in, night out. You got the Sixers that have come out before the season and said Embiid's not playing in back-to-back games. Well, guess what? I'm not looking at their schedule every night. So if they're on national TV, I'm expecting him to play. If he's not, I'm probably pissed. That's another one. Here's one, though, that I don't think that they want to admit, but it's the truth. That sport has gotten so damn expensive. for all the different ways that you want to watch games, number one. Number two, man, just going to a game. And this is, I don't know if this has been a slow build that is just, if you gain weight, you don't just sort of wake up one day and go, dang, I'm fat. There's like this transition in you're starting to morph and you don't see it because you look at yourself every day, and then one day you realize it. And I don't know when this happened, but I'm going to go to the Nuggets game tomorrow. I went a couple of weeks ago to the Nuggets game. And I'm fortunate enough, and I will fully admit that, God, how lucky am I, that I got a little pass. I got a badge with my name where I can get into the game for free. And I am incredibly lucky to be in this position. Thank God for it every day. I love this job. But let's say your ticket costs, even if you want to go upper level, I don't know what that would be. What, $80? Do you want to sit in the 300s? So $80 for a ticket to get in. And then you get in there and everything in the concessions are, $10 to $20. That's another huge pop. If you got a couple of kids with you, good luck with that. You then want to say, you know what? I want some merch. Let me go and get a T-shirt. And like a T-shirt costs $50. And you're just like, it's expensive. It's incredibly expensive if you just want to be a normal fan. Like, it feels like the people who are super diehard can get priced out very easily.
So you have that trying to attend the game, but then I think on the other hand, it's difficult to watch games.
That's some, yeah.
And I'm not saying it's hard to watch metaphorically. I mean, literally, it's hard to find where the games are being broadcast. Fans don't even know, where to watch their own teams. And then when they do tune in, they see very just like monochromatic basketball that's just all threes. It's boom or bust. It's basically every team plays basketball like Aaron Judge plays baseball. You hit a home run three or you strike out. That's all every team tries to do.
Let me defend Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge hits over 300. I'm not going to, I would say Adam Dunn would be a great example of this. Who's that big lefty that used to play for the Rangers? Joey Gallo is a good example of that, where it's just boom or bust every time you take a hack.
Exactly. And so it's that. Plus, we have an officiating problem. I think the refs are not up to snuff quality-wise.
Yeah.
We had, as we said yesterday, Russell Westbrook got teed up for looking at someone with his eyeballs.
That was rescinded, by the way.
And the NBA came out and had to rescind it because looking is not a technical foul, refs. I can tell you that. So I think all these things, and Adam Silver he doesn't want to address the elephant in the room. And go ahead. Blame it on the election, blame it on the World Series, a thing that happens, let me check my notes here, every year at the same time, Adam.
Well, God, man. Adam Silver, he just feels like, I don't know what he wants his plan to be, but he's handcuffed by the ultimate power that guys in that league like LeBron have. He has to sort of abide by. But a texter writes this in, and this is the truth. If you guys really want to know why the Rockies continue to make a ton of money despite not having a good product, you tell me. It's the most affordable professional game you can go to. Dude, you can sit in the rock pile for what? Especially if they're bad, Nelly, what, $8 to $10 for a ticket?
I remember when I was at CU, you could go to King Soopers and go to the counter where they sell you lotto tickets and buy rock pile seats for like $2 or $3.
Seriously, like it's a very easy way to go enjoy some professional sporting event. Now, when you get in there, is a White Claw $18? Sure. But I'm just saying, you can get into the game for a super cheap price, and I think that helps things, and that's why that thing's always sold, not to mention it's beautiful, and we all love going to Coors Field, but just saying, it makes it easier. So there's a lot more factors than, and the gall on this guy. You know what I think it is? The World Series. Really? You're right. The World Series happens, if I check my math right, like once a decade, right? That's when the World Series happens? Please. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. We have Danny Cannell, who is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. And I'm excited to talk to Danny because he's somebody who has openly been a hater of the SEC getting break after break when it comes to the college football playoff. I want to ask him about Indiana and where they fit into the mix if they were to lose to Ohio State this weekend. So we'll get to that. But Danny Kanell at 8 o'clock, Jeff Legwold at 9. Stick around.
I have a theory that it's down because we're looking at the same thing. Everybody's running the same plays at the damn top of the key, dribble handoff. I was talking to a coach yesterday. He said they want to shoot 53s because, they were trying to contemplate if I could play in this era. And it's like, yo, Shaq, we would just shoot 53s. And I was like, well, how much you want to make? We want to make about 10 or 15 of them. I was like, well, that's not going to help you win. But I think everybody's looking at the same thing. And Steph Curry and those guys messed it up. Like, I don't mind Golden State back in the day shooting threes, but every team's not a three-point shooter. So why everybody has the same strategy? I think viewership will continue to go down unless we switch things back up.
I'm assuming that's Shaq. Shaq talking about why viewership is down in the league. And look, I just think that at times it's a very unpalatable product. And this is where I think the Nuggets stand out. They play a brand of basketball that actually is, when it's at its peak anyway, with Jokic in the lineup, an aesthetically pleasing thing. It looks like how the sport was intended to be played. Now, I'm not against change. All sports evolve. Football wasn't meant to throw the ball 50 times and push the ball downfield on 400 yards passing and stuff like that. It wasn't designed originally to do that, but then things change and you evolve and it's a good product. But when you get too much into the math, that seems to be an issue for some of these sports. Baseball got a little too into the math and it became home runs or nothing. And it became a little bit more boring of a watch. Basketball came too into the math, where it's all about threes and how many can we hit in a game. And if we miss, then oh well. Like it's a different brand that for the consumer, I think, is not what they necessarily signed up for. Now, I will say this. If you do it well, this new math equation that they're coming up with, if you do that at a high level, it's very entertaining. Nelly, you can't tell me that watching Steph Curry drop 8 threes in a row isn't fun to watch, because that is. But not a lot of people are Steph Curry.
Exactly. And also, I'm so glad one of our texters brought this up. Did you see last night Joel Embiid flopped on a free throw? Have you ever seen that before?
I don't know what that was. It was a weird motion.
He shot, and then he kind of threw his arms up like Jokic would say, what's is a flailing? He kind of did that, but no one was around him. It is a free throw. So
Well,
what was that?
I'm trying to... Is this his, if you're bowling and you're trying to hit the 10 pin, picking up a spare, is it body English? Did you roll the ball and you're going, giving it the old lean? Is that you taking your 7-iron and it's starting a little left and you're trying to push that ball to the right with your shoulders? Is that what you're doing?
You're trying to do that baseball player. I can't remember who it was. I think he played for the Reds. He had that legendary home run where he hit
Fisk?
it. Yeah, and he's pushing. He's going, go,
pushing
go,
it,
go
pushing
fair,
it,
go
pushing
fair.
it.
Fisk, thank you. I should have my press pass revoked for not knowing that off the top of my head. So you're saying that's what Embiid did? He shot it and he was going, no, go in the hoop.
Yastrzemski, a few different guys. Yeah, it's you start to take the body. You want to push the ball back into fair play. Like this happens, and it just looked weird. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. I'm actually starting to feel some sympathy for him because this is sad. It is kind of sad to watch. It's a big man with a whole bunch of talent. And I know a lot of people don't care, but you know what? I say what I think on this show. I've had my moments, and it's been very up and down. I kind of liked Embiid for a while, and then he got way too whiny. I don't like his style of play, but then he got way too whiny, and that turned me off of it, especially during the MVP stuff. But there was no denying he was an unbelievable player. But I feel like we're kind of watching somebody who, look, last night he put up 35 points. He shot 14 free throws. 14. He made 14. But he's 30. And I feel like we're already seeing his body break down in a way that I know that they've taken it easy on him in the past with, not playing back-to-backs and all that stuff, but he doesn't look right at all. And it is kind of just sad to watch in the same way like when you watch Tyson fight, you're like, oh, that's not the guy that I remember. He just can't do the things that he used to anymore. But anyway, few things here. I want to get into this in more detail with Vic and Moj in a second. But typically what happens is quarterback comes in here, whether it's, your first-round pick in Bo Nix or whether it's Drew Lock or whoever it is, and quarterback has a meeting with the legends that are in this town that played here and still live here. John Elway, Peyton Manning. Are you guys surprised to hear that Bo Nix and John Elway have not met yet? They haven't met. And I do think that's odd. Here's Bo Nix talking about John Elway the other day.
He's a legend. He's a legend not only here for this organization, but for the entire NFL. So, when you do want to listen when a guy like that is talking and, want to pay attention to it. It's an honor to be in the spot to where, people like that can, speak about it. But, I think obviously, like most guys, they would love to have a chat with John Elway and, just pick his brain, see what it's like. Guys like that just have a lot of knowledge that they can share. But it's just,
again, we'll give you the full audio in a little bit. Hasn't met him. For somebody who's always kind of around the facility, involved in so many things Broncos, for him to not even have had a conversation yet with Bo Nix in person, I find just a little bit odd. Not that it's good, bad, anything like that. Just weird, I guess. So we'll get to that in just a little bit. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. And you can download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Danny Canal at 8 o'clock, Jeff Legwald at 9. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. No games last night, but tonight at 5 o'clock puck drop, Avs at Washington. So we'll get to that in a bit. I want to start, though, boys, with a question that we were kind of talking about the Broncos and the shift in your feel when playing inferior opponents.
What's the question?
You're pretty confident heading into this weekend, or at least I am, and most people that responded in the appetizer were. But somebody asked something, and I think this is interesting because we might have crossed over into a different territory. He said, you know what's bizarre? Is that a win's a win. And if the Broncos get to 7-5 after this weekend, ultimately you're happy. But he said, I will be kind of disappointed if they don't win by 13 or more, is what the texter said. And there's a lot of people that agreed with him. Like, if you reached the territory in which just beating a bad Raiders team on the road this weekend, you're like, okay, that technically is enough, but do you expect more than that out of them right now?
I'm not at style points yet.
Okay, which is fair. But have we hit style points level of confidence within the Broncos?
Yeah, it depends on what those style points are, I guess. If you have to scrape the bottom of the barrel to win a game, if you get lucky winning the game, that's one thing. But if you grind one out and you're in control for most of the game and you can tell you're the better team, that's another.
If they
right?
Chiefs the Raiders, Vic, if they block a field goal at the buzzer to win it, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, that feels a little weird.
Okay. Moj, where are you at?
I haven't said this in quite some time, so I'm going to say it. If they don't go in there and beat that ass, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed.
Big time win.
Okay? No, in all seriousness, Brett, this is a game where, and this is what happens when you win, the expectations should go higher. So you want to talk about style points, Vic? I don't care if it's pretty or ugly, but they need to go in there and they need to spank these guys. I seriously, and I told you this for weeks, this should be a 9-5 football team. I can't envision a scenario where the Raiders would win this football game. I don't know that the Raiders will win another game all year long. They're a mess of an organization. They have no quarterback. They're a mess. The Broncos should go in there and push them around. I know they're only a, quote, 6-point favorite. It should be double digits, and they should go in there and spank them. They really should.
Do you think Mark Davis wants to win this weekend? Or do you think he wants to lose to get a shot at a Shador or one of these quarterbacks in the draft?
That's a great question. Once you make that last turn where you know you're not going to be good.
Yeah, once you hit 2-8,
yeah,
you start thinking about what's coming in the next few months.
Yeah. Let's not forget that the Broncos have never won in Vegas. Albeit the Raiders have not been there long, but they've never won a game in Vegas.
According to PhD, I haven't gone back and looked. I'll trust them. What'd they say, Nelly? Was since 2015 they've beaten the Raiders on the road?
Yes, since 2015, October, I think. Tyler Columbus was still a Bronco when they last did it.
I was at that game. Yeah, it's been that long when I traveled with the Broncos.
Now, it's
Good
also
for you.
been about...
I'll order the newspaper.
No, but it also has been since 2015 that I think we could say the Broncos have a pretty damn good football team right now, right? So two things are kind of working together here in that not one since sort of thing.
And Vittorio, in all seriousness, this has been a year of firsts for the Denver Broncos in many ways, right? Why not be a first to go and win on the road against the silly Raiders? They're not good. You're playing with tremendous
it's expected
confidence.
Now, right? It's not even...
Absolutely.
We're at the point now where this isn't like, hey, what a prime opportunity to win on the road against the Raiders. No. This is not about opportunity. This is now about expectation. And if you don't do it, the feeling is, what the hell am I watching? So you're right. The expectation is you win this. I said it yesterday when we talked about it. This feels like a must win if you want to go where you want to go.
And, Brett, I hate to say this, but if you muff this in any regard, but my house of cards is going to come crumbling down upon me, because this is a win. This is a dub. Do not put yourself in a position where the Bengals or the silly Dolphins can catch you. Just don't do it.
So I will remind you that when they played the Raiders earlier this season, and here's what's really interesting. You guys remember that game? Raiders go down immediately, 70-yard touchdown drive, huge pass to Brock Bowers. They take a 7-0 lead. The game was then 10-3. Raiders get the ball back. They drive again, their third straight drive of like 60 to 70 yards. They're on the doorstep of going up 17-3, and Patrick Surtain takes it back to the house for a pick six. The game changed.
Thank you, Gardner.
And I would say would you agree with me here? Not only did the game change, the Broncos' season changed after that pick six. Because ever since then, they just went straight up. Offense started putting up points. They rattled off a whole bunch of wins, and they find themselves now in a playoff spot.
You know, when you put it that way, it's remarkable what kind of turn the season could have made there if the Raiders go up by double digits right off the bat. And they could have, right?
So that was week 5. That was week 5. That was right after your ugly win in New York, but that puts you back at 2-2. And if not for that pick six, I don't know where they're at this season just overall, to be honest with you. But it changed a lot of things. But the Raiders were on the doorstep of perhaps putting a hurting on you in that game, and everything kind of changed after that. Now, I will say the Broncos are not nearly the same team that they were in week 5. They're much better than they were then, especially on offense. If you guys didn't see, Bo Nix was named the AFC, not rookie, AFC Offensive Player of the Week this last week in the NFL.
Them are real numbers right there.
Yeah. So this isn't just couching this with, out of all the rookies, he was, nope, everybody in that conference, they considered him the best of the week last week. So things have changed.
Is that unfair for me to do that, though? Is that unfair for me to say, I'm not even concerned about this game? Go win the dang game and get home. Is that unfair to put that kind of expectation on this team right now? And again, Vic, I'm not talking about style points because I don't care about those either, but they should go in there and win this dang game. And it should be more easy than not. That's my opinion. That's my feeling on this. Is that unfair for me for a 6-5 team to say, I'm already chalking this up in the win column. I'm going to call them 7-5.
It's unfair, but it's also human nature. I get it. It's unfair, but it's also human nature.
I think that's who they are, Vic. Vic, I think that's who the Denver Broncos are. They're that good. That's who they are as a football team.
That's the other question in this. You know, we've always kind of based how the weekend's going to go for the Broncos off of opponents in the past, and that's still a factor in this. But I think a lot of this is just finding confidence within your own team, right? Like, it's believing that your team's actually good and that they have an expectation that if they play somebody that you feel like is worse than them, they go out and win. Now, if I'm Sean Payton, here's the thing I'm doing. You guys aren't good enough to roll it out there and just beat anybody, okay? You aren't good enough to win on talent alone. You got to play a sound football game to beat teams, and they do. I mean, they aren't like Detroit where they can throw 5 picks and go win a football game still.
Right.
They aren't that good. So they need to go out, and especially division opponent on the road. Like, you can't take this lightly. People are saying trap game. I don't think that Sean Payton will allow them to feel like this is a trap game at all. Like, I don't think they're high on their own supply right now.
Who said trap game? Who said that?
We had a few people in the 6 o'clock talking about trap game.
All right, listen to me, appetizer folk. Maybe you don't truly understand how much the Raiders stink. Maybe you don't fully understand that this is by far a bad football team. They're not good they're not good at all. They're junk. They're hoping for a top pick. They've lost, the total losses in a row now have reached 6 in a row. Total losses in a row. That's how bad they are. Okay, so there's no trap game here. If you're the Broncos and you have your head screwed on straight, you're going to win this game by double digits. That's all there is to it. I mean, don't get caught in this, quote, trap stuff. You're the better team. You go and win. That's the growth pattern that this team is on right now. Go do it.
What would you qualify right now as the Broncos' worst loss of the year in terms of
Chargers?
The Chargers? Well,
What do you mean
I disagree.
How do you categorize?
The Chargers are a playoff team. I mean, I'm trying to think of their losses. Every loss is a
Seahawks and Steelers.
Loss.
Yeah,
Seahawks.
Well, the Ravens loss. The Ravens loss was not. The Ravens are a superb football team.
But when I say quality loss, those are good football teams.
Yeah.
That are going to the playoffs.
What I would say though about the Chargers, I don't think the Chargers were that much better than they looked when they played against you, is what I'm saying. You were dominated by, I don't care, it was a 7-point final score. Like, you were crushed by the Chargers, and they aren't that much better than you were. The Ravens, I could kind of understand. The first 2 weeks I threw out the window because it was Knicks' first 2 starts.
In terms of the quality of opponent, all I'm saying is there's not an opponent that has beaten the Broncos that is deemed an embarrassing loss. They're all quality opponents.
Correct. That is correct. Well, yeah, even Seattle, which is battling for the top spot inside the NFC West. Yes.
Yeah, there's not a game.
I mean, it's a 500 football team, but it, they've had some tough losses.
There's not a game that you threw away against a bad opponent that you just were like, we blew that one. Even the Ravens, they had that loss a couple weeks ago to the Browns where you're like, how the hell does that happen? They don't have any of those on their schedule. Now, what the Broncos need to do, and they aren't going to get this opportunity the next 3 weeks, they need to continue to do what they've been doing. They got to find wins against teams that are considered better than them. And they got close against the Chiefs, if not for some stupid thing on the field goal at the end of the game, sure. But this is where
I think the Falcons were considered perhaps equal to them.
How you
just
beat them?
Flip the script on the offense and defense, and you spanked them. I mean, the Broncos took them apart.
Yeah, it was
absolutely piece by piece. Yeah,
it's not necessarily that you did win, but it's how you beat Atlanta was. And look, that's the ultimate confidence booster right now. If they beat the Falcons 13-6, maybe we don't feel as confident as we do right now. But the fact that they went out there, they won by 32 points. I don't know how many teams have done that this year, beating a team by 32 points. Only a handful of teams have done it. But I want to get to something else, by the way, a little bit later, and we can talk in more detail on this. But, Vic, I consider you the John Elway expert in this. I heard both John Elway and Bo Nix talk over the last couple of days. Elway was on with Adam Schefter and said this.
He's going to get a bunch of advice going into this first year, right? And I didn't, if I could help him any way, I'd like to, but obviously he's getting great tutelage now with the coaching he's got and the situations he's in. So I look forward to meeting him. But like I said, it's probably more my fault than anything else because once I retire again from football, it's kind of been nice to kind of get away from it, and I haven't had a chance to get over there and meet him.
I'm not saying this is a big deal. I just do think it's a little bit weird that they haven't met. I'm not saying he had to get down and watch film, break it down with it, but John Elway and Bo Nix have never shaken hands before.
He hasn't been to the facility.
It's a little odd, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I guess it is. If you consider Manning lives at the facility, he's there all the time, goes to the games. John has completely divorced himself from that, man. He's enjoying retirement. He's enjoying grandpa land. He's doing things that he hasn't done in a long time. I know this for a fact. He's traveling. He's not here half the time. So it doesn't matter to him anymore. Mm-hmm. It doesn't. It's not a priority. Going to a Broncos practice doesn't matter like it does to some.
Well, I wonder because we did see him last year, didn't we?
Can I flip that script?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, can I flip that script a little bit? Has he been invited over there? Has he gotten a phone call say, hey, will you come on over and just talk to our young quarterback a little bit? Has he gotten that phone? I don't think that he, I'm sure he would if he had gotten that phone call.
I think things are a little
unwelcome.
raw
It's just
still.
that nobody's seeking him out from over there.
Yeah. Things may be a little raw. He ran the joint, and now he's no longer part of it. So I don't think it's that big. What's the big deal?
Well, I just said I don't think it's a big deal. I just think it's a little bit odd. That's all. Because Vic, you were talking to him at the Pro-Am before the BMW. It's not that he hasn't been in Denver at all lately. Mm-hmm. I just thought maybe he would have stopped over at the facility a couple of times. That's all.
Sure. I think, we as Bronco fans, every time there's a quarterback that comes through, we always want that blessing from Manning and Elway, right? We always look for that. That's the first thing we do. Every time there's a quarterback, hey, guys, what do you think? And unless we get it, there's always suspicions of, is he the guy? In this case, man, Bo Nix has proven on his own accord that he can be the guy. He doesn't need anyone's blessing.
Yeah, I don't think it's a blessing. I just found it odd, and I didn't know if you had something else to it. Maybe he's just, you know what? He's in retirement, and he's enjoying it. I don't know.
Not there. Just stop trying to make a big deal out of everything. I mean, just can you cool your jets on that a little bit?
I said Vic's the John Elway expert on this show, and if he had some insight, and the insight is this: he's enjoying retirement. Okay. No big deal.
I kind of like when you throw your hands out to the side like this. Do that one more time. Just
Well,
throw
it's
your
because
hands
I
out.
can
It's
either
just
do it
kinda
like this
funny.
or I can go like this, and you can just make me your scarecrow to whatever you want me to say, I can say.
That's funny.
303-504-0925.
Someone says, Elway's too busy doing the masked singer.
By the way, if you're headed
Yeah,
to Vegas for this weekend's matchup between Denver and Vegas on Sunday afternoon, head over to the Overhang Bar at Circa Friday night from 7 to 9. They have specialty cocktails, drink specials, and a chance to win tickets to the game with transportation. The Huddle Up at the Overhang is the place to be on Friday night in Vegas and it's all at the Circa Resort and Casino. And Vic, you've been there, right? That little Overhang Bar over there at the Circa Resort and Casino.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very cool place. So go check that out if you're in Vegas for the game this weekend. Back after this. Danny Cannell is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. If you guys don't know Danny, used to be on ESPN. He's with Bet Online now. And Danny
used to be a backup quarterback here in Denver. Had a very wide array of colognes. The greatest cologne collection I've ever seen.
He also is a notorious SEC hater, and I would love to get his thoughts as we approach the end of this college football playoff of why he hates the idea that at the SEC is probably going to get like 4 or 5 of these, what do you call them, at-large bids in the college football playoff. But we'll talk to him at 8 o'clock this morning. I want to get to basketball in a second, but just quickly. I heard this yesterday. I got really sad when I heard this. I've always liked Drew Lock. I've wanted him to have success once he left Denver. But did you guys see him as he was talking to reporters about Tommy DeVito being named the starter over him when the Giants benched Daniel Jones? Now, here's what I think is interesting because it feels a lot like Denver. He's the number 2 quarterback on the depth chart when Daniel Jones was playing. They benched Daniel Jones, and then they go to Tommy DeVito as opposed to Drew Lock. And here's what he said about it.
Again, that's a question I might still have for myself. It was expressed to me that I was going to be the 2, and I don't know, it's just an interesting situation. Not much I can really say about it besides, again, I'm gonna be here for him, and we're still communicating, still very good friends, believe it or not. I'm gonna be here for him. This team needs to get a win, and we start winning, everything gets a little better around here.
If Bo Nix was playing so poorly early in this season that they had to bench Bo Nix, and they skipped over Jarrett Stidham and they went to Zach Wilson as the starter, would feel really similar, right? Some guys
not as much. It depends. It
ahead.
Feels like the Giants just don't want to win.
Maybe. But you know what? It's okay. So maybe to that, what you're saying is if the Giants were good and Daniel Jones went down with an injury, then they'd start Drew Lock. But because they're bad, they're going to Tommy DeVito. Is that what you're saying?
And there could be some influence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm.
Somebody made a call. You know what I'm saying?
I was reading the article, an article on DeVito, and he's like, I'm just totally focused on football right now. I'm not worried about all that other crap and everything that came with it last year. Like, he was doing all the autograph signings, and, hey, my mom makes me cutlets, and I love them. They're delectable. You know what I'm saying? All the talk about appearances in stores and raising his rate to $20,000 and sticking it to the mom and pop and all that's out the window so he can play some football. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the bummer, though.
Drew's smarter. He knows better than to talk against the family.
Here's the bummer for Drew. I guarantee you this is what happened. Drew signed with the Giants in part because he goes, Daniel Jones ain't that good. If he plays bad, then I'm going to play.
I'm gonna give me a shot, yeah.
And they go, nah. No. Actually, you're not. And now he's probably asking, why did you sign me to a $5 million contract if this isn't how I'd play?
Well, I'm going to tell you, the Longshoresman Union pretty much made the call. The Longshoresmen, the Construction Union, the Waste Management Unions, they made the call in New York City on who the starting quarterback is.
I'm not sure that I would blame Stidham, but you recall when the decision was made to start Bo Nix and they asked Stidham about it, and he was not, he wasn't so thrilled, right? He was like, hey, I've been here. I've been doing this stuff, and now, But, as any competitor would. But he's a good teammate, and that quarterback room seems pretty damn good. I can't imagine what it would be like for him to get leapfrogged by Zach Wilson. But there's a reason that Zach Wilson is a Denver Bronco. There's a reason that they've kept him around. There's a reason they traded for him. What is that reason?
You know what? Hey,
I'm trying to decipher that reason.
Let me ask you guys something right now. Today at practice, Bo Nix sprains his ankle, and it swells up like a balloon, and he can't go this weekend. Who starts?
Jarrett Stidham. That's who starts.
I don't know about that.
Oh, I know.
Okay, then why is Zach Wilson here, Vic? Answer me that.
I cannot define that reason. I could tell you who starts, who's the second quarterback, and it's Jarrett Stidham.
Okay.
Why does Zach Wilson exist?
You can keep asking questions to yourself. I don't necessarily have the answers for you. I'm just telling you who the number 2 quarterback is on the roster.
Yeah, well, that's so was Drew Lock. Said right there in black and white.
That
number
is true.
2 quarterback.
That is true. Drew Lock was the number 2 the entire season.
It is interesting.
I'm not stupid, Vic, so there's got to be a reason that he's here. Is he the ultimate safety valve? Is he the ultimate, hey, he has value in this league, so let's hang on to him, and then once we realize that Bo can really start, we're going to spin this guy off to somebody else in the offseason? I mean, there's a reason that he's here. There's a reason they traded for him. There's a reason they gave up or traded picks to get him, and I'm just trying to figure out what that is. What in Sean Payton's head says that Zach Wilson should be a Denver Bronco?
I guess we're just inventing things to talk about now. It's not a
It's not a big deal.
I don't care.
I'm just it feels like a similar situation to here. That's all. We're not going to spend too much time.
I think the interesting situation here, when you mention Drew Lock and he gets passed over, you could tell there's still a sparkle in the eye of Bronco fans for Drew Lock. There still is.
Drew Lock wasn't hated on the way out.
Never said he was.
No, but that's usually when a quarterback is excommunicated from a team, you're like, all right, screw that guy, he stinks. And Lock just didn't have that feel. Now, anyway, I want to get to something else. So this is a few days ago, but Adam Silver was asked why he thinks the viewership for NBA games is lower than it has been in the past. And I think it's a really dumb answer, but here's what he said. I think we're just looking at a couple of weeks of ratings. There's always some unique things. This year, we were up against a World Series, which is every year, I think, but a World Series. And then he said, and you had a presidential election, which was commanding an enormous amount of attention, which that's true. But he can't actually believe that, right? That, no, it was the election and the World Series was the reason why numbers are down.
Yeah, that's not the truth. Do you want the truth?
Yeah. I got some theories too, but throw it out there, Vic.
I got the truth, and I don't know, some of us may not want to hear this. It's too hard to find the games. It's too hard to find the games. We've made it too hard on the viewer. It's an industry problem. It's not one person. It's not one business. It's not one entity. It's an industry-wide problem. Too damn hard to watch the games. Where are they? What channel? What stream? Do I have it? Can I get it? Where do I get it? Is it there? Is it stable? It's too damn hard to watch the games.
I think that's a part of it just because of the length of the season. Now, the NFL has a million ways you have to watch those games, and those aren't that hard to find.
There's only 17 of those, though. It's a different deal. These are 82 of them. They're coming at you every other night. What channel is it on tonight? Where is it? How do I get it? Is it accessible to it? I'm telling you right now, it's never been more complex to watch pro sports, college sports, ever. It's insanity.
Can I give two other reasons? Because I think that's a part of it, Vic. Here's the other two. I don't think the product's a very good watch right now. I don't think the flopping and the foul hunting and that and shooting nothing but threes, like I don't think it's aesthetically pleasing to watch. Which is different. You know, this is what's funny when you get into those analytical math stuff. In basketball, it's about threes. Now, Moj, if you have Steph Curry dropping 8 threes in a row, then all of a sudden it's really fun to watch. Much like in baseball, they go very much home run or nothing. But if Judge has a 3-homer game, it's a great game to watch. But if you don't, it becomes very boring. So that's one. Here's the other one. And I'll compare this to gaining weight, okay? Let's say you put on 40 pounds over the course of a year. When do you start to notice the 40 pounds? Because you don't notice it when you're 5 pounds in. You notice that when you get to like 25, 30 pounds, don't you? Like, dude, I'm getting a little fluffy.
What are you trying to insinuate, Brett?
Here's what I'm getting at.
What are you trying to insinuate? Why are you asking me that question?
I'll tell you.
Hey.
I'll tell you why. You don't notice it in the middle of it, but then at some point you just go, whoa, what happened here?
Whoa.
I think it got really expensive. It's really expensive to like either watch or especially go to sports games. So when I went to, I'm going to go to the Nuggets game tomorrow, but when I went a couple weeks ago, I remember, we're fortunate enough here, God, are we lucky, that we can just scan a badge and walk into the building, right? We're very fortunate that we can do that. But let's say you got to pay for a ticket. Tickets are expensive. Concessions are expensive. I remember I went to go get a gift for my buddy's daughter for her birthday at the, she wanted something from the Altitude Authentic shop. And it's like the stuff in there is even expensive. And it's like, I think that all sports are kind of pricing your hardcore viewer out of a lot of the stuff that they want to be participated with. Am I wrong here?
Brett, let me be very simple-minded.
Sure.
Supply and demand has always been an issue in everything. When I was your age and when I was a kid, I'd go to the games and things would be priced differently. And you'd say, wow. But they were still expensive for me at that point, right? Things were still expensive for me.
I'm genuinely curious. Was it like, I know that prices are different if you go back 30 years, but was it equal to what it feels like now? Is what I'm asking.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? I have more disposable income now than I did 30, 40 years ago. So 40 years ago, things were overpriced, and you pay for what you can afford.
Sure.
If they couldn't, put it this way, if they were overpriced, there'd be nobody at the games.
Yeah, I guess.
Correct?
How about this? For the guy who watches the game every single day, it's different. This is why I think the Rockies are still a super viable product despite not having a very good team. You can go to the Rocks pile for $8, right? Like that's a cheap ticket to go and watch a professional sporting event.
I get it too, but when I was a kid, we'd go to Nuggets games, and we took full advantage of this. They used to have this deal.
I'm not specifying the Avs and Nuggets. I'm saying as in general, as a whole.
In sports in general,
yes.
No doubt about it. All sports tickets are more expensive today. Of course they are. Yeah, of course they are, but that's everything. Milk's more expensive.
But
everything.
What I'm saying, Vic, you combine that also with the different ways that you have to watch things, combining with what you're talking about.
Yes.
Like that's a big ticket at the end of the year if you want to be a diehard fan of your team.
100%. But what else do you have? Like, what else do you watch on television besides live sports, right? What else is there? It's funny. It's almost as if that is the marquee thing. When I was a kid, we used to call into Channel 2, and used to have operators standing by. Longtime Nuggets fans, tell me if you remember this. Halftime. Operator standing by. $3 tickets to the next Nuggets game. And you'd sit on that line and you'd call and call until you get in, and you'd score a couple tickets and you'd go to the game. And by God, those tickets would be way up there, right under the scoreboard, right under the scoreboard where they had the little light bulbs that lit up the board. And we
used to take them out. Used to take the light bulbs out.
We would unloosen the light bulbs.
You should have been banned for life,
I know.
by the way.
But
you probably should have been.
And everybody, that's where we lived. That's where we lived. And we never bought anything at the games. That's where we lived. And then you go down and you have people that spend a ridiculous amount of money at the. So all I'm saying is overpriced is an operative word. It's a great word to use. Overpriced is the definition of nobody's there. Everybody's there. They're full. Everybody's at these games. You go to a Broncos game, it's full.
Yeah, I get it. I just think it's not just one specific thing. I think you're right, though. A lot of this has to do with it's a difficulty to find games. It's also, I'm not discounting, the product is certainly a lot different than what it was. And I actually think, my dad has gotten back into watching basketball. He didn't until I moved here. And I said, dude, because he was one of those guys, basketball is not what it used to be. It's not what it was when I watched in the 80s and 90s. And I go, just watch a Nuggets game real quick. Because they are like the old school version of what basketball used to look like.
Somebody says here, leave it to Vic to be a contrarian at every opportunity. I'm giving you I'm giving you the answer. I'm not giving you what I feel. Of course everything's overpriced. But that's life. That's life. Did I want to pay $850 for an electric snowblower? No. No, I didn't want to do that. But what do you want me to say? What answer do you want?
I don't think I'm getting the snowblower ever, by the way. The snowblower here in Denver, I feel like that is that would go so unused. Am I wrong on this?
You know why we didn't ski as kids? You know why we didn't ski? You know why I don't ski to this day? Because it was too expensive.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have the money growing up like some people in this town. We didn't have the extra income to just drive up to Vail and throw a bunch of money at jumping off a hill. And to this day, I don't ski. Why? We didn't have the financial incentive to ski. We just didn't have it. Everybody makes choices.
Hang on a second. Can I go back to the snowblower? Moj, do you have a snowblower?
I do.
How many times a year do you use it?
Probably 3 or 4.
I don't think that justifies me going out and buying a snowblower. Like that last snow that we had was heavy, wet snow. Right. That was a pain in the butt. But it's only
let me
2 or 3 times a year I got to do that.
Let me explain to you how this works, okay? And by the way, mine's working good. I'm very happy with it. Sorry about that, Vic. I know you couldn't get yours started forever. Here's how it works, Cater. It's like owning a pickup truck, right? You don't always need it.
Yeah.
But when you need it, you really need it, right? Yeah. People, they like, hey, can I borrow your truck? Well, sure. No problem. You know what I mean? You've never asked me, maybe because you're afraid to ask me, but look at Vic. Do you know how many trucks he borrows all the time for stuff? Vic, tell him. How many trucks do you borrow?
I borrow my brother's trucks all the time.
There you go.
When it comes to the cost of leisure, and that's what sports is, it's leisure. It's leisure activity. You pay what you think you can pay until you reach that point of no return. No, you pay whatever you can pay.
Vic, I understand your point. I'm just saying I think it's another small factor in the middle of all of this stuff. I think that things, especially in the way to watch them, that you have to have like 4 or 5 different subscriptions to watch what you want to watch.
Yeah, I don't think the cost of the subscriptions is as much as a hurdle as it is just the inability to get them half the time or to switch back and forth. Yeah. I think people at home would gladly. The cost of these things is not the issue. It's figuring it out.
Sure. 303-504-0925.
Hey, you didn't mention this, and I want to get to it later. Great write-up on Jamal Murray by Tony Jones in The Athletic. And Jamal Murray says, he uses these words, I want to get to it later, I take full accountability of the words he uses.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a little bit. Danny Cannell at 8 o'clock. Stick around.
Hey, guys, it's the holidays, and the season has all kinds of hustle and bustle. But if your energy is down and you aren't sleeping that great, maybe it's low testosterone. Have you checked that out? If so, this is the season to get treated. Listen, guys start to lose testosterone. They start to get low T, early to mid-30s, 2 to 3% of the testosterone production goes down every single year, and then gradually it goes down. You're like, man, I just don't feel the same as I used to. So do yourself a favor like I did. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got a low T quiz right there on the website. It's simple. 10 questions, yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes. And if you feel like you want to get checked out, well, then do yourself a favor and book an appointment. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood. You'll have your results within 30 minutes. The Colorado licensed medical provider will review all the results with you and discuss your options. And then you'll make the decision with their medical team whether or not you need treatment for low T or you don't. The cost of the appointment's only $99, which includes the consult, the testosterone test, the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment, they're going to give you that appointment for absolutely free. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, or give them a call. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, so pick the one closest to you.
Okay, I'm going to wade into these waters very, very gently. Because, again, much like I'm sure Vic is feeling right now, I'm feeling this. I don't want to keep doing this. But this is a little bit different because it's two things. For the Deion and will he, won't he leave thing after the season, there was a new clip that I saw, and it featured Deion in the clip. And I've seen previews for this. I have no idea what this is. So Deion's got his own show? Do you guys know this?
Yeah.
No. Not the Prime show. He's got like a talk show.
He does?
Yeah. What is this called, Nelly? That just started on, is it Tubi? Is that what it's on?
It just started on Tubi. It's called We Got Time Today.
It's him, and I don't know the co-host name, this woman that's co-hosting with him. I don't know who that is. But it's a show that he does now, I guess, once a week called We Got Time Today. And he had Ice Cube as a guest on the show. So he's chopping it up with Ice Cube.
Okay, the lines have now crossed between, here's what's happening. Athlete, coach, right? Athlete, coach, you're here, and then the media is here, and then you do your thing, and everybody covers you, and they report on it. Today, it's right here. They've completely crossed.
Yeah.
The people who play the game, coach the game, provide the entertainment for all viewers, they are their own media. They don't need media. They are the media. The Kelsey brothers, Tom Brady did it when he was playing. He did appearances. Peyton Manning, they don't need media. Okay, it's not necessary.
But hang on a second. Here's what's different. Appearing on a show is one thing. Hosting your own show when you're a coach is another. Like, he's doing his media obligations, right? He's doing his press conferences. He's doing his weekly show with Romy. He's doing that. And then he has Deion's show that is on Tubi.
Dude, Doug Gottlieb hosts a national radio show. He's also the head coach of Wisconsin Green Bay's basketball team?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. But here is just a little snippet. This is 40 seconds. And Deion is asking Ice Cube, what would you do if you're in my position? Talking about you're coaching your son's about to leave, what would you do? Ice Cube, notorious Raiders fan, said this.
What would you do? You in my situation.
Help him get to the next level
Okay,
any way I can.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
But should it go past that, or?
What do you mean past that?
Let him go to the NFL, continue to coach his son.
Hey, come on now. Why not? Especially if it's in a Raider uniform. Come on, baby. Oh, man, don't get me to acting a fool. You know what I mean? That would be a dream come true as a fan of the Raiders or as the president of the Raider Nation. You know what I mean? I do approve this message.
Wait, is there like a live studio audience there?
Nope, that was Deion and Ice Cube getting up and dapping each other up after he said, if you want to go to the Raiders.
Oh.
Is that weird?
Nothing surprises me anymore. I did not know that he had a show on Tubi, but
it is weird. It is weird that the coach that is currently coaching your team, if Sean, I don't even know how to make the comparison. If Tad Boyle had his own show on Tubi, and he was talking to a big time, isn't Jason Sudeikis a big Kansas fan or something like that? And he goes, Jason, what do you think about me, Kansas? And they started doing that. Wouldn't you be like, well, wait a minute, what's happening here?
Someone on the text line doesn't like this. They see this as critical towards Deion Sanders. It's not critical. It's just different. Nobody's criticizing Deion. If you can do it, do it. This isn't critical. Calm down.
If Deion left, and look, the names that I've heard ballied about are the Raiders and the Cowboys, right, Moshe? Because they look like they're teams that have some notoriety that could be in position to draft.
Absolutely. The Shedeur thing to me is fascinating, too, because he's going to be an incredibly high draft pick. I don't know where he's going to go.
He'll be top 3.
But he's going to be incredibly high, and those teams typically have head coaching openings, right, because they stink. I don't know if the Raiders are going to have a head coaching opening, but it just seems like this keeps being perpetuated and pushed by certain people. Not Coach Prime, but it's other people outside.
Well, Prime just kind of did it. He just kind of did.
I like Deion's approach, though. Instead of hiding from all these questions, like, he just goes on his own talk show and says, what would you do if you were in my shoes?
I've never seen anything like this in my life. Never. Like somebody said, this is so funny. And Tyster goes, welcome to the Jared Bednar Show. What if Bedsy had a show on Tubi? Like he just had his own talk show in the middle of the year.
But I didn't know what Tubi was. I've never heard of Tubi. Have you heard of Tubi before this?
Yeah, you turn on your smart TV, right? And then they assault you with all these free channels. That's one of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Tubi. It's a Tubi channel. Okay.
It's
got to be once a week, maybe once a week, correct?
Here's the thing. The Raiders kind of make sense in this because they're going to be, one, in position to draft Shedeur. Two, they have like assets that would make sense if you're a prospective head coach to take over a team. Like when it comes to the Cowboys, Cowherd is still pushing this after his appearance. We played it yesterday with Michael Irvin, where Michael Irvin has very good sources that said if the Cowboys somehow get Shedeur, that Deion would go. But this is what Cowherd said, and I want to respond to this in a second, but listen.
If I was the Dallas Cowboys, I don't care about Dak's new contract. I would go get Deion Sanders, and I would pick Shedeur Sanders. If I had to give up Micah Parsons and 3 firsts, I would do it. You do not get out of bankruptcy putting $13 a month into your 401k. You get out of it with big swings. You start looking at the draft order. You look at Dallas' schedule. The only team they play the rest of the year that's got nothing to play for is the Giants. If the Giants can beat them, and Dallas is awful at home, not much better on the road, they got a shot to get the number 1 pick. They got a real shot. Yes, Dak will be upset if you draft Shedeur Sanders. So what? Denver Broncos, Russell Wilson was upset. They moved off him. They're in cap hell. So what? The Denver Broncos are viable. Why? They went and got a great coach, and they went and got a great rookie quarterback. And all of a sudden, Denver's in the playoffs in the better conference. They may not stay there, but they went from cap hell, thin roster, missing draft picks, embarrassing franchise to, is Sean Payton coach of the year? And Bo Nix, is he the best rookie quarterback? They took big swings.
Okay, here's the difference. When he said trade Micah Parsons and 3 first-round picks to make sure you get Shedeur and Deion in Dallas. Let me just, so we put this in perspective. So Deion would be taking over a roster that would have, I think it's $85 million in dead cap, which is close to what Russell Wilson would have left with the Dak contract.
$104 million is what I saw.
104, sure. And no first-round pick for 3 straight years? Is that something that if you're Deion sounds like a cool thing that you want to walk into as the head coach of a football team?
And ultimately, right, this is why I would never, I don't know if I'd ever want to coach my own kid because you're worried about their situation and then the team situation. It cannot be good for a quarterback if all of a sudden you have to lose all your weaponry around you because you have all this dead cap space, right? It takes some time to grow it back. It's hard to coach. It's hard to build a team. So you want the best thing for him, for the player, for your kid, the best situation for the kid. And by the way, for those of you, and I know this is going to come up, there are those of you who are going to complain that Deion is being too active in his kid's future, that he should mind his own business. Let me remind those of you who think that Archie Manning played a big role in Eli Manning, where he ended up. Jack Elway played a big role in where John Elway ended up. Fathers always deal with this stuff. Fathers always meddle in their kids' futures, especially when it comes to NFL drafts. Deion would not be the first. It's happened time and time again.
Yeah, but the interesting part about this, Vic, is that he is a coach, and he's not part of the package deal, but what does he truly want? Brett, this goes back to the question that I raised, a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago. What is his true internal motivation going forward? I know what he said the other day. He put his kickstand is down, and that's why I had to jump in yesterday and get all over Vic's bacon about Well, actually, I was agreeing with
You
Vic.
agree with me.
You put your bike up against the wall. Yeah,
we don't nerd out. We don't use kickstands.
You put that ball up against the bike up against the wall, but it's what does he truly want? Where is his direction in 5 years from now? Is it still coaching at CU Boulder? I mean, I know he said he loves the place, he loves it here, all this kind of thing. But truly, what does he want? And if the chance to coach Shedeur comes available at a professional level, would he say, you know what, I might want to give that a shot if he really, truly thinks about it? I mean, this is all the stuff that we don't know because it's such a very unique situation. So while Vic, Archie, and Jack, and I know Jack was a coach, but they can help steer the direction of their kids, they're not coaching their kids. The opportunity isn't there for them to be that guy.
No, the only point I'm making, what's more important to you? The welfare of your child is more important than your own. I guarantee deep down, Deion, as a father, is more concerned about where his kid ends up in a better place for him to succeed than himself.
Yes,
coaching.
Yes, no doubt.
And
about
I believe
that.
I agree with that.
I believe
yes,
that.
I agree.
Deion cares more about where Shedeur ends up for his own welfare.
Totally. By the way, speaking of Deion, there was a guy that was on this radio station last year that did not have nice things to say about Deion. That was Danny Cannell. I wonder if his tune has changed. We'll get to that in a second. But Dave's Hot Chicken is now in Highlands Ranch, opening today, and you finally have the chance to eat hot chicken that'll blow your mind. Stop by and say hi to Coach Sanford and Raj for their show around 10 a.m. to noon. And if you're one of the first 50 customers, you get a free slider. It's open today off Lucent Boulevard and Mayberry Drive in Highlands Ranch. It's Dave's Hot Chicken. Danny Cannell next. Pittsburgh and Cleveland play tonight on Thursday Night Football with the Steelers on the road in Cleveland as a 3.5-point favorite. Not to mention, you want to go to tonight, 5 o'clock puck drop between the Avs and the Caps. The Avs minus 134 on the money line. It feels like they're a favorite every single night. But you can find that and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook as they have the best odds in the game, whether it's getting a look at the early lines for the weekend in football, taking a look at basketball, hockey, whatever's happening in the moment, along with all the futures bets that they have, live betting, game props, all of that available on the Circus Sportsbook with the best odds in the game. So download the Circus Sports app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll connect with Danny Kanell in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, I'm looking up at ESPN right now, and they're discussing Deion, primetime pair is the headline, moving on to the NFL, him and Shedeur together. Like, I don't think CU is ever going to be this popular again.
Yeah.
Again. Like, it's
I don't
never
think so
going to
either.
happen.
No, it's never been like this. They have now reached Dallas Cowboy, Los Angeles Laker level.
Well, let's go out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Welcome in Danny Kanell. Danny, thank you for joining the show this morning. How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Good to be on. My man Vic, who we go way back in the
man.
day.
How's that
where I
cologne?
was on the. Oh, it's great to be back on with you, man. Good to see a familiar face.
That cologne collection you had at that penthouse in downtown Denver was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. This man owns more aromas. Do you still have that wide aroma collection?
Not quite as much now that I'm a married man, happily married with 3 daughters, I mean, I did that penthouse that you mentioned was a pretty good bachelor pad. It's probably why I only lasted 2 years in Denver, was because I probably wasn't focused the way I should have been. But yeah, the collection's not bad, but it's kind of used differently now.
Hey,
now
Danny,
my daughters steal it,
Who were the quarterbacks on the team at the time when you were here?
So my man Jake Plummer was the starter. And then when I signed with him, I started off 5th string, okay? Because I was trying to get back in the league, and Gary Kubiak said, we'll give you a chance. I'd sent out letters to every single team in the NFL, and Kubiak was like, we'll give you a chance. You can come to camp. And he was very realistic. He's like, you're probably not, you'll get some reps, but we'll see what happens. Plummer was the starter. Steve Berline was the backup. Jarius Jackson was the 3rd string. Nick Rolovich, who is, head coach of Washington State and Hawaii, was the 4th string, and I was the 5th string. So I came in there with those 5 guys, and then eventually ended up making the team as the 3rd string. Berline broke his finger, got to play as the primary backup, got to start against the Patriots on Monday Night Football, game which we lost, which I'm still bothered by, against Tom Brady. But yeah, that was it. And then my last year there, I still give Jake a hard time about this. He took every single snap of the entire season. Didn't give me one chance to come in, and even just get some scrub time to at least try to impress, put something down on tape. So I was done after that. First time I think in franchise history it had been done, by the way.
Oh, wow. Well, Danny, you're joining us on behalf of BetOnline. We'll get to that in just a little bit, but I want to start. We were just talking about Deion, and look, he's got his own show on Tubi now, his own talk show, which I had no idea. But I was told this. I didn't hear it, so tell me if this is incorrect information. That you were on this station with another show last year, and you were very down on the idea of Deion as a college head coach. Has your mind changed?
So I don't think I was down on the idea of Deion as a head coach. I was spell it with a capital H, hater last year of the Buffaloes. Like, I thought they were fraudulent, and they were getting all this attention because what I thought was really, they beat TCU, and then all of a sudden you had Big Noon going there, you had Game Day being there, and everyone was latching on to the Colorado train, which was a lot of fun, but I just felt the train was about to go off the tracks, and it did. And so I took a lot of heat and criticism for kind of going after him. Deion and I had a little bit of a spat. Remember when he was doing the interview about Florida State, and the reporter said, "You're a Florida State alumni," and he corrected her and was like, No. I'm not a Florida State grad. So that bothered me. I felt like he was distancing himself from the program. And then we went back and forth on social media, and he said these are things that are kind of above your pay grade, essentially. And, I do think he wanted that Florida State job at one time, and then he had to go get his degree to become a head coach. Like, it's all water under the bridge. Yeah. Then I got into it with his son, not Shedeur, not Shiloh. It was Bucky Jr.,
the one who doesn't everybody
play
here.
Exactly. But last year, I got into it with Bucky, the one who doesn't play, and it just was not a great relationship. And then I was kind of needling them when they kind of fell off the rails. But this year, I was like, hey, let's go with an open mind. I'll be free. I think in college football, especially, you can't assume because one year is bad, the next year is going to be bad. So I was very curious because once again, they revamped the whole roster. And before the first game, who was it? Northern Colorado? It was like a blowout. North Dakota State, which a good team. I put out a tweet saying Travis Hunter's the best football player in the country after that one. And then you paid attention to what Shedeur did last year. I think he's the best quarterback in college football. So I've I don't want to say I'm like captain of the Colorado train now, but I have enjoyed the ride and have been much less critical because I think they're a good football team now, and I don't think there's much to criticize.
Danny, is it interesting to you to see the way that Coach Prime has done it? Is he ahead of the curve in terms of – I look at college football now, and there are guys going everywhere all the time, and he's used that to his advantage. And like you said, from last year to this year, it's a lot different. Is he ahead of the curve in that regard? Is that the way of the future in college football? Just open that portal up and forget about freshmen, or at least forget about most of the freshmen?
I don't think anybody knows. I think everyone's trying to figure that out as we go. I think it's incredibly high risk, high reward, which, hey, and if you're taking over a program like Colorado, why not? Why not? That roster was one of the worst rosters that he took over after that 1-11 season. So I thought it made a lot of sense. Now, last year we saw the high risk and we didn't get the reward, right? It kind of fell off towards the end. And I do think that's a risk that you run when you bring in a lot of transfer and sort of hired guns, so to speak. They don't really have a true affiliation with the program, a bond with other freshmen that they came in with, but it is a different era. And the high risk situation that you've seen unfold, you've got the high reward this year, but look at Florida State. Mike Norvell at Florida State was a big portal proponent, not to the magnitude of what Deion was doing, but he went undefeated last year in the regular season. They were a top 5 team. Then this year, they lose a lot of players. They go back to the portal. They bring in a transfer portal quarterback. They bring in a bunch of players from Alabama. You would think that would set you up pretty well. And they've had one of the worst seasons in program history. So you really don't know. But I do think that the quickest turnaround is to go through the portal. But there really isn't there's not a formula, else everyone would be trying to do it. And I would say this clearly has worked with Deion, and good for him for doing it. But once again, they're going to have when Shedeur goes off to the NFL and Travis Hunter, are they able to replace those guys? Maybe. He's a great recruiter, but does it work again? I don't know. I think it'll still be highly volatile. And if you get things right, then it could work. But I also think there's a high likelihood that it could go off the rails if you go through the portal too much. The perfect world, I think, is a balance. Recruiting strong and portal strong. Then you're in pretty good place.
Danny, let's talk about your school, Florida State, because my fear, if Deion were to leave CU, I don't think it's for the NFL. I think it's just for another college. And Florida State with Mike Norvell's situation, tell us why are they why is Florida State and Deion, why are they at odds? What happened there?
So I do think it's, because I think and everything I've heard from Coach Prime and Deion has been that he loved Coach Bowden, which I'm glad he's put that on record. He loved Mickey Andrews, who's his defensive coordinator, but all those people are gone. Everyone's gone. And I do think I remember interviewing Deion at the Super Bowl probably in 2019, maybe 2018. And he was and it was kind of when he made this emphatic statement, I'm going to be a coach in college football. And it was really the first time he put it out there. He had been a high school coach. And I remember thinking whoa, this is huge news. Deion wants to get into college football. And he told me off the set, he was I've had some interviews. I've talked to some schools. We've been close. And there were some SEC schools that I think had expressed some interest. I was oh, okay. What I wasn't aware of that I do think he wanted to come back to Florida State. And I don't know if it was when they hired Taggart or the timeline of when they hired Norvell, but he did want that opportunity. And he was told no, because of the degree aspect to it, where I think Florida State just has a policy of we can't hire a head coach for a state university without a degree.
They couldn't overlook that? They couldn't overlook that?
Well, that's what I think Deion's point was. Well, hey, look, I'm an NFL Hall of Famer. Yeah. I've had a lot of success, and they wouldn't make that exception. Again, if it was previous regime and maybe Bobby Bowden was still alive and he had a say, maybe they do make that exception, but there was no tie for them. So I do think there's some bad blood there. As far as it goes for because I know I was just in Tallahassee talking to the quarterback club there, and you talk about a just rough spot to be in. I mean, that's about as bad a morale as I've ever seen. A lot of people were asking about Deion, hey, can we go get Deion? Because he does fit today's era. The reality of the matter is that Mike Norvell's buyout is $65 million. And Florida State is not a program like Texas A&M where you've got oil backers that you can call up your 3 biggest boosters and that's done in 48 hours. You just get them to write checks. I don't think Florida State's in the place financially to do that, not to mention the type of contract you would have to give the Deion, because that's probably $100 million, somewhere in that vicinity. You'd probably have to back up a big truck for him. I just don't when I get asked about that, I'm intrigued by it. I just don't think it's a reality at this time. Now, another year goes by. If it's another rough one for Florida State, then I think maybe you get an entire fan base who was all like, yeah, we'll all chip in an extra $1,000 this year or whatever it is to make that move. But I just don't think this year it's probably a high likelihood of happening.
Danny Cannell with us. I want to get to college football now as a whole because I've been with you on this. I've heard you lament the idea of the SEC always getting breaks when it comes to who gets at large bids and stuff like that, and I agree with you. Could you see this scenario play out? Indiana is currently unbeaten, but they haven't had a really good win, I guess, on their schedule. If they lose 30-10 this weekend to Ohio State, could you see Indiana at 11-1 being left out and SEC teams with 2 losses jumping them?
The score you gave was 31-10?
Yeah.
So that is right on the cusp of like jeopardy, I think, for Indiana. Like, I think they're risking their playoff lives if it's 31-10. Here's what I've said, because I've kind of felt like the sweet spot was 14 to 17 points, that they need to keep it in that vicinity, because when you look at their resume next to Texas, the Texas Longhorns, Texas, when they did the playoff show the other night, they had Texas's key wins as Vanderbilt and Colorado State.
Yeah.
Like, those are their only wins over teams with a winning record. Yep. Like, what are we doing? And Indiana's held up to this different standard. So if you're comparing with a one loss, if you were comparing it to Texas, I would say, what happened to them against Georgia at home? They got beat 31-15. So it was like by 16 points. So, and by the way, the eye test looked awful. That game looked completely dominated by Georgia's defense, and that was in their backyard. So for Indiana, I think they can at least hold that game if they keep it in that vicinity, say our resume is similar. We have, we don't have great wins, but we have equal wins. And our loss is about the same as you guys lost to Georgia. We lost to Ohio State, a top team in the country. So at least you can still make a strong case. If it's 4 touchdowns more, then I think it gets a little bit dicey for them to make a strong case.
It just feels like everybody's waiting for them to, have a bad loss. And then they could say, oh, it's old Indiana. They were frauds anyway and all this kind of thing, which I don't know. I think it's a little bit unfair because this looks like a pretty darn good football team. Either way, though, Danny, leading up to this 12-team playoff, and maybe eventually they'll go 14, it's made it pretty damn fun for us. I mean, obviously the Buffaloes have a pathway to get there now, which is amazing to me. But you see all the jostling going on. I know they're still going to have the SEC teams and the Big Ten teams, but to see some teams get knocked down a peg and maybe there's no predictability, it makes it even way more intriguing to me.
I do like to dunk on people for like old takes, even though I've got a bunch, and that happens to me all the time. I get bad takes all the time, and I'm kind of like, oh man, that was a bad one. So I like to return the favor to a lot of people. I have colleagues in this business that cover college football that have, been criticizing the expanded playoff to 12 teams. Even some of them saying, oh, the BCS was better when we just had 2 teams and it was voted. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, what are we even talking about? And they thought it would diminish the regular season. Oh, and that was the 2 things I heard. Diminish the regular season, and we're going to get blowouts in the first round of the playoffs. So as far as diminishing the regular season, find me one game that felt like it didn't matter. You really can't.
So right.
All these games, rivalries, college football passion, keep them mattering. And I would argue that the month of November has been more entertaining than it's been in the past 20 years because of teams that are still in the mix. This Colorado Kansas game, I don't know how much that would be talked about, but because what's of its stake in a playoff spot potentially in a Big 12 championship, like if they're a 2-loss team, they're not making the 4-team playoff. So it's still be an entertaining game, but it doesn't hold the same weight that it does now. And that is a bunch of games this weekend. We've got like 22 or 23 teams still in the mix for the playoffs. So like, that's a good thing. The other thing, as far as the blowouts potentially that they said were going to occur in the playoffs, they put out hypothetical point spreads for the bracket if the season ended today with the Tuesday night brackets. There was one game that was a little sideways. It was BYU on the road at Ohio State. That was a 3-touchdown point spread. By the way, I don't think BYU ends up winning the Big 12, so I don't think they're playing against Ohio State. The other 3 games, it was Alabama at Notre Dame. Bama was a 1.5-point favorite. Ole Miss at Indiana. That one's one. Oh, what about the blow up? Ole Miss was a 1.5-point favorite projected by FanDuel. And the other one was Georgia at Penn State. Georgia was a 2-point favorite at Penn State. So like those games, according to the odds makers, are all almost pick'ems.
Toss-ups.
And yeah, granted you could get a blowout, but it happens in the Super Bowl. It happens in the NFL in the playoffs. Sometimes those just happen. But as far as parity and having an entertaining playoff, I think it's only going to get better. And that's when I'm going to dunk on all those critics who wanted to go back to the BCS.
Danny, I was one of those critics that said it's too much, too soon, but it's worked perfectly. You're exactly right. I got no room to criticize what's happening in college football because it's more intriguing today than it was even 3 months ago. Having said that, Danny Kanell, if you had to bet all of your money right now, who is the best team in college football right now? Who is the national champion this year?
I am stubborn, and I like to be right. So I picked Oregon in the preseason. And I feel like it's a pretty smart pick. Like, there's no way I'm taking money off the table if I have Oregon. So I still think they're the best team. But what I said this a long time about Alabama and Georgia when they were in the SEC and they were running through schedules. Like, they've had one test. And I know last week against Wisconsin, they only won by 3 points. But like the Ohio State game, and they passed that test. But I almost like teams that are a little bit more battle-tested. Man, if Georgia does what they did last week, and if Carson Beck stops throwing interceptions and he becomes that quarterback that we saw that potentially was a top 15 pick, but then he's got 19 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. He's had the interception bug, but he looked like he eliminated against Tennessee and their offensive line protected him better. Like, if I wouldn't take it off of Oregon, but like if you said who's another team you might place a bet on, it might be Georgia. They're really deep. Their defense travels. And if their offense gets right, I think they can beat anybody in the country.
Quick things here. Just
last thing for me, real quick. Real quick, Brett. Last thing. We, on this program, we have a policy, Danny, where we always work on our birthday. We never take the day off. We always, when it's our birthday, we work.
Yeah.
So great job today, man. Great job.
Happy birthday. We didn't know it was your
Appreciate
birthday.
that.
What are you like? What are you, 63, 64? What are you coming in?
Watch out. Just check my Facebook where I lied about my age on there, and you can go look at that one. By the way, I'm glad you brought that up because I actually look down a little bit on people who take off for their birthday, like from work. I'm like,
100%.
I just don't understand it at all.
I'm with you.
My wife and I, we actually had a little bit of an argument because I have a daughter who just had her sweet 16, and I get that it's a big birthday, but I'm sitting there working. This is last week, and I do my radio show every day on Sirius 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and I'm working away, and like I'm usually the kids are getting up, getting ready. I work from home. And my daughter's not getting up. And my wife's like, oh, I just decided to let her sleep in. It's her sweet 16. It's a special day. I'm like, what are we doing? We're creating a monster that one day is going to want to take off for her birthday. And it was a very serious debate. I wanted to go wake her up, but it was the middle of the radio show. We're creating softness. It's just another day.
Danny Kanell joins us on behalf of Bet Online, by the way. You can check out Bet Online for updated college football playoff, conference, Heisman, and college football week 13 lines. Two things quickly, just 20 seconds apiece. Number one, your most intriguing game this weekend from a Bet Online gambling standpoint. What is it?
There's two. I'll give you two. Colorado and Kansas. I think that's a really interesting game. Kansas is playing the role of upset. The spread would tell you at just 3 points, like, hey, Kansas is a live dog. So in Arrowhead, like I think it has a lot of compelling reasons. The other one, top 15 Texas A&M going to Auburn, who Auburn's been awful, but it's a game at night. Again, another short road favorite, just 2.5 point favorite, Texas A&M. I think you have two live dogs in that situation.
Oh, and you got birthday balloons right there popping up on the screen.
I don't know why those went off with some of the hand gestures. Who knows what happened?
Last thing, just 20 seconds here. Bo Nix, initial impressions on his rookie season so far. What do you think?
I was wrong on Bo Nix. Now, I still think they reached where they got him, but I think he's far exceeded my expectations. I think there's a ton of value in the experience that he had. I think he's playing awesome, and I think he's going to challenge Jaden Daniels for Rookie of the Year.
Hey, Danny, before you go, don't let this guy fool you, Mark Mosier. He says, I work on my birthday. This guy took a day off the other day to go on a little field trip with his nerd buddy the other day. So don't let him tell you that he's hard. He's not.
Was it for golf or hunting? I think that's the only reason you get to take off.
I'm on the road with the Avalanche, obviously. Got a game tonight here in D.C. against the Capitals. But the radio guy and we went to Gettysburg, man, and we spent the day roaming the battlefield at Gettysburg, which is a big. Hey, man,
do that on your off time.
Did you guys cosplay? Did you guys cosplay?
Yeah, exactly.
Danny.
No, man, I don't have any reenactor stuff.
Danny, thanks for the time, man. Really
Thanks,
appreciate
buddy.
it.
You guys are awesome. We'll see you.
Danny Cannell, again, join us courtesy of Bet Online, and check out Bet Online for updated college football playoff, conference, Heisman, and college football Week 13 lines. Back after this.
The easiest way to get there is to go to sthmotors.com. I'm talking about Silterhar Motors in Broomfield because it's getting cold and you know that more snow is on the way. If you need a new rig to get you through not only this winter, but beyond, well, right now they've got over 1,000 cars and trucks there at Silterhar Motors, including new, certified pre-owned used cars. And this is a big year-end clearance right now. Top dollar on all trade allowance at or above Kelley Blue Book value. So go to sthmotors.com and see what I'm talking about. That's sthmotors.com. Just peruse through everything. And then you want to get yourself all the way up to Wadsworth and Highway 36. And you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. Silterhar Motors is the best. Family owned, that means something to me, and it's everything you want out of a dealership.
Vic, you mentioned an article earlier about Jamal Murray and a quote of his saying he takes full responsibility. Go ahead.
Yes. And before we get to that article, breaking news from Shams. Is it Shams or Shams? Let me get this straight.
I've said Shams forever, and I've heard people say Shams who seem to be close to him. That feels weird for me to say, but if that's how it's pronounced, go ahead, Shams.
Shams reports that Luka Doncic will go week to week. He will not play tomorrow night when the Dallas Mavericks arrive in Denver for the NBA Cup Game 3. So no Luka tomorrow night against the Nuggets. Now, today I will go out to Nuggets practice and see with my own eyes whether or not Nikola Jokic is back in action. I expect Nikola to be available tomorrow night. Nothing official yet. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they're whole tomorrow night. Aaron Gordon. I think he was targeting this weekend all along. So we'll find out for sure. I wouldn't. That wouldn't surprise me.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me one bit. So they got a back-to-back tomorrow night, Dallas. Then they got and it's a late start, 8 o'clock. Then they hop on a plane, and they got the Lakers the following night. Lakers have yet to lose at home. That's a tough turnaround, and the Lakers are playing well. I would not be surprised at all if the Nuggets are whole for those 2 games. So Luka is not going to play, and that's a big break, and you need those kind of breaks. This is what happens in November basketball. Doesn't surprise. Back to your original point. Article in The Athletic. My guy Tony Jones, who we're efforting. Hoping to get Tony on the show.
Why do you sound like you're on 60 Minutes? Back to your original point. Article.
Quote.
I mean, it's like, why I swear to you and Mike Tomlin, I swear to God, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys shared a common ancestor.
No, Vic.
Because you guys.
Hang on. This is a great idea, Moj. You have to do it in newscaster voice, okay?
Well, that's what he just did. He was just.
No, but when he reads from this article and he gives us the information, Jamal Murray said to the media on Tuesday, quote,
do you want me to provide this information, or are you guys going to continue to play drama queens?
But you were okay.
Go back to when you used to be on the news. That's how I want to hear it.
Yeah, okay. Come on, newsboy. Let's hear it. Let's go.
Yeah, come on, newsboy.
This article posted 11/20/2024 in The Athletic by Tony Jones. A one-on-one with Jamal Murray, referring to Jamal Murray's play of late. Quote, I take full accountability. It's not easy when you aren't playing well. It hasn't been easy with guys like Nikola and Aaron out. We were fully capable of winning these last games. But for me, I have to play better. I have to take account for that. It starts with me. That is Jamal Murray referencing his own play. He went on and talked a little bit more about his play this summer at the Olympics, why he decided to play in the Olympiad, all that business. But interesting to hear. And for me, you guys tell me if it hits you the same way. I think the most important attribute any human being can have is accountability. I think it's very important.
Yeah.
Accountability. Like, whether you're right or wrong, are you accountable? And Jamal Murray just showed me he recognizes it. He sees it. He's not blind to it. He's not turning his eye to it. He understands that his level of play isn't where it needs to be, and he's taking full accountability for it. And frankly, I'm here for it. I love it.
Well, he has to. I mean, there's no point in being defensive. First of all, a texter says, why is Newsboy yelling at me? Second of all, Jamal has very obviously not played up to standard. Like, we've discussed this. The players that you believe are playing up to what their expectation level should be. Obviously, Joker is one of them. Christian Brown is one of them. Aaron Gordon, I would say yes, although it's been weird because he's been out of the lineup for a while. I would say yes to MPJ. Yeah? Everybody agree? MPJ's playing to expectation level?
I'd say he's right there, yeah.
Yeah,
I would say
that last game was a revelation. He found another part of his game that we didn't know existed, yeah.
So out of the starting 5, there's one guy that hasn't, and that's Jamal. And look, it's obvious. And this is what I'm glad to hear this because it's not a denial of what's reality. Like, sometimes if you're a good player and you go through a slump.
Exactly.
You know, Moshe, If Aaron Judge has one of those 2 for 30 stretches over the course of the season and they say, hey, what's wrong with you? He might be like, whatever, I'm good. I'll be fine. But Jamal is, I think, acknowledging that, again, it's not the amount of games, but it's the time in which he's looked normal. He hasn't looked normal for about 6 months.
Well, let me give you another.
That is correct.
Another quote here from this article, because remember when we talked about his injury during the playoffs and nobody wanted to discuss it then. If you play, you're not injured. Remember that whole thing? This is as open as he's been about that. Quote, I was definitely hurt going into the Olympics. I was good enough to play. Obviously, I didn't play great. I knew I wasn't going to be great, but I wanted to be there. I wanted to play for my country. I wanted to be with my teammates. So I don't look at it as the same mandate as everyone else. The Olympics was what it was. It's important what I'm doing for the Nuggets, though, because this is the team that's paying me this money, the team that wants me here. I have to look at what I can do for this team. So he looks at his Olympic experience and says, hey, man, I just wanted to be a part of that. That's not me.
So then what I brought up yesterday, any injury factor, that's completely on the wayside. He's 100% healthy. And I love the maturity he's showing here. I'm not that I didn't expect that, but I like the acknowledgement. The self-awareness is a huge aspect of all of this. And not only that, Brett, you can't run from it because people know what they see, starting with his teammates and his coaching staff, right? And then we can get down to morons like us who watch him on a nightly basis. And we know what we see, and we know what we see when Jamal is Jamal, and we know what we see when Jamal is not Jamal.
Yep.
So you can't run from it. You can't hide from it. It's there for everybody to see. You might as well take the bull by the horns and say, you know what? Things are going not great right now, but I'm going to fix this thing. I recognize it. I acknowledge it. I'm going to take care of it.
100%. The first step to fix the problem is to acknowledge there is a problem, which is why accountability means more than anything. If you escape accountability and you deny and you dodge it and you don't think there's anything wrong, you'll never fix it. He basically said, yeah, I got to fix this. I got to be better in these situations. Got to fix it. And, we don't know what's going on the inside. We don't see it. The hard truth is his numbers across the board are the lowest they've been in 5 years.
Yeah.
That's the hard truth. That's all we can base this on is fixing
and we don't
the
know
numbers.
why. And again, he doesn't say why it's that way in the article, but he acknowledges that it exists. I don't know why, Vic. Maybe you just lose your mojo sometimes. It just doesn't feel right. It's not the same, or I don't know what the reasons would be, to be honest with you.
We all
I just don't
acknowledge
know.
this part of it, too.
And he cares. He cares. It's not like he doesn't care.
There's a level of pressure to being considered a star player, and take that for whatever you want. He's a max contract guy, okay? That translates into a star player on your team. When you have the pressure of being a star player on an NBA roster, you will stick out like a sore thumb if you don't play well. Moshe, I'm sure there's games where Kale, who is one of the best hockey players in the world, has a bad night, and maybe it's a little unnoticeable because you can get lost in the shuffle in the middle of a hockey game. Out in football, outside of maybe... But you know what I'm talking about here. Outside of quarterback,
No, I do know what you're talking. I do know what you're talking about.
Maybe you know what, a defensive lineman, an edge rusher, has a bad night, and you don't really notice it. But you notice when a quarterback doesn't play well. That's what being a star player on a basketball team is.
Can I give you an example of what a pro does? Joe Sakic, let's take him for example. Okay, was he a great hockey player? Yeah. He was a great hockey player.
He was the model of consistency.
Absolutely. But even the Joe Sakics of the world, here's what made him great above everybody else. He didn't always have it on any given night. There were nights when he just wasn't feeling it. His legs weren't going the way he wants them to or whatever. But what he would do during the course of a game, he would make 1, 2, 3 plays that would get you a win. Whether it's an unbelievable assist, he always did something even when he was not on, okay, to propel you to a win. It wasn't like he was just unnoticeable and he was junk or whatever. But even, through 82 games in the regular season, it's a pain in the butt. Like Nathan McKinnon will have games where he's not great, or like you talked about Kale, where they look like they're playing well, but they're not. But they make a play, a 100-foot pad, or whatever the case may be, where. You fire it to center ice from your own zone and you're off and running. that win you stuff. And I think for Jamal, maybe it's like that. Maybe you don't necessarily feel it on every single dang game, but you do enough to help your team get a dub. And it can't not be that way right now.
Right.
Tony just messaged me back. Let's shoot for Tony here in the next hour, who did that one-on-one with Jamal Murray. And again, Jamal is, as you guys have come to understand, when he speaks to the media, sometimes it's hard to really understand where he's coming from. But he made it abundantly clear on this one. And
Yes,
I want
he
to
did.
get Tony's take on it because I think this is a huge step in the right direction. Just acknowledging that I haven't been myself and now I want to become myself. It's a big move. It really is.
We can talk to Tony in a little bit. We got Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock this morning. And a reminder to you guys that Dave's Hot Chicken is now in Highlands Ranch, and it opens today. So you finally get a chance to taste that Dave's Hot Chicken, and you can stop by and say hi to Coach Sanford and Raj for their show at 10 a.m. to noon. And if you're one of the first 50 customers, you'll get a free slider. It's open today off Lucent Boulevard in Mayberry Drive in Highlands Ranch. It's Dave's Hot Chicken. Yes,
I'm
Moj.
sitting here in this hotel right here. Wish I had a Dave's Hot Chicken right this second, man.
It is good. Like, really good.
Hey, Vic, I know you get a little bit prickly on this program. Do you like joy? Do you like to smile? Smile. Give me a smile.
Oh.
That's fake.
Oh, you don't want to see all those teeth.
Like Brett,
That
when you
was
smile, Brett, your
creepy.
smile is. You have a genuine smile.
I don't
Brett,
like my
when you,
smile.
When you smile.
I smile a lot, I'm
You
a
know,
happy guy.
I envy people that have nice smiles and have a smiley face all day. Like, I don't have that. I don't, like, they're always in a smiley pose. I don't have that.
Mhm.
I have a very nasty countenance. I don't like
Yeah,
that.
you do. I mean, you're not going to get any argument from me. The reason I
Mr.
bring
Richard.
this up, pretty much, he is. No, but yesterday I retweeted something. Some coffee shop, they sent out on their social, hey, if you come into our store dancing, we'll give you a free coffee.
I saw that.
And they set up their security cameras up in the corner. You want to just have a smile. Watching people open that door and start boogieing on their way in to get a free coffee, it's pretty damn cool.
Is there a
man.
level
It's-
of effort?
I mean,
Like, if I walked in,
no,
if I
but-
walked in, I was just doing this.
No, you got to give
Like,
it a
you
go.
got-
that
you
would
gotta,
work.
like,
Yeah,
go,
but
right?
but the commitment level of these people who wanted their free coffee was pretty significant. Anyway, in this world where we got so many problems and so much angst and anger, to watch people dance their way into it, and the first girl, she took her shoes off and moonwalk and everything. Go check it
Hey,
out, man.
let me tell you this. We know
Put a
this.
smile on your face. There's nothing wrong with that.
We know this working in radio. If we said, hey, we got to give away Vic's dirty socks that are in his hamper right now, we'll give away to the 15th caller, these phone lines would light up. There's just something about free giveaway.
I gave
thing.
away underwear
Free
at that
stuff,
remote.
yeah.
Remember that? Remember we
that's
had
right.
people.
Yeah.
Vic gave away underwear at a gas station. And then people showed up wanting it.
Willingly,
Amato,
and people wanted it.
Amato, you are so right. Vic, you have a resting blank face. You're exactly right. I don't like it either.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it.
All right.
You got some RBF.
Jeff Legwold is going to join us at 9 o'clock. Stick around. All right, Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. Hey, dudes. You know that big-time recruit in college football, Juju Lewis, who just decommitted from USC a few days ago? Well, he's going to make his announcement live on the Pat McAfee show. Guess when? 10 minutes after we get done, because that's when all news breaks. So at 10:10 this morning, he'll be on McAfee show announcing where he will go, and I think most people are assuming this is going to be a Buffs W.
If he goes, he announces today, if Juju announces CU, does that mean that Prime is going to get a new contract? How do you double this down? He would never announce CU unless he was sure Prime is staying at CU.
This is why I'm questioning that. It used to be that way.
That's a good point.
That does not matter anymore.
What's to stop him from saying, I'm coming to CU, and then 2 months from now saying, psych?
Now, what this would take off the table, I believe, if there's one thing, I think this would mean that Deion is not going pro. Because if he was going to coach the Raiders or the Cowboys, Deion's not going to leave this kid in the lurch, right? He's not going to get him to decommit from a school to join him to not be able to coach him anywhere. I think that's probably off the table. Sure. But as far as, does that mean Deion's staying in college at CU? If he coaches Florida State next year, he can just say, hop in the portal, buddy.
Well, that's what
Come
I'm saying.
with me.
He's committing not necessarily to CU. He's committing to Prime.
Get ready to learn Florida knees, buddy.
Are we in agreement
Hop
here?
in that portal, baby.
Are we in agreement here? You're committing to Prime.
Yes.
So I guess
whatever that may be, which very well could be.
Yeah,
here,
but
by
the way it works nowadays, though, can a player just follow a coach around?
Yes. Caleb
Not
Williams.
forever.
Caleb Williams did that. The
Well, why
year that
couldn't he?
Lincoln Riley transferred to USC, he left
Travis
Oklahoma,
Hunter
went to
just
USC.
did that with Prime. He went from Jackson State to CU, of course.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that if the coach, I'm thinking if the coach goes for a couple different jobs. Okay, I dig what you're saying. And Gabriel's played for how many teams in college football now? A bunch. I guess that.
Hey,
I guess it's a possibility.
Hey, listen. Now, if Juju Lewis decommits from USC and commits to Georgia, I'm scared, guys, about Deion and what he's doing in the offseason then. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but that would make me kind of nervous. Because CU's been the one that's been rumored about that he's making the decommitment to come here.
Dude, these recruiting commitments don't mean anything. You just said it.
Oh, but
what does that even mean anymore? Like, hey, sign right here. What does that mean? What is that piece of paper worth?
Nothing.
That piece of paper.
Not initially. Nothing. I'm telling you.
Mosher, I want you to sign on a piece of paper. You are committed to hosting the show next time you guys make a road trip to Philadelphia. You will not take off with Connor to go to Gettysburg. Write it down. Commit it. Put it down on paper right
I'll sign
now.
whatever you want. I'll sign whatever you want me to sign, Vic. No problem. Ain't going to be worth nothing.
I like this. I haven't heard this since high school, so I need to read this. Hey, Brett, ginger moron. God, it's been a while since I heard that one. Can you try to be more of a Buff and CP? Who's CP hater? Who's he talking about there?
I have no idea.
Coach Prime.
Oh, Coach Prime hater. Okay. Well, look, I'm not trying to be, so yeah, I probably could if I really put effort into it. I could really try.
That's a honk. Don't worry about it.
But I'm just like, is there... I don't know what I just said that could have been construed as something
You didn't
negative.
say anything bad. They're just ultra sensitive.
I have no idea what you said.
You didn't say anything bad
about anything.
I mean, the truth is this, guys. If he does, if Juju Lewis, if he does commit to CU, which would be amazing, it still doesn't necessarily mean that anything's off the table here. Okay, that's all I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't. What I think might be off the table is that Deion's not going to the professional ranks. That would be the only thing I'd take off. Because Deion does not strike me as, the Midnight Mel guy. Because say what you want about Deion, man. He cares about the kids that he brings into the program. He would not leave them in the dark if he knew something else was coming. He would not do that.
Yeah.
Like Mel Tucker recruited kids before the new transfer rules, got them to sign where they're committed to a place for at least a season, and then bounced.
And then bailed.
That's crazy disrespectful. And Deion would never do that to somebody that he's actively trying to recruit and cares about. Would never do that.
Dude, if Juju Lewis commits to CU today, and that press conference is followed up by, I don't know, I'm just making stuff up, something from Deion saying, I'm committed. Can you imagine the conversation being had here? This would be the epicenter now.
Oh.
This would, dude.
Vic,
you're
onto something here. Hold on.
Think about where we.
Well, think about where we are if on McAfee's show at 10:15, a 5-star who's decommitted from USC says, "I'm going to Boulder." Could you ever have imagined that in your entire life
And
2
then
years
Prime?
ago? No.
And then Prime follows
I
up
mean-
with his own show on Tubi saying, I'm committed to Boulder for 10 more years.
Well, if that's the case, then the Colorado Buffaloes are going to win a national championship. That's what I think.
Let me say one other thing on top of this. I mentioned this from the beginning when it was first reported that CU was going back to the Big 12. Think about this for a second. If this same CU team exists in the Big 10, because people are like, oh, I would love to go to Big 10. And I go, I don't know if you want to do that because it might be fun to get some money, but guess what? The fans don't see the money. They want the wins. They want the notoriety.
Yeah,
they want the attention.
Ask Nebraska how it's going. Ask the Corn how it's going. Ask them.
Ask USC how it's going. Their first year in the Big 10.
Ask USC how it's going. Ask UCLA.
Here's the thing. You get a Juju Lewis in this conference, why the hell shouldn't you be considered favorites? You know what I mean? Like, the Big 12 is not a behemoth. You exist right now, guys, in the NFC South, okay? You don't need to be the elite of the elite to win this conference every single year. You need to be pretty damn good. The Buffs this year are pretty damn good. Are they Georgia? Guys, if they play Georgia right now, would you pick CU to win? Because I wouldn't. No,
they're not ready yet.
Of course not.
Not at that level, but you know what? They're moving in that direction.
But you can find yourself in the dance consistently by existing here. Consistently. That's the difference. And this is why I kind of love where they're at.
You know what, Brett? I would say there are only like 8-10 teams that I wouldn't think CU could beat right now. Think about where you are.
Like you give almost no shot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about that, though. Think about how far they've come.
Yep. And God, man, I don't even know if you had to list off the teams. Georgia, I think Bama would get them. Texas. I don't even know if I'd say Ohio State, honestly. I would say probably would.
Oregon.
Probably. Oregon. There's only a few, man. There's only a few, though.
What about the Irish?
I don't know what to think of the Irish.
I think they could beat Notre Dame.
That's a flip of a coin. I have no idea.
I think they give Miami. I think they give Miami all they wanted. Maybe Tennessee. Some good teams up there, though. Some really good teams.
Can I give you guys something, by the way, before we get to Jeff Legwold? Vic, I have, I guess, turned you on to this new trend, this new thing that you initially liked for about 30 seconds, and now you can't stand.
Are you going boom?
Oh, no.
These guys are embarrassing my heritage right now.
Big Justice and AJ were at this thing. It's called AEW. Okay, so it's like an off-brand WWE wrestling thing. Okay, I don't watch this stuff, but this guy, the Boom guy, I guess was a former wrestler and he wants to get back into it. Well, he was on participating in a wrestling match on this AEW thing. And they did the pre-match interview. And it went exactly how you think it would go, because Big Justice and AJ said this.
Guys, I am back here with Big Justice and Big Boom AJ. This Saturday at Full Gear 0 Hour, you're going to be taking on QT Marshall. This is a match 20 years in the making.
Well, Renee, it may have been 20 years in the making for QT, but for me, it all started when he threw the double chunk chocolate cookies.
All right, well, be that as it may, you have not been in the ring in 20 years. Are you at all concerned of how your body's going to hold up out there?
I'm not concerned at all because I only have one strategy. It's the same strategy we have each and every day, and it's to bring the boom. But Renee, we do have a special announcement to make, because when I ring QT Marshall's bell and I power boom him right through the middle of the ring at the Prudential Center, there's only one guy we want ringing that bell. Big Justice.
My best friend, the Rizzler!
bring the boom.
Do it, Nelly.
We bring the boom. That's what we do. We bring the boom.
I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not promoting this crap. This is an embarrassment.
All right, now cut it off. I know I can't take it. I mean,
Hey, you
You know
saw what I
it
sent
shows?
you last
Hey,
week,
it
right?
Shows, it
you
shows
saw
how dumb we are as a like how dumb are people? It was cute. It was catchy. But at some point you just
I showed you the Christmas one, right? I sent the Christmas thing to you.
Uh-huh.
Well, they got the wife involved. They got the daughter involved. Everybody's booming to Christmas crap. I'd rather have the Mariah Carey earworm and 1,000 times more than this crap.
I want to find all of these just to send them to Vic, who was very excited about this for a day. And
It
now
was funny for a while.
Dude,
seeing your face whenever you hear boom is one of the funniest.
It was funny. It was funny. But now it's at the point where
I hate it.
Everybody's coming out of the woodworks to join the family, and they got let's.
You know what? Maybe we should ask Jeff Legwold what he thinks of Big Justice and AJ. What do you think
Oh,
he
my
would
God.
say? All right, Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com next.
Double chunk chocolate cookies.
And joining us as he does every Thursday, 9 o'clock, Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. Leggy, here's the situation that I think we all face. The Broncos are in a place that they haven't been in a long time, which is you have confidence entering a game against an opponent that you seem to be better than. Now, everybody makes the mistake of trap games, and you can't do that, can't overlook opponents, but just overall, is this a game that the Broncos should win in a comfortable manner, despite not beating the Raiders on the road since I think it's 2015?
Yeah, since they moved to Vegas, they haven't won in Vegas. So I guess that's always my my caveat for just saying, oh, yeah, but in some ways the Raiders defense may be worse than the Falcons. So that's what you're looking at. You know, if you go handle business and you don't turn the ball over and you don't do silly things on defense, yeah, they should win. Whether it's 1 point or comfortably, doesn't matter. You know, they just, at this point, if they could get to the bye 8-5, I think that's the ultimate, you know, the ultimate top shelf thing. But they are playing much better than the Raiders are right now. But we've seen in the past that hasn't always mattered when they go on the road there.
Leggy, some of our listeners want to see you bleed. They said you've been the vocal opponent of Bo Nix and didn't like his footwork, and now he's proving you wrong. What do you say to those listeners?
Wow, I didn't realize they were taking it so fiercely. But
yeah, I'm reading it right now. I read all these things. Trust
blood.
me, we all get hit.
No, it's you know, the footwork is still. I mean, he says he needs to work on his footwork, so I don't. You know, I'm not saying anything I haven't said to him or asked him about. He's a rookie quarterback. That's all I've said. And, you know, again, you know, what were we saying after Baltimore? What were we saying, you know, earlier in the year? This is a rookie quarterback who is going to play like a rookie sometimes. And the Broncos, you know, last week, that is one of the most disinterested defenses, you know, I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Play a game. But again, he put up a statistical line that's never been seen before by a rookie quarterback. So, you know, all you can do is talk about what you see. And last week was as good as he's played this year. And if the Broncos get a lot more of that, he'll be here a long time, and people will be wearing a lot of his jerseys.
I can't remember the last time I had this feeling, though. Even against the Raiders, and I know they've struggled against the Raiders and blah, 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 blah at times. Hey, man, they should go in there and smoke those fools. Raiders stink. It's a bad football. Reality is what it is. The Broncos are a much better football team, Jeff, and they should go in there and win by double digits. I haven't felt that way in a long time, but I am that supremely confident heading into this game. Are you?
I never get as, you know, ride the emotional wave of Moj. I don't think.
Yeah, well, I do. I ride my own wave here, baby. I'm on it right now.
Yeah,
I'm surfing.
no, you're all in all the time. But you know, again, this is a game they should handle their business. And you know, I don't necessarily like sort of grade blowouts or close games or whatever. They should just go in there and handle it. You know, they were 7-6 last year, I believe, at one point too. So, you know, they just need to show themselves really that they can go in and win these games and keep stacking them up. And then when they get to the end of the year, you're in the wild card chase. I mean, that's just all they need right now. And if they, you know, look, the defense is elite. The defense is playoff worthy. That, you know, Bo Nix had the game of his life last week, but the defense has done the heavy lifting to get them to 6-5 so far. And, you know, that gives you a chance any week to give Moj what you want, which is the blowout win against somebody you should beat. But yeah, they should beat the Raiders, and they should beat the Browns, and they should beat 8-5 at the bye if things go in, you know, in every way they want them to go.
You know what's interesting, Leggy, is the first game against the Raiders this year. The Raiders drove the ball down the field on 3 consecutive drives with a chance to go up 17-3. And what happened was PS2 took the pick six back at the goal line. The game changed. Broncos blew them out afterwards. Not only did that pick change the game, is it fair to say that that pick changed the season? Because ever since then, the Broncos have been on a nice little run here.
Yeah, I mean, that's, players like him are going to change games. They're going to change seasons. And he did. He made the play at the time they needed it the most. And it wasn't just an interception and a 3-yard return. It was an interception and change everything. But I think their defense would have been good enough eventually to sort of kick in at some point. But you're right, that play, however this turns out at the end of the year, that play will be on the list of the ones that got them there.
When you look at the defense and why they've been so successful and why this defense has found its way, is it up front, Leggy? Is it the trenches? Is it the defensive line? Because to me, it all starts there.
It is, and they got it right in a lot of ways. I mean, Zach Allen's one of the best free agent signings of the last couple of years for anybody in terms of production. And I can't tell you, I don't have the numbers specifically in front of me, but I can't remember charting a team that I covered where a defensive lineman was playing 90% of the snaps in this era. And Zach Allen has played roughly 90% of the snaps.
Aaron Donald?
Yeah, I mean, that's the level of player you're talking about with the level of intensity and consistency. And, the John Franklin Myers trade is a steal on any level. For the Jets to do that shows you why they're where they are. And, Malcolm Roach was sort of an under the radar signing when they did it, but he fits exactly what they do. And you couple all that with what I think is the best set of corners in the league and maybe the best secondary when they're healthy. So, rush and cover is all you hear defensive coaches talk about these days. Rush and cover. And if you can do both, you're going to be a good defense. And Surtain gives them the chess piece in coverages because he affects everything offenses do in the passing game simply by where he lines up on the field.
Jeff, what in the heck has gotten into Nick Bonitto? Oh, my goodness gracious. This guy is all over the place. Like, I'm looking up at least a couple of sacks every week, pressures, this and that. I don't want to say that he's emerged as an unbelievable pass rusher overnight, but boy, oh boy, is he playing the game at a high level right now.
Yeah, Moshe, he sort of gave everybody a preview last year. I mean, he was one of the advanced metrics teams use is pressures created or first pressures. Are you the first player to pressure the quarterback? And last year, Bonitto, he didn't have a ton of sacks, but he was one of the top pressure players in the league. We're talking about a guy who was in the neighborhood of Micah Parsons and Myles Garrett. Bonitto was right there last year. And I remember I wrote a story at one point earlier this year about just asking him, what do you have to do to turn those pressures into sacks type of thing? And, he just had a really good frame of mind about it. And this year he's 7th in the league in first pressures. He's ahead of Myles Garrett.
Wow.
So that tells you the company he keeps in the pass rush. But he was just really raw coming into the draft. And Oklahoma, his last year there, played the weirdest defensive scheme anybody's ever seen. They were not good on defense. So a lot of what he did got hidden before the draft. So I think some teams had a late first rounder on him. The Broncos got him in the second. But his first step and his, that proverbial bend, that flexibility in your hips and your waist, that the great ones like Von Miller have, Bonitto's got that. And you're always going to get to the quarterback if you have that early burst and that finish bend around the corner.
Okay, what about the opposite side? Because I saw this from Pro Football Focus. The Broncos lead the league in pressures forced defensively. They also lead the NFL in pressures allowed on offense. They're the best in the league at that. What happened year over year? Is it as simple as Russell's not the quarterback hanging on to the ball as much anymore? or has the offensive line just gotten better despite losing Lloyd Cushenberry?
It's probably a little of both. I mean, if you get the ball out, your pressure quotient on offense is going to be better because guys aren't going to get close when they measure that. You know, when you measure a pressure, it's what's the distance between the defender and the quarterback. And if the ball's away, obviously that distance is going to be greater. You know, Roethlisberger, when he played, always, you know, often led the league in sacks and often led the league in pressure surrendered. Didn't make him any less good. It was just the way he played. So some of it, you just look at what's going on, but they're playing. They've made investments. I mean, they spent big money on Ben Powers. They spent big money on Mike McGlinchey. They re-signed Meinerz. You know, they've invested up front in offense because I think they knew they would have a young quarterback at some point. And defensively, we just talked about it. They invested up front, and they've used draft capital. I mean, they felt so good about Jonathan Cooper, they traded Baron Browning. And I don't think, you know, a year and a half ago, any of us would have said, oh, yeah, I think that's how it's all going to play out when it's said and done. But they've invested in it, and they've gotten return on that investment.
Do the Raiders want to lose? What are they doing?
Well, you know, I don't know. You know, any team that wants a quarterback, you get to this point in the year, you always wonder if the owner's just going to say,
seriously,
you know, pull the pin.
I don't see the
White
motivation.
towel, man. Just white towel. Yeah.
You know, I think I will say, though, I think in football, it is such a painful game to play physically for each guy. I think it's really hard to just say, you know, mail it in, even if things aren't going well, because you can not only get injured, you can get really injured.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just always think that's the toughest thing about I've said a long time, there's few things more difficult to watch in a locker room than pro football gone bad. And it's a tough walk down the final stretch of the season when it ain't going right.
Hey, I know that you work obviously closely with the Hall of Fame and all that. I never heard the results. Whatever happened to the Mike Shanahan and the coaches vote and all that stuff from the other day?
Nobody knows. I mean, I think they'll release all the results of the seniors, the contributor, and the coaches finalists all at the same time in a couple weeks.
Gotcha.
Two quick.
Mike's got to get in. He's got to be there. I
will say this. I mean, yes, Mike Shanahan, by God, is a Hall of Fame, should have a gold jacket. But, you know, all of those guys, there are people in those cities who feel just the way you do. So it's a passionate thing. He's getting in. It's just a matter of when.
Two quick things here, just 30 seconds apiece. Number one, both of these on the coaching subject. Everybody acknowledges that Peyton's doing a better coaching job this year than last year. Why is that to you?
I think, you know, I don't know if it was the year out, but I think some of his game management last year was a little choppy, and even he said it at the end of the year. So I think they addressed that. And I think this a little bit of a younger team. He would rarely have a roster this young with this many first and second year guys playing in New Orleans. Didn't happen very often. He routinely had one of the oldest teams in the league year after year. And I think he's adjusted to that. I think he likes it. And I think it shows. And he has made concessions for Bo Nix. They run far more play action now than he ever did in New Orleans. And I think that's part of getting Nix more comfortable.
Second thing, just quickly, and then we'll let you go. Deion Sanders, Cowboys, Raiders, is that real or is that happy media fun talk?
You know, I think when I ask people in the league right now, they think it's more happy media fun talk. But I'm not sure anyone can honestly say they know exactly what Deion would do. I mean, he's not going to be able to control where Shedeur goes unless they're willing just to say he won't start his career until he gets to sit out long enough to be on the right team. I mean, Bo Jackson did it, but he had baseball. He didn't want to go to the Buccaneers, and he didn't. And he ended up at the Raiders the next year.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every single week on Thursdays. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
All Conversations with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Let's go back out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Go ahead, Vic.
Wonderful article in The Athletic. If you haven't read it yesterday morning, Tony Jones, who does a great job did an interview with Jamal Murray, and something I have not seen in quite some time, because when you speak to Jamal Murray, if there's one thing we've learned in the media, that man just drips confidence. He is a confident human being. So to show some accountability and maybe a little bit of, wow, there is something I need to work on. It was very intriguing to read, and we welcome Tony Jones to the program right now. Tony, what's up, buddy?
What's up? Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
I appreciate the article. First of all, did you talk to him after that second Memphis game? When did this interview take place that we're going to reference here?
It took place after the first Memphis game. It took place shoot around the morning of the second game.
Okay. So at that point, we were asking a lot of questions about Jamal Murray. And they were obvious questions. What happened to his game? Why isn't he averaging the numbers he should be averaging? When you approached him, was it when you say he took accountability, was he just an open book there, or was it a little difficult to make that interview happen?
Well, the thing about Jamal, I mean, he's never completely an open book. So, I took, I asked him if he wanted to talk. He said that he was fine with talking. And, I just kind of dived right in and I think, my first question was on the lines of, do you think you're not playing well? And the thing about Jamal, you can't lead him. He's a really, really, really smart guy.
Yeah.
So, either he's going to talk about it or he's not. And, for whatever reason, that day he decided, to talk about it. And, when he does decide to talk, I mean, in my experience, Jamal's one of the most charismatic and eloquent guys that I've ever dealt with as a reporter. So, I think that, on some levels he wanted to get some stuff out there. I know that, a lot of the stuff that he talked about in the article was stuff that he hadn't talked about up to that point, particularly, his performance in the Olympics. But, Jamal is a guy that, I think that he's, very self-aware. I think he's very guarded, but he's also very self-aware. And, and I think he realized that he wasn't playing well. And I think that he realized, that, especially without Nikola Jokic on the floor, I think he realized that some stuff fell to him. And, especially in that first Memphis game, he didn't really deliver on the level that he wanted to.
What do you consider Tony Jamal to be in the league as far as point guards, kind of where he ranks? Like, what is he to you?
Well, I mean, at his ceiling, I mean, he's, it's funny because, he's never made an all-star team. Obviously, he's never made an all-NBA team. But I think that, at his ceiling, he's an all-NBA level player. It's one of the things I talked about in the story. The level that he reached in 2023 is frankly, to me, is the reason why Denver won the championship. Once, because you know what you're going to get from Nikola Jokic. You know that you're going to get the brilliance of, a guy who's at the level of being the best player in the world. But when Jamal Murray plays at a level at an all-NBA level, and you have that second guy that plays at that kind of ceiling, that raises Denver's ceiling as a team. And, when Jamal got to that level in 2023, he obviously got to that level in the bubble, and that's one of the things that precipitated a Western Conference Finals run. The Nuggets are as good as any team in the league, and they have as good a chance as any team in the league to win a championship. When Jamal is playing like just another guy, then too much of the pendulum falls on Nikola to be brilliant, and that's when Denver typically comes up short. So, I've seen him get to a level that nobody else can do anything with him. I saw him outplay LeBron James and Anthony Davis in the series. So he's got it in him to be one of the better players in the league, even if it's for short bursts. And, if Denver's going to get back to the level that it wants to get back to, they need Jamal to get to that level and stay and be at that level consistently.
And Tony, maybe that's why, it's so noticeable, is because we've all seen him be so dang good, right? And nobody's asking, nobody's saying, hey, you gotta do that every single night, but the drop off becomes noticeable, especially when it's prolonged. Did he intimate to you at all what the issue might be, or is it just, hey, I know it's not there and I need to fix it?
Yeah, I thought, he said something that was kind of, enlightening. In terms of, this is, it was, a mental thing. And, I think that's one of the reasons why you saw him play as well in the second Memphis game, as to the first Memphis game. I don't think that, he mentally prepared himself to be aggressive enough on Sunday in the first Memphis game. And it showed. And I thought in the second Memphis game, especially, because we talked before, hours before that game, and he said, it's all about, how I mentally prepare, being a little bit more aggressive, knowing that we're not going to have Nikola. And he went out and he had one of his best games of the season, and he was aggressive.
Really good game.
Yeah, and it wasn't, just the scoring. It was, getting into the paint off the dribble, consistently touching the paint, consistently bending a defense, creating a basketball advantage that leaked down to the other guys. And what you saw in the second Memphis game was, there were a lot more open shots for Christian Brown and Peyton Watson and Julian Strawther than there were in the first Memphis game. And that's, primarily because, Jamal was so aggressive in terms of getting into the paint and creating basketball advantage and creating gravity that it kind of trickled down to the other guys.
Tony, you've been around the team for a long time. Are the Nuggets, do you think that they're good enough right now to compete for a title, or do they have to add more to this roster?
Well, I think they're good enough at the apex. I don't know that they're deep enough. That's the question. And, I think that they have as good a five as there is in the league, especially when, Nikola's in uniform and Aaron Gordon is healthy. I think that, Russell Westbrook has been better than people give him credit for, especially for the group. I think that, Julian Strawther has gotten to the point where he is a really, really, really good seventh guy. He has to prove that in the playoffs. But I think that there are 7 guys. The problem is when the Nuggets won a championship in 2023, there were 9 guys, right? There was the starting 5, and, Christian Brown was there, and Bruce Brown was there, and Jeff Green was there. I mean, there were 8 or 9 guys that could be counted on at a playoff level. So the question for me is, can the depth be prevalent enough during the regular season to keep these guys as relatively fresh as possible, so that they, that the legs are relatively fresh enough in the playoffs to get through 4 playoff series. Last year, that answer was no. Mm-hmm. And you saw what happened in Game 7 of Round 2. And, and I think that a lot of that was because, the starters had to exert themselves way too much in January and February as opposed to in 2023 when everybody just kind of cruised. The team kind of took March off, and, everybody is kind of like setting your rotation in baseball, right? And, and not having to go too far into the bullpen. So, I think that, this is one of the best starting 5s, if not the best starting 5s in the league. I think that there are 2 guys off the bench that you can potentially count on in playoff situations. Who's going to step up and provide depth beyond that? That's my big question for the Nuggets this season.
It's Tony Jones at The Athletic. Catch all of his stuff over at The Athletic. We really appreciate the time this morning. Thank you so much, Tony.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Good stuff, Anthony. I teased him because he's in my my contacts as Anthony. I go, what? I can't find your number, and it was under Anthony instead of Tony.
Yep. Do you have that problem with a lot of your relatives?
There's
a
too
lot
many
of
Anthonys.
A lot of Anthonys that turn into Tonys.
A lot of Anthonys over there.
How many Michaels?
A few.
But that's good stuff. And
one Mark with the C. One.
The rarity is hearing that Jamal was unconfident or for whatever reason.
Well, that's the whole story here.
Yeah.
This is a man who his mental welfare is never to be doubted because I've never seen anybody like that, right? Because he'll take the clutch shot. He's not afraid. He's never afraid of the moment.
And even when he was struggling in the playoffs, he still took the clutch shot and
Exactly.
hit it.
So to know that player who we've come to learn is the most courageous player when it comes to that stuff showed a sense of vulnerability.
Yeah.
That's the story here.
Yep.
And I think that's an important step. It's okay. It happens to
And what's
all
cool-
of them. Happens to the best of them.
But Vic, what's cool about it is he does the interview with Tony, and then that night he goes out and shoots 50% from the floor and from three-point range and puts up 27 and kicks a major butt. I mean, that's a good thing to see. These like, all right, enough of this crap. Let's go. Austin writes in, did Moshe just say Jamal isn't expected to do that every night? No, he's not expected to be bubble Jamal every night where he's going crazy for 37 or, whatever the case may be. He doesn't need that, but he needs that consistency. He can't go 27 points one night and then be, 3 of 14 from the floor the next night. You can't do that. You can't win that way.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Moj, I want to get to the Avs game in just a second, but something that happened last night. Have you seen this happen before?
Looks like we got a wrong lineup issue.
Oh, boy.
My ace analyst, Chandler Stevenson, gave me a little tip right here to my right, and so I love being right here. So it's a lineup issue.
Nashville has a minor penalty for starting the incorrect lineup. Number 91 was supposed to start instead of number 9.
So it was written down wrong. Number 91 was written down instead of number 9.
So Nashville starts the game on the PK because they entered the incorrect lineup.
I have, again, Brett, if you're around this game long enough, you'll see things you've never seen before, like matching minors for too many men on the ice, that kind of thing. I have never in my entire life ever seen that.
The hell is that?
So they
Not
forgot
once.
so what they're saying is they forgot to write the 91 instead they said 9 on the sheet.
Correct.
Are we really doing this?
I don't know, man. What if you submit an incorrect lineup in baseball? What's the penalty?
There is, I forget what the actual penalty
there is a penalty.
There is a penalty.
I've seen
for
that
it, though.
happen before.
I mean, I say penalty, but I mean, what's the penalty to the team? What you start with an out? I mean, is it
No,
is it
no,
an
no,
auto,
there's
the
something.
the leadoff man is an automatic out or something?
I've
or?
seen this. I've seen where oh man, what is the penalty in baseball? Because they're very particular about their lineups. They can't be wrong. A guy can't play if he's not in the lineup. He can't play.
So I think if if I remember right, if you bat out of order, if some guy thinks he's on deck and he was actually in the hole and he steps up to the plate in the wrong order, I think that guy's out.
Right. That's an automatic out. That's correct. If you bat out of order, it's an automatic out. I guess it was Jessica Campbell, the assistant coach for the Kraken, who goes, hey, whoa. That ain't what I got. The dudes out there ain't what I got, and they call yep.
There's repercussions.
I've never, Vic, and again, the Predators got shut out. That's kind of the way their season is going in Seattle. I've never, ever seen that in my entire life, ever.
So
Nope.
you're telling me that there are things happen when you don't follow the schedule. So what happens, for example, out of the blue, what if you're scheduled not to work on a Tuesday and then you show up in the middle of the show and want to work?
That was actually a Wednesday, which was kind of interesting. You know what I mean? So maybe you're on Tuesdays. It's entirely acceptable to just take the day off and see some stuff. On Wednesdays, when you're not supposed to work, but you decide to jump and do the show anyway, you get an extra day off somewhere down the line, like around Christmas or something like that. Yeah.
So a texter says,
That's-
by the
that's
way,
how-
if you miss on your scorecard, you lose the match. Okay, yeah. Golf's different.
They don't do that, but they don't do that anymore. Who was it? It was Tony. Who was Was it Champagne Tony Lima who signed? No, who signed the incorrect
DiVincenzo.
scorecard at the Masters?
Back in the day.
Yeah, Roberto DiVincenzo,
Yeah.
correct. He signed an incorrect scorecard and lost the Masters. But they don't. The golf took that rule away, which is good. It's just that's kind of crazy, isn't it?
You still can't sign an incorrect scorecard.
No, you can't. I mean, you're allowed to correct it. You're not automatically, when you hand it in, they don't automatically DQ you anymore.
I mean, when you give me your scorecard and you got 7 mulligans on the last 5 holes,
Oh, my butt. My butt. My backside. My behind.
I can't find
Kaner,
what the penalty
tell
is
him.
in baseball. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find what the penalty, because I'm curious. If
Well, don't they go to the plate and they go to the plate and they submit their lineup? This is my lineup, and the other manager comes over. This is my lineup, right? You give it to the home plate umpire. These are our lineups.
I think players out of the game. If you're out of the bat, if your lineup is not correct, you cannot play that player.
Well, you maybe. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure this out. Like, especially in the way that they did it. Like, I wonder if the MLB would just let them slide, and they would just say, you know what? It's okay.
You know, these clerical errors, it's hilarious to me in sports. Like, again, that's obviously a clerical error, and it results in a penalty.
A 2-minute minor.
It's hilarious.
Like
Why
Tovar's
is
number
baseball
14.
the only?
Tovar's number 14. If you put him in the lineup card and you say 15 instead of 14, I don't think anything happens. I think they say just change that.
You're out.
Do they?
No.
Do they boot them out of the game? Hell if I know. I have no idea.
Well, here's the thing. Why is baseball the only sport where once a guy's out, he can't come back in? Why is that?
Well, it's a case in soccer.
conviction.
In soccer, once you're subbed out, you're done.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right. My bad. You're right. Soccer's the same way. My bad. It's about what, Brett?
It's about having some conviction. You want to take a guy out, he's out.
I think it's lame.
So, but what are you saying, Moj? That if you got some guy who's a really good fielder but can't hit, like old school Omar Vizquel, that you should be able to pinch hit somebody for him every single time that he comes up to the plate? That's stupid.
Then what's the point? Yeah, play your position, dude.
Absolutely.
Wait, old school rules guy, bring Maris's recordback.com or whatever the hell that was called, is saying you should be able to reinsert players been taken out of the lineup in
Soft.
baseball? You are soft.
SAWFT.
Hey, man, if I want to pinch hit for a guy in the 3rd and then bring him back in the 7th to hit the long ball, I should be able to do that.
What, that the guy becomes the, what's the position in volleyball? Is it libero? Is that what they call him? Like
Yeah,
that never serves but always plays the other positions? You want that in baseball?
Libero? Is that what they call it?
I think it's a libero.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Libero, what'd you say?
Libero, libero.
Hey, get some culture in your life, Moj.
Dude,
I am
learn
fluent.
other sports.
I like Vic fluent in volleyball.
Open up.
You're
up your
fluent in
mind.
hockey volleyball.
Hockey volleyball, that's right.
Jeez.
A defensive specialist in volleyball who plays in the back row and is responsible for keeping the ball in play.
Wow.
Sounds
Sounds like
didn't
I
know
was
that.
right.
Should have got my Chris Marlowe on, man. Yeah, you are right. I have no idea.
Anywho, 303-504-0925.
You just sit back there and get all Scott Sterling. They just spike the ball to the back of the court and they nail you. Is that your job?
Your job's just to set people up, man.
Another scoring orgy.
Give them a nice little bump on the back end. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you do. All right. So when we come back, we'll get to a fact check. I want to preview this Avs Caps game. 5 o'clock puck drop tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 next. Circa Sports available in Colorado, and you should download that app. And I would suggest, take a look at some of the long shot stuff. Why not some futures odds? You think the Broncos are on a little bit of a run right now and that will continue? Well, guess what? You want to bet on them to win the AFC Championship, be the AFC representative in the Super Bowl? They're plus 3,500 right now on the Circa Sportsbook. So download the app. You can take a look at that. So much more. Thursday Night Football tonight. You got the Avs minus 134 on the money line. Download the app, Circa Sports, right now, or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Five o'clock puck drop tonight. You can hear the game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame at 4:30.
I have a trivia question.
The Avs are a favorite in this game, by the way, which is interesting to me.
Is that the Ovi out factor?
I think it is. I think it has to be. The guy accounted, Vic, he's leading the National Hockey League in goals. I mean, he accounts for, probably 20% of their offense. It's a big loss for them, that's for sure. But but an opportunity for the Avs to offer up some payback.
I got a trivia question for you. When's the last time Kreckman and Lindahl had a full show?
I know.
They've
These
been
guys are such
off
lazy
like
lineup
crazy.
beings. I mean, come on, man.
But
Still stealing?
You can hang out with Kreckman and Lindahl as I'll be at Stoney's for Thursday Night Football. They'll be there from 3 to 4:30. Steelers-Browns tonight on Thursday Night Football.
Is Kreckman done? Okay, he's at Stoney's then hanging out. Is Kreckman done reproducing, you think?
How would I know?
Okay.
I've got a trivia question for you guys.
Well, the reason I ask is because he takes he's off for what, 6 months?
Go ahead,
This
Vic.
should count.
Go ahead.
Bo Nix named Rookie of the Week yet again. Okay.
So on top of Offensive Player of the Week?
On top of Player of the Week.
Yeah.
Player of the Week. He's Rookie of the Week for the second time this season. Name the last Denver Bronco rookie to win multiple Rookie of the Week.
Could it be on offense or defense?
Name the last Denver Bronco rookie to win multiple Rookies of the Week.
Demaryius Thomas.
Nope.
Philip Lindsay.
Nope.
Terrell Davis.
Nope.
Hang on. Wait. Just hold on a second.
Von Miller.
Tim Tebow.
Tim Richard Tebow.
Boom.
You're kidding me.
2010.
What?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
I thought
I'm not.
Philip Lindsay was a good guess, by the way. Had a couple nice weeks.
Yeah.
Should have known it was a quarterback, though.
Tim Richard Tebow did it.
What weeks were those for Tebow? I'd like to see what those numbers were for him.
Let's see. I'll tell you what weeks they were. They were Tim Tebow weeks 10 and 16.
All right, hang on. I'll look it up. 10 and
Yeah.
16 in 2010. All right. Because it couldn't be a game in which he had 57 passing yards but has one last drive.
No,
to win
that
the
was
game.
the year before Tebow Mania became a thing. He didn't take over at that point in 2010.
All right. What in the... Are you kidding me? Because the last thing that he played was tight end for Jacksonville, all they have is receiving numbers. They don't have passing numbers. All right, hang on. Now I got to look up something else. By the way, that was weird. I went to his game logs, and here's what they have for his game logs. 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2021. Because remember, he came back for a second on Urban Meyer's team?
Yep.
He did?
You don't remember that?
That's right, he did.
Urban Meyer's team in Jacksonville. He came back as a tight end. I don't think he made the final roster, but he was on it for a minute.
All right, I've got it in front of me.
Okay, go ahead.
What weeks did I say? Week 10?
10 and 16, I believe. You had the number.
What the hell did he do that was so special? He completed
I
one
should have
pass
taken this.
here.
I should have taken today off too. Clearly, I should have. What are you doing to me right now? I'm just sitting here with my teeth in my mouth while you two challenge the internet. Okay, that's what I'm going to do.
No, but this is what I'm asking. Like, did he have some sort of standout game that I'm unaware of? So,
well, it wasn't almost 400 yard passing and 4 touches. I can promise you that.
Wait, everybody stop. You said week 10?
That's what it says right here.
He was 1 of 1 for 3 yards and a touchdown.
I know. I'm
and
looking
he
at the
had-
same thing.
He had 2 rushing yards and a touchdown.
I know. What are the standards for Rookie of the Week?
That can't be real. This is fake. Vic, you got duped.
It's a press release given to me by the Denver Broncos.
Read it again. 2010.
I'm going to read it one more time to you. Nix is the first Bronco to win multiple NFL Rookie of the Week accolades in the same season since quarterback Tim Tebow, week 10 and 16 in 2010.
What the hell happened in week 10? Did nobody play?
Well, he scored 2 touchdowns, right? He threw one through the air and one on the ground. Maybe
He had 5 total yards in the game.
He had 1 completion.
Bro, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
Were all the other rookies dead?
Did he take a punt back for a touchdown? Did I miss something?
He rushed it twice.
For 2 yards.
Listen, to this, for 2 yards. He threw it once. Did he wear nice clothes? I don't know. They beat Kansas City that day 49-29.
Hang on.
Okay. What about week 16? What do you do then? What happened in week 16?
No, see, now I'm going to go down a rabbit hole. I need to find out what other rookies did in Week 10. I must. If 5 total yards,
but not.
I think everybody took
do it
the
on
day
your own
off.
time.
Every
Do it on
other
your own
NFL
time.
rookie took that week off.
Hey, Moser, I don't know if you know this. This is a sports show. This is my own time.
Yeah.
This is what we should be doing.
The listeners will suffer with us. You will
Okay,
suffer this rabbit hole with us.
People want to listen to you tap dance until you dig into a rabbit hole of what every rookie did in Week 10 of the NFL back in 2010.
And I'm not even gonna touch this in fact checker. This is your hump. I'm leaving this to you guys.
Yeah.
This is what you get for tuning in
Ain't
at
my
this time.
hump.
You have to suffer with us as we research how on earth one completion, one attempt gets Rookie of the Week.
So
you have to suffer.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Here's what they basically did. Was somebody breathing who was a rookie on the offensive side this week? Because if he was, he gets the award. Oh, okay. Tebow was. Perfect.
But how is that possible that no other rookie in the National Football League that Week 10 could do better than those numbers?
I still don't believe you. I don't believe this is real. I think they messed it up. You know what? They're capable of mistakes. Anyway, you know what Bo Nix didn't do this past week to earn Rookie of the Week honors? Throw 3 yards. He accomplished that, I think, with his first throw of the game, actually. All right, so Moshe, just again quickly, we have Avs and Caps tonight. I know there's no Ovechkin, so you aren't on Gretzky watch tonight. But you're right, the Avs are favorites. And you know what? I look at the Circus Sportsbook every single day, and the Avs have been favorites, like, repeatedly, ever since Val and Druin got in the lineup especially. By the way, Georgiev is working. Bednar told us that. Is there a chance that we see him in net tonight?
I don't know the answer to that yet because it was only both goalies were on the ice, but it was only a partial cast of characters out there. It was an optional skate today, so there you go. But listen, I mean, I with what Bednar said to us yesterday, how these guys are, you can see it every game. The guys coming back are starting to ramp up. Listen, Val's hands are going to get there, right? Druin's hands, I mean, they're going to get there pretty darn fast because you have to get in the games and the speed of the actual games to get all that cranked back up to where it needs to be. So I think they're in pretty good shape, you know. And, again, they had to have that win against Philly because not going to be easy tonight. And then you've got Florida and Tampa to round this thing out. And we know those are two pretty damn good hockey clubs.
All right,
What are you laughing at?
Because I'm reading the text line.
Somebody goes, what are you guys freaking out about? You know, it's a rookie. Maybe all the other rookies sucked that week. You mean to tell me no other rookies could produce more than one pass, one catch?
5 yards.
Come on.
That's not all rookies. You're telling me there wasn't a single rookie that had like a 15-yard run for a touchdown that could have made his case. Texture says this, and I actually agree with him. Ty on the text line. I just want to rewatch that game now. I do too. I want to see what was so special about those two plays.
No other rookie could fog a mirror that morning?
I mean, goodness gracious. All right. So, Nelly, let's get to a fact checker. Get me off this.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
First, here's an appetizer. So Coach Sanford just popped on the Zoom to make sure they're all connected down there at Dave's Hot Chicken, and he greeted us with the right finger. We got 2 thumbs up.
Yeah, the thumbs.
Yay,
Much
that's
better.
a good one.
So
Good job, Coach.
Coach is nothing if not coachable. Now, for the actual fact checker, earlier we had Danny Cannell on, and Vic, you asked him about his time playing with the Broncos, and he told us about the quarterbacks that he was the second string for. So he told this story about his last year with the Broncos when he was backing up Jake Plummer.
My last year there, I still give Jake a hard time about this. He took every single snap of the entire season. Didn't give me one chance to come in, and even just get some scrub time to at least try to impress, put something down on tape. So I was done after that. First time I think in franchise history it had been done.
That actually is correct. That was the first season in Broncos franchise history that a quarterback took every single snap on offense.
That's amazing.
Well,
I'm
not
sorry.
2010 because
stop,
Tebow
stop.
took a snap and won Rookie of the Week.
Texture, what did that texture say, Vic? Did the texture say, "Hey, what's the big deal? It's rookies, right?"
Yeah.
I got a stat for you because I looked this up.
Yeah.
The week that Tim Tebow won AFC Offensive Rookie of the Week, Week 10 of 2010, he had 5 total yards and 2 touchdowns. Rob Gronkowski, who was a rookie that season for the New England Patriots, had 5 catches for 72 yards and 3 TDs. And Tebow won over him that exact same week.
That's jacked up.
That is jacked up. What is that? Blown away. Blown away. You know what? I'll tell you what. Sign me for a 10-day contract, Broncos. Let me throw 2 passes. And then hand me that Rookie of the Week award, and I'll cherish it forever. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. We got, look, you got the signage behind Sanford, too. Coach Sanford and Raj out at Dave's Hot Chicken. Their opening day at Dave's Hot Chicken. So go and say hi to them. It's off Lucent Boulevard, Mayberry Drive, and Highlands Ranch. You guys have a wonderful Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Live from the brand new Dave's Hot Chicken in Highlands Ranch, the Morning Sprint, Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford. Make sure you guys get on out here. It's their soft opening, the grand opening tomorrow, but we're giving away for the first 50 customers that show up today and come say hi to myself and Coach. The first 50 are walking away with free sliders. We'll be here all day up until about all show rather, up until about 12 or 12:30 off of Highlands Ranch and Lucent down here down south. So if you're in the area, stop by, come say hi to us as we get into the morning sprint today, where we're going to turn the page, Coach, to Raider Week. Can you finally get your first win in Las Vegas? And this is the week where it should happen. It's a craptastic team with a craptastic defense and, well, one good player, because Max Crosby isn't Max Crosbying right now.
He is not. Six and a half sacks on the season, well short of our own Nick Benito, who had that on their bingo card when the year started. Well, here we are. First off, before we get started with the hated Las Vegas Raiders, come down to Dave's Hot Chicken, and we are giving out, like you said, 50 sliders to the first 50 customers that come and say what's up to us. But more than that, we're giving out unlimited free high fives. Raj and Coach Sanford, we're giving out free high fives. Come on down, and we can spread the hatred for the Las Vegas Raiders together with a very violent high five. These Raiders are terrible, Raj. They are right now terrible. In fact, I think they're terrible almost by design. And there are some things that have been happening and some tea leaves that are out there with some podcasts where you got to start wondering, is the tank for Shedeur, suck for Shedeur kind of moment starting to take fold in Las Vegas?
They're certainly not the only team that's going to be going down that route. Like the New York Giants could be going there with playing Tommy DeVito instead of Drew Lock starting this week. And if you guys heard Drew Lock's comments yesterday from Giants practice, he is not thrilled. Did you see his
body language? The
body language, and people are asking me, he shares a locker with DeVito. He's right next to DeVito. All the quarterbacks in New York are right next to each other, as is tradition in a room. And he's going, I wouldn't have signed here had I not been the number 2. The organization told me from the onset I was going to be the number 2. Locke gets blindsided. They throw DeVito in. And what that tells me, I know I was joking about it yesterday with the Italian-American thing with their fan base, New York doesn't want to win football games, and Drew Lock gives them a greater chance to win football games. Oh, I think it's insane.
Drew Lock's not a good he's not a good football player. He's not a good football player.
He gives you a better chance to win than Tommy DeVito is. He's an
absolute unmitigated disaster, and from what I've heard in the coaching circles, it's not his physical attributes. It's what's between the ears, because he's got the physical attributes. He's a tremendous athlete, tremendous arm talent. He is very immature, even at this stage of his career. Had a little bit of a resuscitation in Seattle.
So were those comments immature?
By whom?
By Locke.
I don't care about what the comments are. They're public. I care about what I've heard through people that coach in places that Drew Lock has played. There is an unmeasurable level of immaturity and pettiness that Drew Lock has, and there's a reason that Tommy DeVito may give a better chance to the Giants. And don't think for a second that Joe Shane, the general manager, and Brian Daboll aren't coaching and managing for their football lives right now.
I feel like Daboll's got an extra shot in there. I don't know if Daboll's head is on the chopping block in terms of like the hottest seats in the world right now, because I think you can look at the situation in New York and go, you saddled yourself with Daniel Jones in a bad contract. The GM is a completely different conversation, but from a head coaching standpoint, I can look at Daboll and go, all right, we're going to give you one more shot with a drafted quarterback this year. I think the play is they've got DeVito in there. I think that his ceiling is far lower than what Drew Lock's can be. Therefore, you play that guy, he loses games, and you go, well, we don't have a quarterback in town, so we get to move up. We can draft whoever we want. We can trade to the number 1 pick if we want Sanders that way. All of this to come back around, and we will get into a lot of Deion conversation because of what's been said on podcasts, on his own Tubi show with Michael Irvin and everything, about whether or not he is going to make the jump from CU to the NFL. There's other Colorado news that's coming up in about 4 to 10 minutes from right now on the Pat McAfee show.
It'll get dragged out. It'll end up being about 12 minutes from now. It's supposed to be at 10:10 Mountain Time. Would it be 12:10 Eastern Time that he's going to drop the announcement? Juju Lewis, the 4-star quarterback on 247.
Not a 5-star.
He is 5-star in some of it. I don't know if it's on 3. Probably not, because on 3 hates Coach Prime and the Buffs. Probably it'd be Rivals.com 5 stars, what I'm guessing, because his comp is a, when you take all of the different scouting services and add them together, he's right around a 4+ star type of a talent. 247, I actually spoke with several people this morning. The expectation, and you heard it here first, is that Juju Lewis will absolutely commit to Colorado today. And there is some talk that you commit right now knowing that there is absolutely nothing binding insofar as Coach Prime does indeed go the NFL route, and we don't know, but he certainly is teasing it a little bit.
Without a doubt.
His people are certainly getting it out into the open space, and I just follow the tea leaves here that Coach Prime said that he will go the way of Archie Manning, in having a say in where his son ends up, and this is part of it. And this is part of another bigger picture, and I can't wait to talk about all the things that have come up over the last 72 hours with regards to Coach Prime in the NFL.
That Juju Lewis news, again, coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes from right now on the Pat McAfee Show. We will get confirmation on whether or not he's going to flip. He has already decoded from USC whether or not he's going to flip to Colorado. There's other teams in the running like Auburn. He did visit Georgia last week as well. This is the highest-rated passer that's still on the market as of today. 6 foot, 190 pounds, dual threat, but doesn't really use his legs all that much to score. Really good thrower of the football, but he is also the youngest quarterback in that class as a 4 or a 5-star.
Is he a 16-year-old?
He turned 17
just recently.
Yeah,
at the started the season off. Yeah, I think he might have been like during the training camp of his high school season. The Carrollton Trojans of Carrollton, Georgia. I've been there and recruited that school before in my lifetime. Scouting report on him is. To say that he is immediately the next Shedeur Sanders would be the biggest overselling of a player. But he is a tremendous talent. He is a bit of a can't-miss college starter. The NFL aspects on him, it's so early to say either way. Young men grow. I did get a little bit of intel because for me, it's not about who's offered a player. It's about the size of the bag. And I asked some people in the world of 247 Scout and all those people, was there a significant real bag given to him by the Georgia Bulldogs? And the answer by 3 people was no. So that tells you a little bit. He is going to be committing to CU today.
We'll get back into that in just a little bit, but as we turn the page to Raider Week, Coach, there is one thing that you have to worry about with the Raiders, and that is rookie tight end Brock Bowers. 70 receptions is second in the league. 706 yards is 10th in the league. No, that's not just tight ends. That's all players overall. He's only got 3 touchdown receptions this year, which is 5th league-wide among tight ends, but he is coming off the best game of his career against the Dolphins. He had 13 catches, which is the most ever in a game by a rookie tight end. He had 126 yards, which is his season/career high this year, and a touchdown. He has been unbelievable. It's not just the fact that he's able to get open downfield. Do you know he's 7th league-wide in yard after catch?
He is, and that is not just tight ends, to be clear. That includes running backs. That's including Saquon Barkley as a screen runner. Right, like he's in that conversation. He is having a tremendous season. He is the offense right now for the Raiders. I looked at the injury report yesterday, and of course, Zamir White is back on the injury report. Did not practice yesterday. Alexander Madison, the Boise State running back, did not practice yesterday. No Devontae Adams. Jacoby Myers has been kind of hit and miss as the season's progressed. The Raiders are not good right now in any analytical category that you could find. As much as we have pencil whipped our listeners with analytics regarding Bo Nix, you cannot cite one positive right now for the Las Vegas Raiders.
No, you can't. And losing Zamir White again to an injury list is not helpful for they're the worst statistical rushing team in the National Football League. They are worse than the Cowboys. They are worse than the Browns. They are worse than the Jets are this year, which has been a disappointing year for that backfield. That 2 years ago, you looked at Breece Hall and you went, that might be the best running back in the league. There's not a particular point of this team that you look at and you go, I'm terrified. And I suppose that's thin ice to stand on when you've seen what Max Crosby has done to the Broncos in recent years. But that dude's got 1 sack in 4 games. They have not been able to get to the quarterback as of late. And if you take away the teeth out of that defense, which was originally going to be the pass rush, they become very beatable. And where they're beatable, it's not necessarily through the air. So I think you should pump your brakes when you're looking for back-to-back Bo Nix big games. I think you pump your brakes this week because where you can beat Vegas is chunk plays on the ground. And you know what the Broncos haven't proven yet this year? That you can get chunk plays on the ground in a consistent manner.
Certainly.
I'm waiting for that.
Certainly without the consistency piece is 100% accurate, Raj. And, I look at this team, you look at the Raiders, and this is a franchise that, it was what, 8-10 months ago? You had Josh Jacobs as your running back, arguably certainly a top 5 running back, led the NFL in rushing, 2 seasons ago. You had Devontae Adams, who even to this day you'll hear Justin Jefferson call him number 1 receiver in the NFL, which I do disagree with. I think there's a bit of just giving respect to somebody that you looked up to in your journey.
It's been a couple of years since he's been the best receiver in the league.
And then you had a dynamic duo of tight ends between Brock Bowers, who's playing at an all-world level this year, and yes, fishing for cards on the Safeway Twitch feed. Did any of those catches come in garbage time? Absolutely. Their whole season has been garbage time, so that you do have to take that into account. But then the other tight end who came back from a little bit of personal time, it was a long bout with some personal reasons that he missed, was solely because is Michael Mayer. He decided to come back, and he is a big physical tight end that can make plays as well. So that tandem is probably the only thing that gives me pause, is Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers. They have 2 tight ends that can do it.
Who gets the Bowers assignment this week?
Wow.
And what is the best way? What is the best way to cover him from a scheme standpoint?
Yeah, you don't want to give him zone openings. So playing a ton of zone coverage and keeping a lid on it, I don't like because of his ability to catch the ball in open space and take off and run. Did we just get some news that Juju is going to be a buff? Would you like to do it?
Yeah, that's breaking news on the Pat McAfee show.
Did I break it first, though?
I thought you previewed it.
Yeah, I was pretty firm. I was pretty firm in my knowledge of what was going to happen.
I think it was a foregone conclusion that this was going to happen. The best available quarterback on the market right now, Juju Lewis, has decode from USC and announces on the Pat McAfee show just minutes ago that he will be verbally committing to Deion Sanders and the CU Buffs.
Yeah, this is a tremendous get for Coach Prime and for the Buffs. He's a very accurate passer, athletic enough to make things happen when the play does break down. You got to think about this. Rewind to 2022. I'm the interim head coach. Is there any chance that I would have flipped a USC commit quarterback to go be a CU Buff? Probably not.
Don't sell yourself short. Come on now.
The bags were a little different then. Okay, the NIL piggy bank did
not exist.
I would log in, with my Face ID password and check how much was in there, and it wasn't good. It was like it was similar to that of a Radio Man. You look in, you're like, God, it's not good in there.
The app. You ever heard the app Acorns?
Oh yes, I have heard of it. I've never used it.
All right, so what it does is it will round up to the nearest dollar. So like if you got 14 cents from a $7 purchase, it will round up to that next dollar, and it'll take the 14 cents and it will throw it into like a mutual fund or a stock of this algorithm's choice. You were working on the Acorns version of NIL.
Correct. It maybe even the app wouldn't download. We didn't have enough Wi-Fi bandwidth to download said app that had even pennies on the dollar.
The swirling beach ball the entire time, like please work.
But great news for the CU Buffs. Great news for the program. You know me, and if you've listened to this program, I've been a recruiting coordinator for almost half of my career. The back half of my career was being a offensive coordinator. In this day and age, a verbal commitment, I mean, come on, man. Like there is so much fluidity to everything. So if you're looking for this to be the largest tea leaf, then that Coach Prime is staying, then you are terribly mistaken. I know this world. I've lived this world. I've followed the tea leaves, but insofar as Coach Prime is staying, humongously big news for the CU Buffs.
We will get into that. Coach knows the world. He will explain the world next. What does this mean for Deion Sanders and the CU Buffs? Come on out to Dave's Hot Chicken, which is open now in Highlands Ranch. It's open today, soft opening. The grand opening is tomorrow. But if you stop by and say hi to Coach Sanford and myself, if you're the first 50 people, we're giving away sliders to the first 50 people. It's open today off of Lucent Boulevard and Mayberry Drive in Highlands Ranch. Dave's Hot Chicken. We cannot wait to see you here. Juju Lewis, your newest CU Buff. We'll get into it next.
Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Julian Juju Lewis will be playing football for whom next year, brother?
I will be continuing my athletic and academic career at the University of Colorado.
You do believe, and I do too, that if Shedeur went to the Cowboys, Deion would accept the job.
I believe 100%, and I can tell you, good sources have told me that.
What would you do? You in my situation.
Help them get to the next level
Okay,
any way I can.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
But should it go past that, or?
What do you mean past that?
Let him go to the NFL, continue to coach his son.
Hey, hey, come on now. Why not? Especially if it's in a Raider uniform.
Ice Cube, Michael Irvin, and the like. Is Deion going to the NFL? Well, that might be tampered just a little bit today with Juju Lewis, the number 2 recruit according to ESPN's 300 recruiting database, commits to Colorado this morning on the Pat McAfee Show. He's the number 2 rated quarterback behind Bryce Underwood, who's now an LSU Tiger commit.
How long is that going to stick with the way they're playing?
No clue, but this is without a doubt, outside of bringing his son Shedeur and bringing his, essentially adopted son in Travis Hunter to Boulder, this is the biggest get that they've gotten. Seton was big as an offensive tackle.
Seton was more of a just unanimous 5-star recruit. Juju, according to Rivals, is a top 6 player in the country. According to 247, Juju's the 115th best player. So it just depends on. We'll go with Rivals. Let's go with Rivals. Top 6 player. I like it.
It's a big get for Deion, and the big conversation this week, obviously, and it has been pushed forward by the national narrative of, well, the Cowboys suck and they need a quarterback, and they also need a head coach because they don't believe in Mike McCarthy. And well, the Giants are terrible and they don't have a quarterback in Daniel Jones. How is he the starter there for 6 straight years, among other teams that are very quarterback needy, but 2 massive markets that think that you're going to be able to magnetize Deion away from Boulder? That's what's being pushed is, you could bring your son here or there because you think you're going to do the Manning thing and pick and place, the Jack Elway thing and pick and place where your son's going to go. I think this news, for people who want Deion to stay, this is everything for them. And I know I know you said it before the break. If you believe it, if you believe a verbal commitment, you're an idiot. Then paint me an idiot today.
I'm not going to pay you an idiot.
Deion commits to his players, and he stays with his players.
The locker room at Jackson State say that?
And he brought a lot of players from Jackson. He brought a lot
Didn't
of
bring
players
110
from
of
Jackson
them.
State. Well, he's not going to. Not all of those players are Division I talents.
Right.
When he has highly rated talent, he sticks with them.
Right.
And I know the data set's small. But if you're looking for a little bit of sun to shine through the clouds and
100%.
Deion's leaving to the NFL, this is the brightest ray of sunshine that you've had.
I agree that this is a bright ray of sunshine. This is what I truly believe is going on here because I understand not just the recruiting side of it. I understand the agent and marketing side of increasing your value as a coach. I've never been anywhere near this position. You love to be in this spot. And Deion is in this spot not because of solely who Coach Prime is, but because of the success on the field. And so this is a very, very smart play by Coach Prime because ultimately you are driving up your price. You are actually engaging in a bidding war through some of your best friends in pop culture. You're building a bidding war between 2 franchises that, Raj, I've been saying all along. Did I ever talk about the Giants? Hell no. Do you think Coach Prime and Shedeur are a natural fit in New York with the Giants organization? I've said it from the beginning. Las Vegas, the modern entertainment capital of the world, and also the sports capital of the United States right now. That's what it's turned into because sports betting is now everywhere. And now it's been accepted, and now there's franchises moving. Started with the Knights and then the Raiders and now the A's at some point in time. It is a great place, and you want to have that bright neon sign, and that is perfect with Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders and Coach Prime. And then on the other side, you have Dallas. Dallas is home. That's where Shedeur and Coach Prime cut their teeth in youth football, in high school football. Still probably have property or properties in the Dallas Metroplex area. But what else is happening is by creating a lot of this noise and then also getting a commitment from we'll say at least a top 100 on average recruit at any position, and without question a top 10 quarterback recruit in all services, you're driving up your price to stay in Boulder as well. And so I think the number for Coach Prime to stay in Boulder is going to be $10 million per. I really believe. I think you're getting into Nick Saban territory. So if that's the reality, there's going to have to be a large population of donors that have the deep pockets in Boulder, in the state of Colorado, that are alums living in Southern California, Northern California, are going to have to pony up if they want to keep Coach Prime. And so this is coaching masterpiece. This is marketing masterpiece. And I would love to have been in this position at some point in my career. And so I'm just looking at him like, man, he has got all the options on the table.
Now, the hold your horses comment that you made before the break, bring me through that. Again, as someone who spent half of their coaching career heavily invested in recruiting circles with, quarterbacks. That was your focus, right?
Right.
Bring me through the, hey, pump your brakes. This is big, but it could turn on a dime like that.
Well, obviously we know that recruits go to play for a coach, right? They don't go solely for the program, certainly anymore. There are some programs that transcend that. I don't think CU would be in that category. I think you would probably say Alabama fits into that category, Ohio State, that regardless of the head coaching transition, Joe Burrow, an Ohio a dude who grew up playing high school football in Ohio, he was going to stick with Ohio State in his initial commitment regardless of what was going on around him. That's probably not the case with the CU Buffs. Who knows? I mean, you can't say anything, but I would say if you are banking on Juju Lewis being here no matter what Coach Prime does, I would say that you're absolutely crazy. Because if Coach Prime's not here, I would give it about a 1% chance that Juju Lewis is the quarterback of the future here.
Better chance that both of them are in Boulder next year or none of them are in Boulder next year?
I would put it right at 50-50. I really will. And the reason that I think it's at 50-50 is because this is a power play by Coach Prime. You've got a very significant quarterback. We have all of the Valor Christian High School students for the opening of the doors and also cheering on Juju. They want Juju. They got Juju. But back to the point, I love the fact that for Coach Prime, this drives up his value in Boulder, if it's even possible to drive it up anymore. Now you have the next quarterback, a signature signee, the heir apparent to Shedeur Sanders. And it's like, hey, you want to keep me? You want to keep Juju? You better pony up.
And this is the first step in. Let's say that Deion stays. Okay, just for sake of argument, Deion stays in Boulder, and he's here for the next, let's call it 5 years. I know I'm jumping way into the future here, but let's just say that's where he is. He is in Boulder until 2030, 2031, something like that. This is the first step in creating a program that can transcend coaches. Now it's the in vogue place to go as a quarterback. Oh, you just flipped Shedeur. I know he's a Sanders. I know you brought him with you and he's your son, but Shedeur's the number 1 pick in the draft. Or Travis Hunter is a top 3 pick in the draft as well. Now it's the in vogue place to go as a highly rated two-way player. It's now the place to go as a highly rated quarterback. That's how you jumpstart a program. And I think, again, it's nice to get offensive tackles. There's also another USC Deco offensive tackle, Cardi Smith, 6'6", 300-pound player, 4-star guy.
They sure are leaving Lincoln Riley in droves, aren't they?
Who's a rumored player to flip to Colorado as well.
Yep.
This is how you prove concept. I can do this. I can flip players left, right, and center, whether or not they're in the portal or they're high school players. That was the big hit on Deion. Was like, well, yeah, you can take a bunch of players who were already recruited by other programs.
I've always disagreed with that.
Can you be a high school guy?
I've disagreed with that because his hit rate on high school signees has been very good, and I love the strategy of looking at more 5 to 10 high school signees that they are recruiting with the intent to play right away. And you look at even their backfield, Michael Welch, Isaiah Augustov. They have hit on some young players that have been successful. Jordan Seaton as a starter. Hank Zielinskis, he was starting as the center as a true freshman a year ago against the Oregon Ducks. They have hit on so many of the high school players at a high rate. The overall roster building plan is something that I did not think was going to work because it's not anything that I learned conventionally, and it is the model going forward in college football. Now, I go back to this whole, the fickle nature of verbal commitments with high school recruits. The only way that Juju Lewis is not he's not a CU buff is solely if Coach Prime is not here. A lot of people are pointing to the fact that CU is actively recruiting really good talent like Juju, like Cardi, the offensive tackle. And if they get those guys committed, that's a sign that Coach Prime is staying in Boulder. I think that it is a sign, not that he is absolutely staying in Boulder, but if he does stay in Boulder, everything is set and ready to go. This is going to be a bidding war for the ages that I don't think we've ever seen in the history of college and pro football.
And if he stays, again, we're talking about putting the blocks for the future for Big 12 dominance moving forward. Are you going to take a step back in terms of your offensive performance next year? Of course you are. You're losing a guy who's likely going to win the Heisman. You're losing maybe the best quarterback in the country who could go number 1 overall to a number of teams.
You're losing most likely LeJontay Wester. I think he's a fifth-year senior. I could be wrong.
Transfer senior.
Yeah. Yeah, and he has been spectacular.
You do have depth at wide receiver.
Oh, you got some really Drelon Miller, some really good Omarion Miller. There's some really good young players at the receiver position, but it's you're gonna feel it. Minus Travis Hunter, minus certainly Shedeur Sanders.
But will you feel it to the point where you'll fall out of contention in the Big 12?
No,
I don't think so.
No.
I think you will always, even if you're turning these great players from NCAA over to the NFL, and you're losing those guys and taking a step back. It's a blessing and a curse in the Big 12 because we've seen what the College Football Playoff Committee thinks about the conference. The curse is, well, you have to win the conference to get into the playoff. The blessing is you can lose players and still be in contention year after year after year. And I do think that is – I think that's something that Deion probably looks at and goes, I will always be in the national conversation if I stay in Boulder because I'm always going to be in contention for a playoff spot. And if I leave and I go to Florida State and they either stay in the ACC or they get added into the SEC in 5 years or something like that, that may not always be the case. You could go to Florida State and get the wheels beaten off you by
but you're
Tennessee
still in the ACC,
and Alabama.
right? Right now.
Right now, that's what I'm saying.
The ACC is absolute cheeks. It might be. They're both not good power conferences. And that's partial. I would say that's a good reason as a coach, once you really look at it, to stay at a place where the stage is set for you to be relevant right away, no matter what. And the Pac-12 last year was not the same story as the Big 12 this year. Now the Pac-12 teams, Oregon, Washington, both those teams competing at the highest level. They were top 5 teams in the country the whole year. Name a Big 12 team that's been in the top 5 this year. Can you name one?
I can't.
Okay, you can't, right? You can name BYU that lost to 3-6 Kansas, that obviously was a bit of a mirage in terms of being a relevant national contender. I mean, certainly relevant to contending for the CFP positioning to get in the playoffs, but it's a different story when you start talking about Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Alabama, Georgia. Those teams, man, it's to me the difference is going to be your fronts on both sides of the ball, and those teams have legitimate, bona fide fronts on both sides.
I'm telling you, man, I think he stays.
That's great.
I think
it's 50-50.
I think it's way greater. I think it's like 80-20 he stays in Boulder.
So do you think it's a bidding war or not?
I do, but I don't believe that Colorado's going to lose it. I think Colorado.
How?
I think Colorado's going to.
They're going to compete with Jerry Jones.
What's the number that forces him to leave? And also, Jerry can't guarantee that he's going to coach his kid. He can't guarantee it.
He can lose every game from here on out.
Still doesn't guarantee it. Jacksonville can lose every game on out, and they still
got
get
Trevor Lawrence.
Doesn't matter. So you're going to give up, and that's the other conversation going into this about Prime leaving for the NFL. All right, so you're going to go to Dallas, and Jerry's going to say, I'm going to do everything in my power to get you and Shedeur together, which is not a guarantee whatsoever. This is not a Bronny James and LeBron situation where they're going to strong-arm the league into allowing a kid to go play on a team. No, this is a bona fide top 3 draft pick in Shedeur, maybe the best quarterback in the country. You're not going to be able to finagle your way into this. So, on the opposite side of that coin, let's say they do have the ammunition to get to number 1, and they don't just fall into it because they're a bad football team right now. You're going to trade Dak, maybe Micah, maybe 2 or 3 first-round picks. You're going to have to eat all of this dead cap money and not have first-round draft picks to surround your son with. You want to put your kid in the best possible situation to succeed as a pro. You going with him and forcing that trade would put him in a terrible situation.
Raj, let me ask you, what makes the American economy and American society really move?
What?
Money.
Okay.
Money. Okay? If Coach Prime was absolutely staying without question, and it's 80% staying, why would he on his own podcast direct the conversation with a Raider Nation president in Ice Cube? Why would he direct the conversation to ask about what should I do?
Again, he wants more money, but you have to ask, what is Prime about right now? Is Prime about the dollar, or is Prime about a calling? Because he has been on record saying, this is my calling, this is my purpose.
What did the tea leaves show you in terms of what has been in his coaching career?
My son, as of right now, it has been get my son to the best possible position he can be in. And again, I will go back to
it's worked, and it hats off.
It has worked.
But what has he done along the way to control the best possible situation for his son? Coach him. Because you get to hire the coordinators. You get to say as the head coach, hey, let's throw it here. You don't get to say that when you're just dad.
You sure Jerry's going to let him do that? Jerry hasn't let anyone do that.
Well, Jerry's
get your damn act together.
Yeah, he also needs to get his damn act together, and I think that this could be a perfect situation. Now, the bigger question remains, are those opportunities going to be offered to him? We don't know. We don't know. Could they? You bet.
We're out here live at Dave's Hot Chicken in Highlands Ranch. Soft opening is today. You guys heard the applause just a few minutes ago. People are in. If you're one of the first 50 people in line, come on down. Say hi to Coach and myself. First 50 people today will walk away with free sliders. We're live at Lucent Boulevard and Maybury Drive in Highlands Ranch. It's right off of Highlands Ranch Parkway. Come out, hang with us. We're going to be here until about noon, 12:30 or so. We cannot wait to see you guys. On the other side, Jamal Murray bounces back after Coach challenged him a couple of days ago. Great article on The Athletic talking about the mindset of Jamal Murray. We'll get into that on the other side.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Westbrook has it up the right sideline. Less than 8 minutes to go. Throws out of it over to Murray. Another three. Got it again. Jamal Murray. Nuggets lead it by 15, 105-90.
Next NBA Cup matchup is tomorrow night against the Mavericks. Looks as though Luka Doncic will not be playing in that game against the Nuggets. There's a possibility that we'll see Nikola Jokic and even Aaron Gordon in that game. As we welcome you guys back to the Morning Sprint, Alex Ryan-Emi alongside Coach Mike Sanford. We're out here live at the soft opening of Dave's Hot Chicken in Highlands Ranch off Highlands Ranch Parkway and Lucent Boulevard. Come on out, hang out with us. If you're one of the first 50 people in the door, you'll walk away with a free slider. And no, Coach, you don't have to try the Reaper sandwich today. You already did that a week ago.
Yeah, I downgraded to medium spice level, and I think I'm going to say my overall, it's going to 3 hours from now will be better.
Yeah, you got cleansed.
Yeah, it was. We can call it a cleanse. It was a burning cleanse.
If you guys are headed to Vegas for this weekend's matchup of Denver and Vegas on Sunday afternoon, head over to the Overhang Bar at Circus Sports. Friday night from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., they're going to have specialty cocktails, drink specials, and a chance to win tickets to the game with transportation included. The Huddle Up at the Overhang is the place to be on Friday night in Vegas. At all of the Circa Resort and Casino, they're home to Stadium Swim. You'll have an opportunity to win some prizes to Stadium Swim when you're out there. So if you are one of the lucky people who's making the pilgrimage to Vegas to go watch Denver and the Raiders, I'd head over to Circa if I were you.
Yeah, that's going to be a very fun time. Good chance I'll end up being there tomorrow night. So we'll see. Still working on some deals, man.
Coach.
Chance I'll be around the old Circa.
I'm a free agent this weekend. You're not going to take me?
You can come, man.
Wife's in Arizona. I got nothing to do.
I tell you what.
I got nothing to do.
Could get weird, man. Vegas Raj would be an interesting Raj. I'd love to see what that looks like.
Vegas Raj. I've been to Vegas a couple of times since I was 21, but I went for my best buddy's 21st birthday, and we did, you did the whole thing where it's like you and
what does the quote, air quote, whole thing mean?
You go out to a nice dinner and then go to an establishment where people are wearing less than what you would wear at a nice dinner.
That's not Sanford. Right?
You go to a show.
Vegas Sanford is kind of I'm here for all the sports, man.
Throw a bunch of money on a table, something like that.
Oh man, baller status.
There was one evening where as a young, spry 21-year-old, I may have overserved myself at a party, and
it wasn't your fault. Somebody overserved you.
Certainly not my fault, and I was one of those people that got put into a wheelchair and wheeled home to my hotel room.
You've been in a wheelchair because of
I certainly was
because of the loudmouth soup.
It was a decade ago, Coach.
Wobbly Pops put you in the wheelchair.
That Raj is behind me.
I'm so proud of you.
I may have fallen off a banister, smacked my head. Talk about the concussions. That may have been one of them.
You know what's weird is I've just never been there. I've been close, but I've never been there.
I don't think I'll ever go back.
Yeah, it's a good place to never. It's a dark place. It's a dark place.
Tony Jones of The Athletic had a great article late last night about Jamal Murray and his. I wouldn't call it a resurgence. It was one good game where he had to show up and find a way to get a win for his team. The 122-110 victory over Memphis. He had 27 points. He had 6 assists in that game. He went 50% from the field, both overall and from three. That was the Jamal Murray that we know, we love, and we need to see here in Denver. And I'll quote from the article. Murray says, "I take full accountability. It's not easy when you aren't playing well. It hasn't been easy with guys like Nikola and Aaron Gordon out. We were fully capable of winning these last games, but for me, I have to play better, and I have to take account for that. It starts with me." And that sounds like he's answering the call. I'm not necessarily saying he's talking to you, Coach Sanford, but what you said a couple of days ago was, I'm waiting for the killer instinct to come back to Jamal Murray, for that leadership aspect to come back to Jamal Murray that seems like it's been missing for 2 years since the championship.
I love the fact that he is acknowledging and taking the accountability, and that being Jamal Murray, for some of the things that we were questioning just, 3 days ago on the program? Maybe it was Tuesday, just 2 days ago. I wanted to see that dog, the mentality, the killer instinct, I am that guy that needs to assert myself as an offensive player that can go score at the highest or second highest clip on this roster with a healthy Nikola Jokic. Because that is the formula that got the Denver Nuggets to the place of being champions, was that addition of Jamal Murray. And I don't know that there is a more important piece to this machine than Jamal Murray being in that space certainly as the year progresses into the postseason.
And we did have the conversation about, well, who's going to be the next guy as we're having some hot chicken sandwiches delivered to us at Dave's Hot Chicken, again, here in Highlands Ranch. Can't wait to see you guys. They're giving away little mini squeaker chicken things. You ever have one of these things? I don't know.
It's a squeaky chicken.
A little squeaky chicken. Squeaky chicken, koozies.
Can I
free
just
sliders
say
for the
real
first
quick?
50 people. What's up?
I love this chicken. You know it's halal, so you can. It's the highest grade of chicken that
I was
you
going
can
to say
get.
I don't know what that means.
Halal is it's got Middle Eastern connotations. Think the same of what would it be in your guys' chicken is halal. So explain what halal real quick means. It's been blessed. Able to be eaten by anybody and everybody.
All right.
Regardless of cultural backgrounds and religious backgrounds. It is clean, holy chicken. But even for me, I think these fries and the sauce have been blessed. That's what I love the fries and the sauce at Dave's Hot Chicken.
He wasn't saying this a week ago when he tried the Reaper. If you
That's
guys
different.
saw the video on Instagram and Twitter.
That's a different life decision.
Honestly, you handled the Reaper better than everyone. When I eat hot things and I do like a spicy food, I get hiccups immediately. Like within 15, 20 seconds.
It was remarkable.
And
you called your shot, too.
Oh, I know.
That was so fun.
I couldn't get through the video. It's like you were never phased. I don't know if you were just trying to put on a show for everyone.
Yeah, it was just the fake tough guy vibe that I had as a football guy. You know, it's like,
and then you run away, you run to the bathroom, and then you start crying.
Well, I would say that I had the best I was the best in the first, 30 minutes. I was the worst in hours 3 through 7.
The text spread proved that.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a number 2.
Raj, there was blood. There was blood.
Oh, God, Jesus. I didn't need to know that. I didn't need to know that at all.
Come on.
Murray told The Athletic
No.
he thinks it's less about shot making, more about being aggressive. The last few nights, it's been a different game, not having Nikola Jokic there. But the thing is, and Murray says, I have to take it upon myself to be better and not put the blame on anyone else. And while he wasn't outwardly putting blame on any of his teammates, it did seem as though when he doesn't play well or hasn't played well, rather, and when Nikola was out of games, it was, well, if we win, fine, but if not, I don't really care about it. I just don't know what made that change in his mentality. Was it winning a championship and then thinking everything was going to be championship level without putting in the effort? It could have been that. It could have just been a humbling experience for the last year and a half.
Learning.
That Jamal's now getting back to learning what it is to be a champion looking for repeat.
It's the hardest thing to do as a champion. It's the hardest thing is that it takes such discipline to humble yourself to the point of, if I don't outwork the previous edition of hard work, then I won't get back to that spot. And I think that was a learning process for Jamal Murray. Certainly, we don't know all of the health that went into the calf injury.
I mean,
that
he
lingered.
certainly wasn't healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah, but we also don't know, as fans and observers and media members, we don't know, Raj, what went into the offseason in terms of the work, the training, that could have led to not being at full strength for the majority of the year. Because that's how you get back from any type of injury, is that you have to put the foundational work in the offseason in position to get yourself ready.
It seems as though he's also being pushed a little bit by Russell Westbrook. Because while you do have the ups and downs of when Russ is always going to give you the energy, and that's one thing that I think people have been critical of Jamal, certainly on a defensive side, is he lacks energy. He lacks the second and third effort. I know it's the middle of November, so does it matter right now? I guess not. No, what matters to the Nuggets is what happens in May and June. Do you win a championship or do you not? That's where you are in championship window. When what I saw against Memphis was a Jamal Murray that was energized the entire game. And if that's the only thing you get out of Russell Westbrook playing behind him, it's a huge win. And I know, Russ went off for his 200th career triple-double in that game, so that's a bonus. But if you can just get, well, Russ is behind me, and he's playing hard, and I know Coach Malone likes guys who have high motor, I need to step it up just a little bit.
Right.
I think that's a win for the organization.
I do too, and I also think that the acknowledgement side of that piece that came out for Jamal Murray, it shows where his headspace is at, and that is great for this franchise. The other thing that's great too is with the pending third game of pool play coming up in the in-season tournament, it looks like you might be coming back to a full roster Are you kidding me,
without
Raj?
having to go up against Luka.
Are we going to see some real European-style chef's kiss in the in-season tournament from the Denver Nuggets?
All I can hope for is that we're about to walk into a month, right, leading up to Christmas Day. If everything stays the same right now, we're about to walk into a month of full health for both the Nuggets and the Avalanche. When's the last time that happened? When's the last time that both teams? I know Ross Colton's out with the foot injury,
and then the Landeskog thing still lingers.
The Landeskog thing is
it's a little bit out of place, out of mind.
You can't have that in your purview. Like Landeskog, like if he comes back, it is a cherry on top. If he is, 85% of the player that he used to be prior to the injury. Outside of Ross Colton, if AG and Nikola come back tomorrow, this will be. This is the time where you prove it. You go, all right, now show us who you really are. You guys get a week or so, maybe 2 weeks to start to re-gel as units, both for the Avs and the Nuggets. But after that little 2 week session, we walk into December, show us championship caliber teams.
The greatest thing that happened in that Memphis Grizzly in-season tournament victory was that players took the challenge personally about creating offensive production in the absence of Nikola Jokic. The benefit of that is for what comes ahead, where maybe Nikola Jokic doesn't have it that particular night. And there have been nights like that. As a scorer, the thing that's different about Nikola Jokic, he's always going to make it count with his assists, his breakdown in the defenses that he sees, and he's going to make it count with the rebounding. So those are the nights where the other Nuggets, need to step up. And I thought that what happened in Memphis, even if it was against a team that didn't have Ja Morant on their roster, they still found a way to find the bottom of the net, and they did it with their two big max contract players, and I loved it.
Come hang out with us at Dave's Hot Chicken in Highlands Ranch off Lucid and Highlands Ranch Parkway. I'm about to dive into a hot chicken sandwich with some fries right now. Coach Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the other side, it is a Turn the Page Thursday. NFL notes are at 11:15. But before we get into that, Coach is going to tell you how to game plan for the Raiders and how to deal with the dreaded and cliched trap game. That's next.
Bo's got all the tools, and I think in today's game, as you know, even though you can get by without the movement, it sure is an added bonus to be able to move around, extend plays like Bo's been able to do. So, I think the sky is the sky is the limit for him, and I think that he's just going to continue to get better and better the more comfortable he gets.
Those are the words of Broncos legendary quarterback John Elway on rookie Bo Nix, coming off of his massive game against the Atlanta Hawks. Atlanta Hawks. I'm in basketball mode right now. Atlanta Falcons. Bo's got 2,275 yards this season. 65.5% is his completion percentage. 14 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Yards per attempt is down there at 6.37, and we talked about the yards in terms of air yards gained on throws. I found it weird. CBS Sports graded all of the rookie quarterbacks. Chris Trapasso of CBS Sports, this came out last night, or yesterday morning rather, at about 8:30. Bo Nix, coming off of a 300-yard, 4-touchdown, 0-turnover game, was given a B- grade.
Yeah, Trapasso's an idiot for saying that. A B-. Like, my thing on the game is he executed a game plan to perfection. That's an A. Like, what else can you ask of a quarterback? If the game plan is working in every single way, shape, or form, and you are playing at a perfect level, what else can you do in that game? Now, what I've been doing throughout the course of the year is having an ongoing evaluation of what I see on tape. And there's certain things that I'm looking for big picture-wise, like top 5 quarterback in the National Football League-wise. That's the stuff that I'm looking for. But if you're looking at that as a one-game sample size and you're giving a grade, a B- is not a good grade. Like it's a slightly above average.
That was not slightly passing.
That was not a slightly above average game from Bo Nix. And anybody who thinks that either has a crazy narrative going into the game or just wants to mansplain every advanced analytic and say that the checking the boxes of the advanced analytics is more important than executing a game plan to perfection that scored 38 points.
Because you went over the advanced analytics that we've seen from Bo thus far, and also saw in the Falcons game was like, hey, listen, the advanced analytics say that like he's still one of the bottom third quarterbacks in the league in terms of throwing guys open, fitting balls into tight windows. He's not throwing the ball down the field, but I think there's one thing that it should be thrown into your corners. You're like, he's executing game plans and winning football games, and at the end of the day, that's what matters.
It's exactly what matters, and that's the overall fit with Sean Payton and Bo Nix had its biggest moment against Atlanta.
It's perfect.
It had its biggest moment. Are there going to be some blips on the radar between here and the end of the season? You bet your ass they're going to be. That will happen. But if you look at that as a single game grade, you can't give that anything besides an A. I mean, an A+ would be like you made 3 or 4 like wow throws. You made one that was a complete wow throw. Elite, and that was the Devon Vele 33-yard pass across the middle on double go with the middle bender, and he did a great job.
The A+ game is when you do that in a tight game against a bona fide playoff team. That has been the knock on Bo, is like, hey, he's been able to put up numbers. He's putting up Rookie of the Year numbers. I think there's no two ways about that right now. It's him and Jaden in that run, and the numbers that Bo has started to accumulate over the last 4 weeks, where objectively he's been the better quarterback out of the two of them.
He absolutely has. In the last 3-4 weeks since Jaden Daniels returned from his rib injury, the mobility hasn't been a weapon that he's been able to use at his discretion. He is also, anybody who thinks that Jaden Daniels, his numbers are pushing the ball down the field, his yards per attempt were identical to Bo Nix's in the game that he played against Philadelphia, the same as what Bo did against Atlanta. 3.4 yards of air yards per attempt, and they were tied for dead last in the National Football League. And to that I say, who cares? It worked. It was a perfect game plan. You executed it.
Now, what's the perfect game plan going into the much overused, much cliched trap game? And that's what this is. It is a trap week. How do you game plan on trap week?
Well, the beautiful thing about what I think the Denver Broncos formula is to winning football games, I'm not going to say that it is completely safe against the trap game, but it looks pretty dang good. Because usually trap games are scary if you're a team that needs to outscore a team. Sometimes you just don't have it. If you're throwing the ball all over the yard, down the field, sometimes you just don't connect on those balls. It's kind of like the equivalent of the Golden State Warriors. If their 3-ball wasn't falling, then you could put yourself in a trap game scenario. The Broncos are built on unbelievable defense. There is no debating now that they're a top 3 defense in the National Football League. That travels. That no matter what you say, the pressure packages and the people they have doing them, and then conversely behind them covering, elite, like top 3 NFL elite, great. Offensively, you play clean, risk-averse football. How do you give up games in trap? How do you give up opportunities and momentum swings in trap games?
You lose the turnover battle.
Yes. And that, to me, is the game plan in this, is do what you do and do it just a little bit better than you did against the Falcons. And that's what you have to do as a coach, is you have to say, that was awesome what you guys did as a team. But let's do it the same way, just a little bit better, more detailed.
Now, granted, you never coached, 12, 15-year NFL veterans that have been there, done that for a long time. There's not many 15-year NFL veterans in the league. It's impossible.
Definitely not on this team.
No, certainly not. Is it easier to get a veteran-laden team to buy into the trap week game plan, or is it easier to get a young team that still has something to prove and is still young and is still kind of looking up to that head coach of like, show us the road, show us the path? What's easier to coach?
The easiest is the right veterans and the right youngsters. And the Broncos have the combination of both. Who is the hot-headed, aloof veteran on the Broncos roster currently? They don't have one. Name one.
It would have been Jerry Jeudy last year.
Yeah, can you name one right now? Not even kind of. You'd have to really, really search long and hard to find somebody that there is evidence of getting in front of a microphone or acting a certain kind of crazy way on the sideline. They don't have one.
They don't have that guy.
Okay, tell me about the rookie. Who's the hot-headed rookie right now? I'd say training camp, there was evidence that Troy Franklin was getting coached really hard, but that's because the coaching staff wanted to get him to assimilate into what he needed to be, and that's a hungry and humble rookie player that can get better every single week. They've got the right guys.
Mims was a little upset
a little
last
bit.
year.
That's good.
Mims is the closest guy, but
can you blame him?
No, they weren't utilizing
him. And now, what is he getting? He's getting the
Tunnel
Joker role, baby.
Joker role.
He's getting it in the backfield, and he's running wheels from the running back position.
He's the reason why the Atkins touchdown happens. He is the reason why.
And it's opened up so much of the offense. How open was he on the designed wheel route? Do you ever see that in the National Football League? You don't, but it's because he's been able to show that he is an unselfish player. I know I was drafted as a running back, as a wide receiver. You are actually calling plays for me to run the football between the tackles on outside zone, and I delivered against the Kansas City Chiefs defense, which is top 5. And now all of a sudden everything else opens up. Unselfishness has been a huge component of this.
Of this franchise.
Running the classroom, as opposed to what it was 2-3 years ago, where the children were running the classroom. And that was when Nathaniel Hackett was the head coach.
If you look back 2-3 seasons ago, this is a game that if the Broncos were 500, a game above, 2 games above, you're going up against a terrible Raiders team, which granted you still haven't won a game in Vegas since they moved. You have a chance to sweep the season series against them. This was a game that I would have walked into, and I think I would have done the Vic Lombardi treatment of like, any given Sunday, you're in the NFL, anyone can beat you. And I feel, I know it's funny, I said this about the Avalanche a couple of nights ago when they got completely healthy against Washington at home. I said this, I think it's an unlosable hockey game. I was very wrong, as most of my predictions end up being. I think it's an unlosable football game.
I feel the same way. And if for some reason you do lose this game against the Raiders, it's because Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, Jacoby Myers, I don't even know if he's playing. Is that his name? Jacoby Ford? Jacoby Myers.
Jacoby Myers.
So they have a Mayer and a Myers. Michael Mayer, the tight end. It's Mayer. I think it's Mayer. I just think it'd be because Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell, who knows who plays quarterback for the Raiders week in, week out, they just get a hot hand beating man coverage and make a couple, explosive plays in the pass game. I still think that ends up evening itself out. That's not a way against tight contested coverage. That's not a way to win a 4-quarter contest. It could be uneven at first, like it was against the Raiders the first time at Empower Field. The Raiders got out there. Brock Bowers made an unbelievable play. Clutched the ball right off P.J. Locke's helmet, I believe, is who was in coverage. That's probably not the guy that you want covering Brock Bowers, just based off evidence. And you did ask me that question, what's the best game plan for Brock Bowers? Yeah. I still think you go back to a little bit of the conversation ahead of the Chiefs game. We were talking about Travis Kelce. I think it's always about varied looks. You don't want to just say, hey, this one player is covering this one tight end the entire game. So you want to use Justin Strnad, his athleticism at times. You want to use Brandon Jones, who has great coverage skills. And then you want to pressure. You want to show looks where it looks like a player's in man coverage tight on Brock Bowers, and then he comes, and you have somebody right behind him, to play catch man coverage in blitz coverages.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. It's the morning sprint. Take it wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Find them at WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. Come hang out with us at Dave's Hot Chicken. We're getting some fries and nuggets delivered to us right now. We are off of Highlands Ranch Parkway and Lucent Boulevard. Come show up. First 50 people in line today are getting a free slider. Grand opening is tomorrow. Come say hi to Coach. We've met a couple of people already. Continue to come back. We're all the way back here next to the bathrooms. It's beautiful. Smells great. I'm enjoying the hot chicken sandwich. I love a good spicy chicken sandwich. And guess what, Coach? I was hiccuping before the segment, and now I'm not.
Because I coached you up, didn't I, Raj?
You sure did.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Slow breathing.
Slow breathing, small bites, chew your food. We'll be just fine.
We'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes for NFL Notes with KJ.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Live from Dave's Hot Chicken in Highlands Ranch off of Highlands Ranch Parkway and Lucent for their soft opening. Grand opening is tomorrow, but if you guys want to show up today and you're one of the first 50 people in line, they'll give you a free slider, so make sure you guys hurry up. Coach Sanford and I will be out here all the way through about 12:30 or so is where we're going to hang out.
Depends on how long the hall pass lasts with the wifey. She's still driving the bus pretty strong in the Sanford household. So
I'm a free agent right now, so I'll hang out as long as you guys want to. Come see us here again, Highlands Ranch Parkway and Lucent every single day here at 11:20 on the Morning Sprint. We go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
The theme this week has been trap game. Sean Payton took Wednesday as an opportunity to close the chapter on the Atlanta win. His biggest takeaway from the win was making sure his team doesn't forget to keep growing in spite of the wins and losses, and he wants to make sure that his team remains confident even in games that could be a little tricky. Here's Sean taking us through his mindset regarding how to get over that.
Each step builds confidence. Each step it builds confidence. We can't allow it to build complacency, though. You know, in other words, like I said, when we went back and looked closely at the game, man, there's still a number of things that we have to clean up. And that can happen sometimes in a loss where you put the tape on and you're like, well, there are a handful of things we did really well. We didn't win, but so, you know, it's this constant. It's like the clock's ticking to improve in this race that you're in. And so that's the biggest thing, I think, for me that I missed when I was not in it, was that constant, like, and then when it's just all quiet, like, that can drive you nuts.
Okay, we're good. I was just a little sleepy there from that. That was a lot to say. Like, you just got to keep growing. So, yeah, it's exactly right. And I would go to this. Don't forget what got you to this point. And I feel like the Denver Broncos defense, not their players, but schematically, because of the threat of Lamar Jackson as a runner, and this is a different test against the Raiders, but you got away from who you were as a defense. The Denver Broncos lead all of the NFL in most blitz percentages per snap on the season. Keep doing what we do in every single phase of the game. Bo Nix has been fantastic in taking care of the football, which is the most important thing for a quarterback to do. Just keep doing what you're doing. Take that next step. You don't need to do anything crazy to beat the Raiders. You just got to be a slightly better version of yourself than you were last Sunday.
Vegas also gives up the third most sacks per game in the National Football League. Pressure, and more pressure, especially if Zamir White is not going to be playing. They're not going to be able to rely on any sort of ground game this week against defense, which the teeth of that Denver run defense has shown in the last 3 to 4 weeks. They've been great. I think that you have to get after Minshew as much as humanly possible, force him to throw the ball, and I think you might be able to throw 2 picks in this one, and it could be a blowout. Coach Payton actually did go out and say, in losses, you can find good things. In wins, you can find bad things.
Agreed.
Was there anything from the Atlanta game that you saw out of Denver that was like, that needs to be cleaned up?
Not really.
It was kind of the perfect game.
man.
Because you and I rewatched the game on Monday morning together, and I remember waiting for you to be like, oh, well, that wasn't as great and that wasn't as great, and you never had that comment. You just went, oh, this was perfect. Coach is in his bag. Like, look at him. Look at all of these motion movements on offense.
And the execution, the precision of the motion timing, everything. Bo Nix was great.
The only thing you said was the defense got bailed out by an illegal motion penalty on drive 1.
That's right.
And outside of that, it was perfect.
I would say if anything, you're probably looking at that film, which is wild, that you held a top 5 offense to 6 points. But you probably do come out of that film saying, we got more in the tank defensively.
Because you can look at the first 2 drives and go, like, Bijan Robinson did whatever he wanted to in the first. Maybe it was just because it was the first 15 scripted plays of the game. Robinson ran wild on you.
Yeah.
But outside of that, they tamped it down.
You ended up holding him to less than 40. What was it? 46 yards. It was incredible. It was
a hell of a game.
So yeah, the game where you lost the game. I think there's two in particular where you lost and you came out and be like, all right, I kind of like some things. Steelers game. Like, I know the Steelers are not a juggernaut offensively, but that game was very tightly contested. Right now they're the third best team, maybe the second best team in the National Football League. There were some things that, like, even at the time I was like, I think this defense really stopped a great two-headed monster of Najee Harris and Jaylen Warren.
Well, let's look at the three best teams that they've played. Baltimore, blowout.
Yeah,
bad matchup.
There was nothing you could take away from that game.
It's almost a throw the tape out game. Kansas City.
Positives.
Should have won the football game.
Positives.
And Pittsburgh, if you don't throw a bad pick, you probably win the football game.
Yeah, and you're probably at 7-4 right now.
At 2 out of the 3, you look at those, and granted, it is a results-based league. If you take 67% success against those 3 teams, the Broncos are well ahead of schedule.
Would you say so far this season, the only game that you would say was really sloppy, and Baltimore wasn't sloppy in my opinion. You just got outmanned and you didn't have a great plan. You oversold what the quarterback with his athleticism could do. The only game that I've seen and be like, top to bottom, that was a bit of a slop fest, it was Seattle. I think it was the worst game the Broncos have played this year.
I could throw the Chargers game in there, too.
I just think they got beat by a more physical brand of football. And Bo Nix, he was okay. He looked good in the waning moments, kind of like what happened with the Chargers in their game this past weekend against the Bengals, or this past Monday.
The Jets game, by definition, was sloppy, but I also think it was fake football, so just throw it out the window.
Yeah, and you kind of played to the elements after. That's when things started getting better. Early on, you were throwing the ball in bad weather, and it just looked ugly. It was like, this is terrible. Once they started playing to the elements, I think it got cleaner. The Seahawks game was just it was loose, like the ball was loose. The decision-making from the quarterback position, a rookie, in his first start was loose. Defensively, you gave up big plays. Geno Smith had some explosives. You hit him, but you also gave up big plays. That's the only game that I would say, like, that was sloppy. Everything else, I've seen a really well-coached football team for 10 weeks straight, man.
It feels like that game is so far in the rearview mirror in terms of Bo's ascendance to being a Rookie of the Year candidate, in terms of this defense establishing itself as maybe the best defense in the entirety of the NFL. It feels as far back as the Nathaniel Hackett years is what that feels like.
It's as far as the East is from the West, Raj. It's exactly right.
KJ, what's next?
Playoffs.
Well, we'll see if we can keep you up with this next story, Coach. Caleb Williams spoke to the media on Wednesday, and he was asked about new interim OC Thomas Brown and whether he simplified the offense. Caleb answered in a way that let us know Shane Waldron should have been fired weeks before it became official.
Did they simplify the offense, and do you take exception to hearing
simplifying the offense? I wouldn't say they simplified it. We didn't reinvent the wheel for those 3 or 4 days that Thomas became the offense coordinator and play caller. We just I think the decisiveness. I think all of that came from our meetings and how we're going to do things. I think it came from being able to get play calls in faster and being able to get up there and not feel like you're rushed or not feel like you need to hurry up and get the ball snapped and things like that.
Very intelligent answer there, and that answer to that very hot topic, he didn't completely throw Waldron under the bus, but I watched that Packers-Bears game and I said something is very different about the synergy between Caleb Williams and his new play caller and what it was 2 weeks prior and the week before. It's about the tempo. It's about the pace. And then I noticed one thing in there that I think is so important is when you have a play caller like Waldron, and you could hear it alluded to by Caleb Williams, that tries to reinvent the offensive wheel every single week. He said it, we only have 3 days to practice. It makes it really hard for any quarterback, let alone a rookie quarterback, to effectively execute foreign concepts in real time against NFL defenses. And that's what Waldron was guilty of, is too much verbiage, too late in the play call, and also the reinvention of an offense week in, week out. That's just a recipe for disaster. I think the Bears are a scary team.
It's not too much criticism coming from a guy who has 10 starts in his career.
I don't think so. ultimately it shows that organizationally there were some problems inside. He didn't say anything negative about Waldron as a human being, but he talked about why it felt better, and he answered the question very honestly. I thought it was a very insightful answer and a very honest answer without choosing pettiness in that moment. I don't think he was petty at all.
KJ, what's next?
Playoffs.
Well, Devontae Adams is understanding that the rumor mill is a little heavy in New York, especially after GM Joe Douglas was fired. He and Kay Adams have a segment on Up and Adams where they kind of just sit down like A-Rod does on McAfee, and they talk about the New York Jets. Devontae responds to the comments from Kay Adams regarding the potential of him and Aaron Rodgers not being in New York next year.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm worried about at this very moment is trying to make sure that we pack the car seats for this trip that I'm going on. And that's really all that I'm focused on. Whether or not I'm here next year, I can't determine that. I'm not really thinking about next year. I'm thinking about trying to get a few more wins before we get out of here. Because if you bet me $1 million, I would have taken the bet. We would not have only had one victory right now. And regardless of whether or not it was the right thing to do, it was the right thing for me to do to come here and change scenery. And I think there's no denying that things are different. We haven't won the games that we were maybe supposed to win or, hoping to win. But when you look at the situation I was in Vegas and you look at the situation I'm in here, with the way that this offense is able to, the potential of this offense, or at least I at least feel hopeful that, going into the next game that we'll be able to have a good performance.
Both situations were going to be crap. The Raiders are brutal with no quarterback. New York got blown up by a ayahuasca psychopath. I was going to use a different word, but realized that New York's probably not exactly the place to use that word.
Inferred.
If you catch my drift.
Yeah, very clearly inferred.
Yeah,
Noted.
gotcha. Thank
Noted.
you.
You know what, Raj?
It would have been a terrible situation both ways.
Yeah. Here's what I would say. Lesson for Denver Broncos.
I can't believe I was.
No, you're good. You're good. Lesson for the Denver Broncos. You don't want any of your star players have a weekly appearance on any national platform, because you know what comes with that is major drama. Aaron Rodgers has it with Pat McAfee on a weekly basis.
Well, why would you ever tune in to the Rodgers appearance on McAfee if there was not drama? That is what that show is about.
And what's the intent by an NFL player, whether it be Devontae Adams and the weekly appearance with Kay Adams, or if it's Aaron Rodgers with Pat McAfee, is that they want to control the narrative. And if you want to control the narrative, you don't fit into that mold that Sean Payton is building for this team, which is a
have
drama.
One narrative. My narrative.
It's exactly, which is fine. That's better than a whole bunch of narratives. And that's why it's working in Denver. Let's just keep a lid on it, and I think Sean Payton will do a good job of keeping a lid on it.
And again, people are going to look at Sean Payton and go, well, he loves being on with Kay Adams.
Cool. He's the one guy.
That's the one guy.
He's
the head
the
of the
adult.
organization. Go for it. That's fine. As long as the vision is coming from one spot, not 7 different spots where, like, hey, I want the ball a little bit more, or Rodgers wants to come in. We've got 2 wide receivers that I like, but one dude's in Green Bay that I want to bring over here. It just doesn't mesh well.
Would you agree that Russ did his best to not be the guy that was creating his own side narrative under Sean Payton?
Yes.
Like, there was nothing that was undermining the authority of Sean Payton or the direction of the franchise until it was a divorce.
Until they sat him, and until the conversations came out that they asked him about the injury guarantee and told him, like, hey, we're not willing to pay you this money, and it was very clear the writing was on the wall, we're moving on from you. No, I thought Russ did what was asked of him, right? Like, Sean came in and he goes, your social media posse, it's not around. Your office, you don't have it anymore.
Right.
And Russ just went about his business, and honestly, like, Russ probably played as well as he could have in this system, and now he's thriving in Pittsburgh.
And do you think that the fact that Sean did check him in all of those possible side narratives have it given Russ potential second life as a career quarterback?
100%.
Because there's not the drama surrounding him now. Even in Pittsburgh, there's not drama. Like, he's cheesy, but is it bad drama? He's just toxically positive. Is there something really inherently wrong with that? I don't think so.
Neither do I. KJ, one more.
Playoffs.
In an exclusive interview with the Dallas Morning News, and David Moore was the interviewer, Dak Prescott, he got a little candid talking about how bad they were playing before he got hurt and how it all kind of came to him after he watched how Dallas lost on Monday night versus the Texans. Quote, "The other day after the game, I guess it all hit me. Boom. A couple of tears came down. This is going to hurt. It's going to suck a lot at times. You just have to understand this is one of the moments that it does. I don't want anything right now other than to let it suck. It's understanding and being able to voice that, yeah, I'm blessed to be where I'm at," and quote. Guys, let's just be honest. Does that kind of see the writing on the wall here in regards to where things are trending?
Honestly, I think he hears what's happening nationally with Dion and Shador and realizing how bad the Cowboys are. I think he sees it, and I think this is a little bit of defense. It would take a lot to move on from that contract. It's not like Dak's being franchised year in and year out anymore. He is on a long-term deal. It would take a lot to get out from under that contract. Granted, teams do it, right? Like Green Bay traded Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
You can trade these players. The Broncos got rid of and cut Russell Wilson after signing him to a long-term deal and never paying him. Well, they're paying him to do it, but he never played a single snap on that new extension. Teams do it. But it ends up typically putting you into cap and free agency hell. I don't know if Jerry Jones wants to do that. I still think they can have success with Dak Prescott at quarterback. And the best way to do that is to either hold on to your first-round pick because you already have a quarterback. Like, say what you want about Dak Prescott. The guy is a...
Oh, I mean, you look at the stats over the last 7 years. I mean, he's a top five quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, he's a top
now,
five
the
quarterback.
postseason conversation, different conversation. You know what's funny is I had a moment of clarity as you were talking about what could happen with Dak insofar as, say, Shador and Coach Prime come to the Dallas Cowboys. Not saying it's going to happen. Not saying Jerry Jones is even in that headspace to make that a reality. But I do think this. There is a landing spot that would absorb contract. And I think it's the Tennessee Titans. And the reason I think that is new head coach in his first year, Brian Callahan, good old buddy of mine. His dad, Bill Callahan, longtime offensive line coach at the Dallas Cowboys. There's a relationship, there's a connection, and a lot of the best years of the Cowboys was with that kind of brain trust of Bill Callahan and Dak Prescott. So I do think that would be a very viable option, for the Tennessee Titans to absorb a good amount of that money.
And again, I don't think Tennessee would have to give up all that much because if in this scenario, right, Dallas is looking to hire Dion, draft Shador, Dallas would have to give up pieces to move Dak Prescott to Tennessee. So Tennessee, with Callahan there, you mentioned the best years with Dak Prescott, right? It was with a young, highly paid offensive line. The way that you can do that is
Zach
to get
Martin.
The way that you can do that is to recoup first-round picks from Dallas in this trade, and they would have to give those up. Build an offensive line around Dak, have him for another 3 to 4 years, and have young, talented pieces around him. That is very doable for Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, and Colorado Springs, as well as Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand at mountainhighappliance.com. That is mountainhighappliance.com. This is the Morning Sprint with Alex Reinemi and Coach Mike Sanford. We're live at Dave's Hot Chicken in Highlands Ranch off Highlands Ranch Parkway in Lucent Boulevard. Come out, see us for the soft opening, and then show up in droves tomorrow for the grand opening. Again, a brand new Dave's Hot Chicken in Highlands Ranch. Alexander Georgiev has been activated from injured reserve for the Avs, so the Avs, outside of Ross Colton, Coach, they're healthy. They take on the unhealthy Washington Capitals this evening.
No Ovi.
No Ovi, man.
I know. I'm kind of bummed.
I'm really bummed.
I love watching that beautiful mouth of teeth or lack thereof, just getting out there. But I'll take it. I like when the Avs continue to have opportunities to win important games, man.
That game tonight, 5 p.m. puck drop, 4:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Mark Bertinoli. Nuggets take the court tomorrow evening against the Dallas Mavericks, who, again, that's another team that's hobbled with injury. Luka Doncic will not play tomorrow. We're expecting the return of Nikola Jokic, expecting the return of Aaron Gordon. Those are still up in the air, but definite possibilities tomorrow night for an NBA Cup matchup against the Mavericks. I bring up the goaltending, and I bring up Alexander Georgiev for this reason. Yes, you are healthy. Now you have Juice and Georgie and can hopefully start to ham and egg them instead of playing them, 5 games in a row and then 4 games in a row, because I think that's what happened against Washington the first time was, Onanen hadn't played in 10 days. And I think he went into that game cold, and it very much showed. He let in 3 goals very early on in that game. The Avs had a .600 save percentage halfway through the matchup, and you were never truly in the hockey game. There was an article that came out on The Athletic that was kind of stirring the rumor mill. Not the Sidney Crosby rumor mill that we love and adore from Paul Bissonnette, and we will always stoke the fire of that pipe dream. The Avs are apparently one of 3 teams that would be in the running for Anaheim goaltender John Gibson. American-born player, 3-4 years ago was one of the best goaltenders in the league. He's only 31 years old, but has not played well as of late. And he's probably the biggest name on the goaltending market because Anaheim has their new starter of the future in Lucas Dostal. The 3 teams there are all Stanley Cup contenders.
Right.
Carolina, Edmonton, and Colorado. And my question that I think is going to be answered over the next month and a half or 2 months is if both of those guys stay healthy, and Onanen and Georgie, is do you have the goalie here in Colorado that's going to win your cup?
It's really easy to say that you don't necessarily have a complete answer, and that would be my answer as somebody who's coached. Like I've been encouraged by what's been going on between the pipes in the last, say, like 10 games. Overall, it's been positive. The early season returns were really negative, certainly as it related to Alexander Georgiev. I do believe that instead of going hot hand and ride it until it's not hot anymore, and then you have a cold hand on the bench, I do like the thought of both guys that are in a place that are playing confident hockey right now, and then you can go maybe more of a 60-40, 70-30 type of split in terms of ice time, but do it more around back-to-backs or tough road trips and return and just put the best guy in net as opposed to just going straight hot hand.
Hot hand is fine. Like playing a guy, 3 starts in a row, I'm cool with. But if you're
10-day layoffs though are tough.
You can't do it, man.
For a guy that might be 1A.
Without a doubt.
Which is what Justus Onanen was.
And I still think Justus deserves, because of how well he's played comparatively this year to Georgiev,
consistency.
Right. In terms of his consistency, he deserves the benefit of the doubt because Georgie just hasn't proven it. Right. Georgie has been a 1 in the past. I think he has the higher ceiling than Onanen does in terms of their overall ability, but I don't think you can rest on that. And again, you hear the comment, oh, Georgie's the one. No, he's not. You don't have a true number 1 right now.
How much better is Gibson, is their guy, right, from the Ducks, in terms of a netminder right now?
I don't know who he is right now.
Yeah, I don't care about the historical perspective. He's 31. He's got a ton of ice time in his career. But in terms of comparing him to an arrow up Justus Onanen or an arrow slightly down or at least neutral Alexander Georgiev,
I don't know who John Gibson is anymore. If John Gibson, and again, I think I look at Anaheim's situation, I go, Southern California, young team that has been horrible and devoid of talent for years. You may have just signed a big ticket and got a little bit complacent and also got saddled with a terrible hockey team. Because 4 years ago, when he was 26, 27, he was talked in the same circles as like how people talk about Connor Hellebuck during the regular season. He was that good. He was the heir apparent.
I was too busy game planning a 3rd and 3 or something at that point in time. I didn't know much about the Gibster then.
I understand that. He was a phenomenal goaltender. And it would be a gamble for you to take him on. Anaheim would have to eat some salary. You would likely have to move on from either a prospect or a pick. But the good news is Anaheim's kind of showed their hand. Gibson at $6.7 million a year is no longer our starter. We're going to have to move him. They're probably going to stoke the fires of a trade war between those three teams, Edmonton, Carolina, and Colorado, if they're actually in that mix. I think it's worth the gamble.
What would you do with Georgiev?
I'd probably make him part of the trade package.
Yep, that's what that was my just basic instincts off value for value. Georgiev is potentially a good 2. In it, would it be a 3-team deal or more of a just a?
It might be a three. You could probably get a third team in there that's looking for another goaltender.
Right.
Like maybe Georgiev's the answer in Carolina.
That's what
right?
I was. Yeah.
That could be the possibility. It could be a 3-team deal. Is that like, hey, we'll take Georgiev. You guys give us a pick. You guys can, or the Avalanche can take Gibson from Anaheim. Then you throw a prospect over there. That's a very creative way to do this.
You would not do that same thing, in your opinion, with a young, arrow up trending netminder.
Absolutely not.
Juice on in it.
Absolutely not.
I agree.
I think there's still too much juice to be squeezed from Onanen.
Yeah.
I really do think that he does.
I like what you did there.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it was really good.
He's got.
Do you like sit in bed at night and you're just like?
I don't.
There's so much more juice to squeeze from use. I love it.
I think I'd be a little bit more eloquent if I actually sat in bed and looked at the ceiling and tried to figure out my one-liners.
Especially if you had like those weird ceilings that have like, what are they? They like are layered like a cheese grater.
Layered like a cheese.
You know, like the old like apartment ceilings that.
Oh, the popcorn.
There you go. Popcorn ceilings.
The ones that you used to. Remember, back in the day where we had wooden number 2 pencils that had sharpeners on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever sharpen those pencils and then take rubber bands with your buddies?
See if you can
and
get it to
launch
stick?
them up into the popcorn ceilings? It's my favorite thing in the world.
I loved like being in a top bunk, and then just the whole night just break those things down. And your entire bed was full of
asbestos.
No wonder I'm so dang screwed up. No wonder my takes are so off. Because I'll tell you what, man, some Shop Mazda texters were very mad at me for even considering the idea that there may end up being a bidding war for the services of Coach Prime. He has earned it. He deserves it. And we'll see what happens. It'll be a lot of fun. But you know what you got to do, Raj? You got to focus on the main thing if you're a CU buff, and that is beating a really, really hot Kansas Jayhawk team at Arrowhead.
It ain't the head trauma, Coach. It's the cancerous powder from the ceiling tiles. That's what's taking us off the rails. Hey, tomorrow we'll get so far into CU and Kansas and whether or not they can actually get through that. Whether or not all this talk about Deion going to the NFL is a distraction. That and so much more tomorrow. PhD's coming up next. For Coach, for Cole, for KJ, I'm Raj. And for everyone here at Dave's Hot Chicken, thank you guys so much for coming out and show up tomorrow for the grand opening here off Highlands Ranch Parkway and Lucent. We'll see you guys at 10 a.m.
We're in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Thank you, AAA Home Improvements. Boy, we're set up for you today. And guys, remember all that really, really fun talk about Deion Sanders coaching Shedeur in the NFL? Remember how
bunch of morons.
Remember how fun that was? Well, take this.
So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Julian Juju Lewis will be playing football for whom next year, brother?
I will be continuing my athletic and academic career at the University of Colorado.
Let's go, baby! Let's go, baby!
Okay. Congratulations. We're incredibly proud of you. We're pumped for you that you were able to make this decision.
So I watched this live today. I knew this was ongoing, so like any good Buff fan, I was watching Pat McAfee live. The rumors have been out there for about a week now that this was going to happen, that he'd already decommitted from USC. I think it's the second or third school he's already decommitted from, and he comes to CU. Look, I've already known plenty about this kid, but I started doing some more research on this. Is an impressive young man. So he's skipping his senior year of high school. He's got one more year of high school eligibility left that he's just flat out skipping, enrolling in January.
How old is he?
He's 17 years old. Just looked it up. So he's obviously an impressive young man that's got his act together.
Wait, when does he turn 18?
I don't know his exact birthday, but I just looked it up, and it says he's 17 years old.
Oh, my God. That is unbelievable.
Dude, it's unreal. So the rankings on this kid are kind of all over the place. ESPN has him listed as the number 2 overall prospect in America. Other recruiting sites have him kind of in the top 10 quarterbacks in America. So there is a difference of opinion on him, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You just stole a kid from Lincoln Riley, USC, and you're about to get an offensive tackle to follow suit. An offensive tackle that is committed to SC. Sounds like he's about to follow Juju and do the same thing.
All right. Well, as fun as it was to talk about, and would be fun to talk about, that's a wrap on any kind of speculation that Deion's going to the NFL, which is really...
I don't know about that. I don't think it changes anything.
Really?
Yeah, but listen, as a Buff fan, I want to think that you're right.
Oh, I think it changes everything. Well, why don't you think it changes anything?
He's got to continue to do his job, right? He doesn't have a contract signed in the NFL, so he's going to continue to do his job there in Boulder. He's going to recruit these kids, and it's never been easier to flip commitments, right? It's never been easier for these kids to say, I'm going to follow Deion Sanders, University of Colorado. And if Deion Sanders is out of there, well, I'm out of there too.
Dude, you're a little bit of a Buzz Killington. I'm surprised. I came into this like, that's a wrap. It's done.
Well,
Deion ain't going anywhere. I don't know how else to talk about it, frankly.
Yeah, I've always thought it was more realistic that he stays than he leaves. And I'm still in that category, but I put it like 60-40. I just don't think this particular thing changes anything, Scott.
I don't think he's going. And I had this conversation last night with Andy on our podcast, Hot Mic with Andy Lindahl.
You got a name. Very nice.
And we talked about this yesterday too on our show. The anonymity that he has at CU, and the carte blanche to do what he wants at CU ain't happening in the pros.
Okay,
he's come to CU for 2 years and basically turned over. How many people total have transferred out in the last 2 years?
All of them. I don't know, 100.
100? So I'm going to go to the Raiders, take that job. I need that entire defensive unit gone and the entire offensive line. That going to happen? No. You ain't turning guys over in pros like that. Caps, all the different stuff, and dead money and big money and big money, bottom money. And plus, let's be honest, you're going to Raiders, which the owner's selling another piece of his team off. Ain't got no money. He ain't got no Pinder money, right? No one's going to give him that anonymity. Hey, Prime, you got your own brand? Hey, use the CU logo for free and make all the money off it. You don't have to give us a dime. Cowboys going to do that?
Raiders going to do that? NFL going to allow that?
I can give you counter arguments, though. Listen, I don't think he's going. Well, I think I would make the argument that he can keep that prime merchandise for CU for the rest of his life. Like, that's not going anywhere.
So I'm going to go leave CU, and CU's going to say, hey, by the way, keep that CU license that you're not paying us anything for.
Probably.
You're making no money.
My guess, listen, I don't think he's going anywhere either, but just to be devil's advocate here, I think he's probably worked some licensing deal in that he keeps that forever. You know,
I think it's probably in there, but Tyler, but I bet it's in there while he's a CU coach.
I don't. Well, I know this. University of Colorado's not going to be pushing it. If they allowed him to continue it, maybe. But I'm with Scott on that. The amount of money that he makes at CU is nuts, and I don't think he gets that at just any university. Definitely does not get it in the NFL. There's probably some other universities that would allow him, but not just any of them.
Well, listen, I'm not here to argue here, and if you don't really think that this kid,
we'll go bring in the argument.
if you think, first of all, well. I think people are going to be buying prime CU gear for the rest of our days. I think there is a history with prime and CU that is now cemented in stone for the next 100 years. So it's pretty awesome. You're going to think of prime and CU forever. People are going to prefer, except for Tyler, who just steals hats, to have something that says prime or something like that on it. Period. That being said, this, to me, is a massive game changer if there were any doubts. And I had doubts. I had at least doubts. But you're not going anywhere now. This is a steal. This kid, in terms of ESPN ranks, this is the highest recruited kid ever to be landed at the University of Colorado. Ever. This is unbelievable what Prime has done to land him. The end. The best recruiting job ever. Incredible second year.
In 2 years,
lots of money from licensing deals and all that.
In 2 years, they've stolen a big recruit from USC.
And you know what? In 3 years from now, when Juju is a pro himself, in 3 years from now, where Shedeur would only be 3 years into the league, if it's come a calling for Prime to go coach his son, if it's not working out in 3 years, that will still be there if he really wants it. So this is just nothing but rainbows, sunshine, puppy dogs. This is unbelievable news today. You must be, I can't even imagine as a buff.
Yeah.
You must be like, knock me over with a feather.
Well, it's really, really cool to see it happen, on a national stage. Pat McAfee was talking about it. They've never done a high school kid. This is the one and only deal that they're going to do. So to see that all unfold, but I knew that this was happening. I knew that this kid had already flipped to CU about 10 days ago. So I emotionally had already gone through the process of how cool it was. But then when you see it happen on TV and
hey, anything can happen, Tyler.
Of course.
I mean, he officially decommitted on Sunday. It's 4 days. Lots can change in 4 days, you know, and literally everybody was after him. You know, just name them. Although it's funny, I read that Indiana was making a big play for him, and they got in the mix.
Well, they got good too.
Well, how about Indiana?
Indiana's having a great year. CU's having a great year, and basically USC's just right in the middle of 500.
USC is losing commits left and right. Lincoln
amazing.
Riley is no longer a hot commodity.
When did the shine come off playing football at USC?
When Lincoln Riley got there.
When you go 5-5.
Yeah. Hey, whatever. Cool. The only thing that would make me just a pinch nervous, just a pinch, is that another college would put an offer in front of Deion in like a Midnight Mel sort of situation.
Well, that's what I said yesterday. I was far more worried about Deion taking specifically a job like USC than I am about him going to the NFL. If the Las Vegas Raiders were to offer him the job, dude, it's still, I don't care if he got Juju. That's still going to be insanely difficult to say no to. I've got an opportunity to coach my son in the NFL. I think that's a very difficult thing to say no to, but there's only going to be one or two teams that could actually guarantee him his son. So then it comes down to college. And Rick George, man, he's got the challenge of a lifetime right now. He already signed Deion Sanders with money that they did not have. He found it, and he got that covered. Now he's got to go find threefold that amount of money to keep Deion Sanders.
You know, I think the money is going to roll like an avalanche coming down the mountain for CU now. I mean, it's going to come, man. I mean, I don't know if he's going to struggle there.
Well, the amazing part about it is I'm sure Juju's going to get plenty of money playing at CU. But, man, Colorado is still not the Texas. It's still not the Ohio State.
Michigan.
It's
there's
coming.
no way that the University of Colorado could promise him as much money up front. Now, he's looking at Shedeur and what Shedur's been able to do, and Shedeur's the highest paid player in college football, so I know you're like, Tyler, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, there's different kinds of NIL. There's the money that the university offers you, and then there's true name, image, and likeness, which is what Shedeur has been able to capitalize on.
I think for some of these kids, though, whose dream is to play in the NFL, having $1 million is preposterous. And they all know there's bigger money to come down the line. So, and the money in NIL, even at the top level, is like $1 million or $3 million. It's not like $1 million or $10 million. It's not like that. And unless it really goes there,
They still got million.
I got it. But to me, like $1 million to a kid who lives in basically an apartment and can drive whatever car he wants, it's more money than you know what to do with.
Yeah, three's more than one.
Three's more than one, but a college kid is unlikely to be able to feel that difference and is going to want to be with a coach in a program that gets the attention they
the
get.
money's going to eventually even out across
Sure,
the board, especially for
sure.
the top 25% of teams, I would assume. The difference is, I'm going to look at CU. I know it's his son, but he's got a top draftable quarterback that he plays. He's not afraid to put and move that offense around him. He's got an NFL coach as your offensive coordinator and a Hall of Famer as in the pros as your head coach. You don't think I got contacts? You don't think he's got? I'm gonna go to the sideline. I got Ice Cube coming in, out
Right.
of L.A. watching the game.
And let's keep it real. Big 12 competition ain't the SEC. It's not the Big 10.
No.
The likelihood that you can stand out and be a superstar
early,
win 9, 10, 11 games, compete for the national championship. I mean, even if you go to Georgia or Alabama, man, good luck. I mean,
Yeah, and that goes for prime, not just for players. That goes.
Oh, yeah.
A huge reason why Deion actually might stay at Colorado forever, because you look at it, you could go coach at Florida State, you could go back to your alma mater and be run of the mill program, right? Or you could be in the Big 12 and almost guarantee yourself an opportunity to playoff berth every
year.
single year.
Every year.
especially when the Big 12.
I think the way it's set up right now for CU, I think it's
Listen.
like automatic 9-win season now, at least for the next 3 years.
No dumb question going out right here. Is the Big 12 relying on a pretty good reputation right now as it currently stands?
Maybe, because the competition ain't what it used to be, But this is likely to lift up the Big 12 as well, because now you get to compete in conference with CU. Holy cow. Can you believe we're saying stuff like that?
Right.
Meanwhile, we do have some exclusive audio of somebody, I think it was Ice Cube, asking on his own talk show, Deion Sanders, if he was going to go to the NFL.
You know what? I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving!
What is that from?
That's Wolf of Wall Street. He ain't leaving. He is not leaving. Wow. It's congratulations, bro. Congratulations,
cool
all the Buffs out there, man. To think that you would have moments like this 3 years ago. Could you even imagine? You will contend. God, will you win a national championship in the next 3 years?
Oh, I don't know, but you'll get in shots at it. I know that.
That's something else, man. What a trip. Awesome day. Well, we have some cool stuff going on in terms of what we're trying to do here on the show. And an announcement, hey, we just heard Coach and Raj at Dave's Hot Chicken. Well, wow. Opening today, you have the chance to eat hot chicken that's going to blow your mind. You're one of the first 50 customers today. You'll get a free slider. It's open today off Lucent Boulevard and Mayberry Drive in Highlands Ranch. It's Dave's Hot Chicken. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney, Chevy GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder. I will be at Mike Maroney Chevy GMC in Longmont On Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., there's ways that you can register to win a new SUV. Come on by, say hi. Can't wait to see you. Right before CU kicks it off against Kansas, so that's going to be awesome. So I look forward to seeing you on Saturday, 11 to 1 p.m. at Mike Maroney Chevy GMC in Longmont. Black Friday savings, they're going all month long on their incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados and GMC Sierras. You want something tough, right? Or rock the Rockies? We've got you covered with amazing deals on low financing options at both locations. And remember, Mulrooney means more. 3-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked, with free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Anywhere in the state, we'll deliver to you. The peak savings go away quickly. The best trucks go fast. So make it a priority. See me Saturday at Mike Maroney Chevy GMC. Find them online at MikeMaroneyChevroletGMC.com. Together, let's drive. We are professional grade. All right, listen, we want you to get on the Voice of the People. We're going to try something today, and it's called the What If game. So we got a couple scenarios to go through. It's always kind of fun to do. Some hypotheticals, and if you get on the this is all beat up, the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Fricky Law Firm, they're in your corner. You can just give us some fun what if scenarios to bandy about. So that's coming up in about 25 minutes or so. So simply get the app and press on the little microphone there. And what if this, what if that? Got a couple scenarios to run past you guys here in just a little bit. I find myself, boy, I feel like I'm in a weird position here because I love stirring the pot and bringing up points of controversy per se and doubts and different things.
No,
but,
you're a wave rider is what you are.
Well,
you're a wave rider that goes to extremes.
Well, this wave seems to have petered out on the beach in terms of Prime going somewhere else with this news that Juju is coming to see you. Makes the announcement on the Pat McAfee show that happened earlier today. Put on a wool cap underneath his DoorDash sign. I guess he's got some sort of high school NIL deal.
Yeah.
I mean, why not? I guess.
He's got this DoorDash box behind him as he's making his announcement. Pat McAfee's like, oh, you can order some DoorDash after this? Oh, I love DoorDash now. Yep.
Right.
Like a 17-year-old getting DoorDash money.
Well, good for him, man. Good for him.
Remember when you weren't allowed to have a credit card till you're 25 and now you got 17-year-olds getting DoorDash?
No, so but I mean, to your point that you started the segment out with, like does this change Deion Sanders' future? Hey, man, I would love for it to. I've always been more optimistic about Deion staying at CU than you were previously. But I kind of feel like if it was 50-50 before, and I think it was pretty close to 50-50, maybe this bumps it up to 60-40, maybe 70-30, somewhere in that ballpark that he stays at the University of Colorado. But what changes? I mean, he had to continue to do his job. He had to continue to recruit. And then somebody puts $20 million in front of you. Well, it's still pretty hard to say no to $20 million.
I think it just increases your odds of success, making it harder to leave. Big time. I mean, it's a crowning achievement to recruit a kid like this. Hey, listen, if you guys still want to bandy it about, if there's something to have with it, fine. But I think it's a total. I don't find there any more fuel in the tank on that one. Because if he wants to join Shedeur later on, he still could. He's going to want to see this through with this kid and see what's what, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if any of that has anything to do with it. I just think there's certain guys that are better in what they do and what they stand for in college than they will in the pros.
And that's what I've always said. Like, I think Deion is a way smarter dude than most people give him credit for. And I think he is well aware of the fact that he thrives in college football because college football is an anarchy. And he thrives in anarchy. And he recruits in anarchy. And he uses his name. And you don't get to use your name to recruit in the transfer portal in the NFL. They don't come for you to be Deion Sanders. They come for dollars.
Well, let me throw a scenario. I guess this is a little heads up on the what if thing. But does this make Pat Shurmur a high-profile coaching candidate for whoever the team is that may want to get Shedeur? Meaning you'll know where you stand in January, right? You'll know where the draft is. Likely you'll be blowing out your coach. Does this all of a sudden elevate Pat Shurmur for another run as a head coach in the NFL?
I can't believe it, but I actually did see Pat's name being floated out there for the Raiders job. So for whatever that's worth.
Well, I think it makes perfect sense.
Money's money when you're an assistant coach or coordinator, and maybe Shurmur could get one more big contract. But remember, one of the guys making decisions. What is Tom Brady's feelings on Pat Shurmur? Right? I mean, he's going to remember times with the Giants or with the Broncos and so on and so forth. So, hold back on that a little bit. If Pat Shurmur's smart, Pat Shurmur sucked as an offensive coordinator twice here in Denver. Just absolutely. Now, he may not have had the Jimmies and the Joes that you need, and he's got Jimmies and Joes at CU. It looks like you're going to have Jimmies and Joes forever. Because now if you got the top-rated quarterback, why isn't the top-rated receiver wanting to come to the top-rated quarterback? And you've got another, 3 or 4 guys that are all probably going to get drafted or, at least be on a squad next year in the NFL. Pat Shurmur was smart. He would stay where he is. He'd stay with Deion and see as long as he can. Make his, I don't know what they make, $500,000 to $1 million or whatever it is, live in an unbelievable college community. and just thrive there, as opposed to when you want to go back to New York again, there's going to be 2 jobs.
No,
open.
but listen, man, what are the worst teams and what team is going to want Shedeur? Is he really going to turn down a $20 million contract over 4 years or whatever it might be to be a head coach again
Does
in the
anybody
NFL?
here think
No
the Raiders
way.
going to pay their head coach $20 million?
Well,
by the way, Raiders just sold another part of their team. I've been telling you guys,
another
they're cash
15%.
poor.
No. I'm not saying 20 a year. I'm saying 20 guaranteed over maybe 4 years, something like that. Or whatever. No, Shermer would certainly go for, I don't know, $30 million guaranteed over 4 years.
Pat, I bet he's the most comfortable, calm, relaxed that he's been in 15 years.
You get to coach Shedeur Sanders in the NFL and get $30 million guaranteed over 4 years?
Nobody's giving Pat Shermer $30
What are they
million.
giving him? What are they giving him, guys? 4 years, what to coach?
$18 an hour.
NFL hasn't forgotten Pat that quickly.
No. But maybe I'm not making my point clear enough. This would clearly be an ownership seeing a package deal with Shedeur and the guy that he's worked so well with. It's not Pat Shermer by himself. It would only come from a team who planned on drafting Shedeur in the first place. I'm not saying Pat's like that special. It would be a package deal.
Well, again, I keep using Tom Brady's name, who's part of that ownership group with the Raiders. And if Tom Brady really, truly believes in Shedeur and they seem to have some sort of relationship, then he's going to push for the Raiders to do everything they can to draft Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they're going to draft him, they're going to say, who's working with him? And again, I'll ask, is Pat Shermer high enough on Tom Brady's list to hire him either as a $3 million a year assistant, offensive coordinator or head coach?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if Pat wants to be a head coach again. The dude has been through the ringer. He has been, for the last 10 years, just losing job after job after job. At some point, you've been there, you've done that, you've experienced it. I can almost guarantee you that dude is as calm and relaxed as he's been in decades now.
What about money?
Yeah, you think the dude hasn't made plenty of money?
How many times have you been fired? Hey, I feel like the roles have been reversed here. Usually you're the guys that are saying more money.
What changes for Dion then? I mean, if that's true for Pat, then why does this change anything for Dion? Money.
I don't think it I think getting this kid is a game changer. I think this is a total game changer for Dion.
Well, somebody puts $20 million a year in front of Dion.
He's already making that.
Yeah, he's making more than that.
He's making it already. Yeah, I listen. If it's way more, fine. But I think he's already doing that.
Is his ego big enough at $25 million a year? Say he's making that at CU, and he can make $25 million a year in the pros. Is it worth enough to go there for the same money and a whole lot less control?
Not now.
Or is it just dude? He could. All you got to do is win 8 to 11 games every year,
dude.
And he'll be here. It'll be McCartney and Dion hugging each other on a statue.
They'll move Mount Rushmore from Los Angeles to the Flatirons or wherever Mount Rushmore is. It doesn't really matter.
South Dakota.
Put Prime right on there. The details are irrelevant.
Mile long.
It's, whatever. Mount Rushmore, wherever the hell it is. Who cares? Here is Prime yesterday. I want to play this for you guys. I think it's interesting as pro athletes to figure out what it takes to win. And this is Dion talking about how they're going to be focused not only on Kansas, but beyond. Go ahead, Dan.
As a leader, how do you guard against a letdown game?
I don't know what that means, a letdown game. I really don't know what that means. I don't plan on failing. I never make plans to fail. I don't even like having insurance, but there's something they tell me I must do. Okay, so I don't plan to fail whatsoever. We plan on being dominant and having success. So we don't think about the other side of those things that many may think about. So we don't think about letdowns. We're thinking about dominating. The word of this morning was, we defined the word finish. We talked about finishing. I showed a clip of this gentleman that came from the same college that this other gentleman, and they was running these hurdles, and it came down the stretch to the end. After they hit the last hurdle, they were neck and neck. And next thing you know, 3 yards from the finish line, one dove and one didn't. The one dove wanted it a little more than the other. Although they came from the same college of institution of learning, one wanted it more than the other one because the one chose to finish and the other didn't.
What's that like as a pro athlete?
Well,
and I'm
it's
sure
a
you.
stupid analogy because if he dove, as you know at the finish line, it's the chest that has to cross, not the hand. So that guy that dove was just stupid and was putting out false hustle. That's what I would say. That's
Okay.
He wanted a lot more. Yeah. He wanted to show fake effort and show that he's really trying because guess what? His hand crossed first. It's the chest. We learned that in the Olympics this year.
That is true. So you don't
Fake hustle.
So Prime.
I would have said that to Prime and see what he just. What your Prime? I just said, well, listen, Dion. It's actually the chest that has to cross first. That guy that dove may have got his hand in there. He didn't win. So wasn't that a little bit of fake hustle?
And I'm Prime. I'd be like, him out of here.
Scram.
Him right there, big guy. Get him out.
I understand the analogy. Look at look, he's going for it. That don't mean you win.
Do you think Prime is a fake hustle guy?
I don't.
I don't either.
No.
But I'm bringing it up because you just put it there. I mean that example
story he
meant
told is a
something.
fake hustle. Now, if he dove and got his chest in front of that guy first, then okay. Let me see the picture.
It's so funny because in baseball,
Stick to the kickstand
Let
analogies.
me see the picture.
In baseball, it's really faster to run through first base than to dive at
Right.
first base. You can't be.
But it looks cooler, and everybody thinks you're what?
Yeah, you want it more or whatever. I've always laughed too at the gym rat. He's a gym rat. It's like listen, guys all put up a lot of shots. Or Tebow worked harder. Like they all work hard, bro.
Oh, by the way, you see that Bo Nix is the first Broncos rookie since Tim Tebow to win multiple awards, whatever it was.
Offensive players.
Like, why are we putting him in the next? Don't do that.
Next Tim Tebow.
Don't put that next to Tim
Just
Tebow.
stating some facts. That's all.
Yeah.
Tebow had a good run here.
Yeah, he did.
Tebow was terrible for 3 quarters, also, just like the Chiefs.
When do you need to be good? You need to be good at the end of the game. I mean, we go back and forth on the Tebow thing. I love the Tebow argument because if you wanted to say he was the worst quarterback, well, we got stats for you. But if you wanted to say the dude's a winner, well, we got some proof over on this side, including a winning record as a starting quarterback and a playoff win. The Tebow conversation was always a blast. It was always fun.
It was always on his accuracy on being able to throw deep. But somebody put a meme up, 5 or 6 highlights or whatever it is, and they say Tebow can throw, and it had to be his 6 best throws because they were darts. I mean, he was throwing darts. I went, God, I forgot about that because it was always, here comes the duck.
Yeah,
right. Here comes the duck.
Well, from being a novice and just being around it, not in it, I was always told the easiest pass to throw is just right down the field. Like I just throw it deep. You just huck it up there, and you'd be all right.
Now it's that little 2-yard step behind out thing.
Who knows? I don't know. I think the toughest throw to throw with confidence against that 2 deep zone coverage is,
right in the middle.
is what Bo did the other day.
Yeah.
That one takes some balls. When Tebow threw the pass to Demaryius over the middle, it was in zero coverage. There weren't 2 deep safeties, Tyler, right? There's nobody there. It was like
let's get to Tebow and make sure he can't throw it. And now all of a sudden,
if that pass was deflected or overthrown or whatever, it just falls on the ground.
But
it doesn't.
It was perfectly thrown to the
They got
exact
it
where it needed to go.
It was a magical moment, man. You cannot deny it. It was. I've been lucky to be in a lot of sporting events. That one right there. The craziest one was being at the Super Bowl when Malcolm Butler intercepted Russell Wilson, okay? That is the one, I just literally to this day cannot believe happened.
Especially since you pounded the rock all the way down there.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's so that whole Lockett getting the deflected ball, just getting the ball to Marshawn. The game is over. The Seahawks are back-to-back champs. Ain't nothing to think. Oh, no, they're not. And it's an interception on that little inside slant. That ball is sometimes it's incomplete. Sometimes that pass is incomplete. The vast majority of teams, that's not a hard play for Malcolm. And then we find out later that Belichick had actually coached it up, and we got the practice film and all that. And it's one of the more brilliant moments of a coach and a player sort of coming together at the same time. It was unbelievable. But that Tebow pass to Demaryius, guys, come on, man. That was like, you got to be kidding me with that moment.
That was fun, actually.
Dude. It's been so much fun to beat.
Pittsburgh, that was the most offensive defensive coverages that you could ever give a quarterback.
It was unbelievable.
I mean, they were straight up throwing the middle fingers up at Tim Tebow.
Yep.
I dare you. I double dog, triple dog dare you. I'll give you $1 million if you can complete a pass over my head. And lo and behold, he pulled it off.
And then you find out McCoy and Gase kind of just drew it up in the dirt. You know, they were, you know, into overtime. They're just like, that wasn't even like a play. It was just like, just do this. Like, all right. First play, dish, game's over. New rules. Demaryius did not even know what the game. Nobody, more than half the crowd, I would say, wouldn't be sure if the game was over because that rule was brand new. We're up in the press box like, did they win? Nance knew it. Nance had it locked down. He knew it right. So the call is like they won the one. But it was confusing. You guys remember that? Like,
oh, yeah, I remember. I remember at home because I was sitting with people, and I go, "They won the game," because we had talked about the rule.
Yeah,
they won the game. He goes, "No, they go,
right?
no. If you score a touchdown, it's over." No, and all of a sudden, it was like a delayed celebration with about 8 people in my crib. Right? I'm like, "They won the game."
DT was hustling back.
They go, no. You, both teams. I go, no, not if it's a touch. And then all of a sudden, it was like they're looking at the TV. And as soon as Nance says, also now they're jumping. I'm like, you're 3 seconds behind the celebration here.
Good for Timmy. What's going on with Timmy? He's looking a little bit
Listen,
older
you
now.
can
Did you
sit
see
there-
him
Timmy
recently? Yeah, he's just looking, like, oh, wow. Tim Tebow looks a little bit, a little grayer, a little older, little something.
Dude, he's
Dialed
still-
down the HGH.
Maybe, I don't know.
He's still big, though.
Oh, that's a strong man.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not down in that. It's just like, it's just a
He did a show, a
moment.
reality show for a while where he was going around and doing these fitness challenges for all these different things. And he was jacked.
Oh, yeah.
He looked good. And he went and did I don't think it was a Navy SEAL. It might have been a Ranger training. They're going through jungle gyms doing push-up. He couldn't get through it. He's, of course, now he's floating in at 255, and these Rangers are floating in at 165, 170.
Could make a difference.
And
yeah.
they are crushing him. He came out, he said, okay, this stuff's legit. He in a T-shirt, he looked, Jimmy jacked, right? But he got crushed by this Army Ranger guy.
When we come back, and if you want to throw a what if scenario, we'll try and see if we can have some fun with this. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner, the Altitude Sports Radio app. But we got a couple what if scenarios inspired by Luka. Some interesting news about Luka, or not interesting news, but kind of old.
My
sort of
name
news.
is Luka. What
And
was
he-
that song?
He lives
We
on
gotta
the
find-
second floor.
Yeah, we got to find that song.
Yeah.
My name is Luka. I live on the second
Suzanne
floor.
Vega. Huh?
Good call.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, the end of the year is always a great time to go shopping, which means today's the day you should go over to Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Guys, cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles for as far as you can see. Inventory's never been stronger. Over 1,000 vehicles on that Phil Long Ford lot right now. So new or pre-owned, you will find the vehicle of your dreams. One-stop shopping with the best prices. Guys, like I said, end of the year is the time to shop for a car. There are deals to be had, but you're not going to have to haggle for it. You're just going to be given the best price at Phil Long Ford. The incentive deals are amazing. The interest rates, rock solid. You're going to get a fantastic price. I value relationships, and I built a long-term relationship with Phil Long Ford my rookie year in the NFL, and it's the only car dealership that I bought from since then. I won't go anywhere else. You're going to build a long-term relationship with Phil Long Ford as well. It's a different kind of car dealership. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over and shop from the comfort of your own home at PhilLongDenver.com.
Tell us. That's overzealous. I like it. All right, this is the what if game.
This isn't Luka.
No, this is not Luka. This is something else. Dan, did we get any on the no? We tried. So I'm talking to Dan earlier, and what was the story you heard about Luka, Dan? Where was that coming from?
I saw a report a couple days ago that reportedly the Nuggets had tried to trade up in the 2018 draft to select Luka. If you guys remember, in that draft, they took MPJ 14th overall.
All right, so you can on the text line, because I see some scenarios here on the text line. So the 720-504-0925 if you want. I think this happens in sports a lot. You kind of play the what if game a little bit. So
along those same lines, I saw the what if. Adam Schefter put out a tweet 2 or 3 days ago. The Seattle Seahawks tried to trade up to draft Deebo Samuel the same year that they drafted DK Metcalf. God dang, can you imagine those two wide receivers on the same team?
It's a good one.
Who's the other receiver with Metcalf all them years? He was pretty good too now.
Well, let me give
Tyler
you the
Lockett?
let me give you the what if game here. What if? Raise that music up a little bit. What if the Nuggets did draft Luka? If they figured that out instead of MPJ? What if that were to have happened? What would be going on? No MPJ. You got Luka instead.
That's a good question.
Scott's taking too long. I don't care what anybody says. It'd be freaking awesome. I don't care what anybody says. Ball hog. They're not going to work together. Slow down the offense. It'd be freaking amazing.
I would say this: if that were the case, and they're playing the same style Denver's playing now, Luka wouldn't be as fat as he is.
Jokic came in fat a few times.
Well,
That's your takeaway?
Well, I
Luka
watched.
would just be better shape.
Dude, I watched the video. Go back and see if you look on YouTube or something. Luka's rookie year.
Yeah,
dude's thin. Looks good. He's going up and dunking on people and stuff. And I'm like, I'd forgot completely about that. He got too big and he's good and he's strong and he's still great. He can score whenever he wants to, but he's gotten too big.
So you sure?
Damn, he was skinny his rookie year.
You
right?
sure that
Really skinny.
Luka and Jamal would have worked out better than Jamal, Yoke, and MPJ's kind of stand over there on the side? There have been enough basketballs to go around?
That'd have been a tough thing. I mean, go ask the 78 Sixers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they lost to Portland with Bill Walton. That'd have been an interesting equation. I'm not putting him down. Luka's a better player than Michael.
Better player,
but team
but
fits,
right.
There's positions on teams.
I don't think it would have worked as well. I think the chemistry with Jamal and Joker to get that championship.
Stop, they'd figure it out.
Or you would have had
Come
to. You would have
on.
had to move on from Jamal, and maybe that would have been the way to go at some point. I guess that would lead to the other scenario.
I think if you have Luka, you win the championship in the bubble.
You win the bubble, okay?
You win the bubble
with Jamal being Bubble Murray.
And, yeah, Luka's there too.
Okay.
Gosh, I don't know. You might have three.
You might get
Okay.
a better version of Luka than you'd ever seen in the NBA if he was paired up with Nikola Jokic.
Would Jamal still be on the team?
Well, you wouldn't have had to pay him till this year. Right? I mean, the max contract, you'd have had a big decision.
So there's probably zero chance Jamal would be on the team now, but he may have been on the team.
Or he might be on like an MPJ, a big contract, but not a max contract. He might be on one of those.
By the way,
who's playing what?
Well, I mean, how many times Malone said it in the thing? Positionless basketball.
Just put Luka at shooting guard.
Just play. Let them all cut.
Would the two-man game be Luka and Jokic?
I think you do Luka and Jokic. When Joker sits down, you could do Luka and Murray. And now, I mean, which one are you going to take? You're going to switch a point guard on Luka? He's going to go right to the free throw line, post up, and watch out.
I'm just pointing out, you won a championship with Michael Porter Jr. barely touching the ball with 5 minutes to go in games. I mean, he didn't really touch the ball. So who's not touching the ball with 5 minutes to go in close games?
Well, now you got three options. Well, you still got three options. Porter, if you forget Porter, he's out there knocking shots down.
Michael Porter Jr. looked like he was just working on his, just reading a book or something, catching up with friends standing in the corner of the court, barely touching the ball. That's what it used to look like. It can't look like that now. There's no way it can look like that now.
I would love to see, and I don't know if they actually pull stats like this, but how many minutes per the game Luka actually has the ball in his hands, right? And it's a lot. It's a lot, and he would have to change the way he plays, but I think he would. Jokic, you play with Jokic, and it's going to change.
All right, let me give you one more what if here.
Do they track that ever?
What?
Like how many minutes per game you've got the ball in your hand?
Oh, yeah. Well, they count passes, which I'll give you a couple stats. Nikola, first of all, leads the league in passes like 4 out of the last 5 years or something like that. Their passes in these last 3 games, per team, drop like 50 a game. So that means 50 more times when Joker's playing that he's touched the ball in the passing game that they don't have when he's not playing.
We're going to catch up with Chris Dempsey, who's just coming out of Nuggets practice from today in about 10 minutes. Luka not going tomorrow night, but we'll catch in a different
he
court.
Hurt his wrist.
Not playing.
Oh, we had to see the new court.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, not
a big
theoretically,
game because
definitely.
a chance to go 2-1 if you want to play in the Cup.
We'll catch up with Chris Dempsey here in about 10 minutes. What if the Broncos did take Brock Bowers instead of Bo Nix?
Would Zach Wilson, the second part, would Zach Wilson have the year that Bo Nix is having?
What do you think? What would be, it's Zach Wilson, not Jarrett Stidham?
What if you drafted Brock Bowers and you still drafted Bo Nix?
That's not the scenario we're playing right now. It's one or the other.
That was up there.
I think it was a possibility.
I think there's a zero. See, that's another huge debate.
I know. I know you'll say the Raiders. I know you'll say the Raiders.
Not only the Raiders, but also the Rams would have picked
But the Raiders supposedly didn't like him.
Okay. He would have gone to the Rams. He would have gone to somebody else. Where do you think he was going to be drafted by the Broncos, in the second round?
No, they move up, trade some stuff, and get up around 20.
Okay, because they didn't have a second-round pick, so they're going to use what to move up to get Bo?
Next year's first for a 20th pick.
Okay.
Would you not take that?
Sure. But you're asking, all right, we're doing what if, so I got to be open to the world of possibilities. Sure.
And leading into the draft, I felt like that was a realistic option. I did.
Yeah. I guess I can play the what if game with you. If you could get that, that'd be awesome. If you could have got,
but you would have hated it no matter what because you didn't get the QB first.
No, well, I would have disagreed with it, but as long as you made it a priority, sure, I'd have been fine with it. It's so risky.
That's what the Ravens did with Lamar. I can't remember who they drafted before Lamar, but they drafted somebody.
They drafted the tight end guy there. Hunter.
Mark Andrews?
No, shoot. It was a tight end guy that just was like, okay. And the Broncos could have done that as well. But what if the Broncos had got Brock Bowers and Bo Nix went to another team? What would we be talking about? What would the situation be?
Well, we'd be feeling great about Brock Bowers. We'd be feeling fantastic. And then we'd be talking about getting Shedeur Sanders, and it'd feel pretty damn awesome, actually.
So the Broncos' record would be, they'd be a 2 or 3 win team.
It'd be pretty similar to what the Raiders are doing right now. Yeah.
And that'd be worth it?
But then you would feel like you've got an incredible weapon.
Okay, Scott, what do you think? What if it was Brock Bowers instead of Bo Nix?
I think they'd be good. I think at least where they are now.
Really?
Yeah.
With Stinkum?
No.
You think Zach Wilson would have beat him out?
Yes.
Okay.
So I thought Zach Wilson beat him out.
So you think they'd be in the same exact spot, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. And then we'd be, okay, so just to keep going down that track, how much would you be paying Zach Wilson next year?
I mean, there's something to be said about what Scott's saying there, though. I mean, if Russell Wilson is on this team, what does the record look like?
I think it'd be a disaster because he's still working with Sean Payton.
I don't know about that. We had respectable offense last year, and he was working with Sean Payton.
Hayden Hurst.
Yep, he went first for Lamar Jackson. That's right.
Hayden had a lot of mental stuff.
Well, listen, it's fun to sort of bandy about, that's for sure. And we'll see Brock Bowers and Bo Nix on the same field. We'll get into the Broncos stuff in a little bit. Adam Schefter will join us right around 1:40. Hopefully he's not busy doing busy. But we'll check in with Chris Dempsey, who just was at Nuggets practice. They're back, finally.
Yeah.
Big game tomorrow night.
Having a real practice?
Having a real practice. We'll check in with Chris next.
Hey, if you're out there losing your hair, it sucks. If you're anything like me, you probably got it in the internet already, and you're looking for answers. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Dang it, why is nothing working? Your hair's still getting thin and your pocketbook's getting thinner based off all this voodoo that you've already bought. Guys, it's time to invest in yourself. Do it right with my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Guys, this is game-changing technology. And Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best. The entire team over at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best of the best. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it's your turn. It's why I let them address my hair loss, and you should do the same thing. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. Best part, your hair is guaranteed to grow for life. That's a lifetime warranty there, folks. That is a comforting feeling when you invest in yourself and you do it the right way with Advanced Hair Restoration. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over. Call today. You're going to get $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. But this is a limited time offer, so call today, 720-459-HAIR, or visit them online at advancedhair.com.
Westbrook has it, bottom part of the midcourt circle, a bucket here, it's over. Westbrook guarded by Aldama, gets a high pick there from Jamal Murray, throws it to him in the pick and pop. Murray one-on-one with Pippen, 4 on the shot clock. Murray puts it on the floor. Kick out 3, Saric. Got it! That's the ball game. Denver leads it by 8 with 28 seconds to go. The Nuggets are going to salvage 1 win on this 3-game road trip.
Nuggets are back in action tomorrow night. Late start, right? 8 o'clock start? No, wait, is it 8 o'clock? No, not. What are we doing? I'm looking at the board. 8 o'clock tip, yeah. Chris Dempsey, the star of Altitude After Dark, late night. What is it called? What is your show called? Late Night with Chris Dempsey or Under the Covers with Chris? What is that show?
I have sex
late night after. Like Late Night with Chris Dempsey. That sounds amazing.
Yeah. The stars of that show. I got a blanket. Let's huddle.
You know, Dan Tanner's going to start a new show late too. What's
it going to be called?
It's going to be called 2 Gummies Down.
2 Gummies Down.
That'd actually be a good show.
All right,
that's a solid name.
Let's catch up with practice today. Let me go through it real quick. Jokic update.
No update.
No update. Okay.
Really?
I can save you a little bit of this. Michael Malone sat down, was asked about Jokic and Aaron Gordon. He said there's no update on either one of those 2 players. He said that in regards to Nikola Jokic, he continues to stay in contact with him and whatnot, but he was not at practice today, and we'll just have to see what happens with that. I get the feeling that, obviously, we all get the feeling that Nikola Jokic's status can change in an instant. So this would be worth checking in on tomorrow as well. But as of today, as of the end of practice today, there was no update on that. And then in regards to Aaron Gordon, sounds like he's still working through that a little bit. And while he continues to creep closer to returning, there was no official status change on him either.
Okay.
Hey, no dumb question here, and I'm only asking this because I've seen a handful of listeners ask me to ask it. Nothing weird going on with Jokic's health, right?
No. Jokic is fine. Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Okay.
He'll be back.
I'm starting to get just a pinch concerned, though. You know, I know it's not with Jokic. I'm just like, hopefully everything's cool. You know what I mean?
No. I can assure you that everything is cool.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he'll be very rested when he comes back.
Okay.
He'll have the freshest legs on the team.
Chris, I want to ask you this. So you were there at practice. So what did Dempsey and company there at practice see today?
Well, they let us in for the free throws at the end of practice, so I didn't see much. But we did talk to Russell Westbrook today about about a lot of different things, and one of them was kind of had to do with his role and how he was, the mindset of how quickly you become comfortable in your role, and he basically just said, look. You can be as comfortable as quickly as you want to be comfortable. And if you want to accept the role and really work at it, then you'll get to a space where you're in a good space much more quickly than if you don't. Peyton Watson talked about his early season and was very happy with where he is right now, but also said that he's got a long way to go. He's just made a point of saying that he's not satisfied with what he's done. Really did detail his three-point shooting as well a little bit from the standpoint of just exactly how did you get to this space, knocking in three-point shots. And, obviously it's a lot of repetition. It's really a pretty standard stuff, repetition, but he did mention that he put a real big onus on himself to make multiple shots in a row before he moved to the next spot, and he feels that emphasis on form and seeing that thing go through, consecutively more than just one time and moving on, it has been a big help for him.
Vlatko.
Vlatko. There was an update on Vlatko.
Oh.
And it was not good. So what Coach Malone said was he wasn't going to say that this was a season-ending injury for him, but it is a situation now where he is getting with doctors and the training staff to see what the next course of operation is going to be for him. If he's going to have an operation, if he's not, but he is definitely out for a very long time. It sounds like.
Future.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, because it's the same thing.
That
I mean,
sucks.
he getting time. I thought he was playing great in Memphis. I thought he was impact. He was. I mean, if you watch away from the ball, he was laying body on a lot of people out there when he was playing.
And the injury, I mean, it was an awesome dunk. He's just going down the lane. It's a basketball move. So that is
landed funny.
Just terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that, Chris. That sucks, man. That blows.
Yeah, and Malone spent a good 3 to 4 minutes saying the exact same thing. You know, that he feels awful for him, and you know, it's too bad. And he said exactly what you just said, Scotty. He was playing great in the game, and it's just it really is. It's too bad. Every time it feels like Flacco gets on the court and starts playing fairly well, then you know, an injury has come, and these last two have been pretty significant. It sounds like.
Can I ask this? Because I don't know if we talked about this. Just one quick one.
Mm-hmm.
One, we did talk about CB before the season started. You and I, in between shows, and we thought he was going to be fine. He's lived up to what you and I thought he could bring. In fact, probably even shooting it a little better than we thought. That being said, has Russ changed your mind about him at all on who he is, what he can still do, how he can help this team, and what, if anything, has been the most impressive that he has brought to this team so far early in the season?
Yeah, it's a good question. He has been better than probably I would have expected early on. And I think the thing that's impressed me the most has just been his total devotion to being a leader, to leading by example, as well as with his mouth.
He ain't afraid of that.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, I think the Nuggets also did a really good thing, Scotty, and that is, you know, one of the things me and you talked about also is the philosophical change in how they play. It's funny that Michael Malone just tied Doug Moe the other night in wins because his team plays an up and down style kind of like that. Mm-hmm. And you know, part of the reason they did that is because that plays right into what Russell Westbrook's biggest strengths are right now in terms of using that athleticism, getting out into the open court, putting a lot of pressure on the rim, getting himself to the free throw line. All of those things are not just playing a half-court game and then asking him to fit into that, because I think that would have been a lot harder. But if the game is going to be, you know, look, kind of chaotic at times, right? You're going to be very disruptive
Mr.
on
Chaos.
defense. Yeah, exactly right. Then that's gonna play really, really well right into Russell Westbrook's skill set, and so I think that's really, to me, the biggest reason why he has been able to be immediately effective and fairly consistently effective for the team. But you know, Scotty, I just didn't have any real clue as to how much he values being a leader and how much he values bringing along young players, imparting his knowledge on them, whether that is on the court or off the court. That has been really refreshing for me to see, and it has been huge in their locker room. Peyton Watson told us today that, you know, somebody asked him if he spoke up and said anything about the mindset of the basketball team to the actual team during this road trip prior to the second game in Memphis, and he said that he did say some words to the team. And I just wonder if that would have been the case if Russell Westbrook wouldn't already be there showing people how to speak up. And, you know, it's so I think on a number of different levels, he's been great. You know, he really has been great. And if he stays in this space, the Nuggets will be very, very huge beneficiaries of it.
All right. Under the Sheets with Chris Dempsey is in the Colorado social area. At the club level.
It's a very social experience.
Yeah, no, it's the best. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
See you guys.
Our guy, Chris Dempsey. Okay. Wow. Sad news about Flacco. That sucks, man. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. A reminder, wherever you're listening, the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. willhitewins.com. And a reminder, if you're heading to Vegas for this weekend's matchup, a lot of folks are probably getting on an early flight, just making it, you're in, you're out. Or if you're staying over, make sure you head over to the Overhang Bar at Circa. Friday night from 7 to 9, they have specialty cocktails, drink specials, and a chance to win tickets to the game with transportation. The Huddle Up at the Overhang is the place to be on Friday night in Vegas, all at the Circa Resort and Casino. I bet you a ton of Broncos fans are headed to Vegas for this weekend. So keep the Circa in mind. One of the best announcements in CU history happened earlier today. We'll have that for you, plus no dumb questions. Adam Schefter joins us in about a half hour. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, guys, it's the holidays, and it's a time of love and joy. But if that's not going in the right direction for you, I've got a suggestion. Hey, it's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you suffer from erectile dysfunction, this season can be rough. Every season can be rough. Every day can be rough. So if you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, all right, come on now, change it up. Let's get back in the game. Give the best gift you can to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. This is something most guys put off. Likely you have too. No longer, no judgment on this. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates over 90%. And some treatments can have you last an hour or more. So what do? Well, the initial visit's only $99. You get the consult, TPSA test. If medically advised, the test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They got an expert staff. And like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So that's some Christmas holiday spirit right there for you. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up, 720-440-7900. Easy to remember, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Julian Juju Lewis will be playing football for whom next year, brother?
I will be continuing my athletic and academic career at the University of Colorado.
What an announcement on the Pat McAfee show. And hey, man, I like stirring the pot. I like having a good conversation. It's not like I was the only one talking about Deion going to the pros. Joel was on, our pal Joel Klatt was on with Dan Patrick, said that Prime talked to him last week, and I guess whatever sources Michael Irvin has. Okay. I'm more convinced because of this. I know you're a little bit different, Tyler, but I am more convinced than ever right now that he's here.
Like a total 180 from yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Total 180. I just thought the opportunity to coach Shedeur would be too strong, but this is, to me, monumental. And, okay, so I was hesitant. First of all, you have to understand, I wasn't going to hold anything against Prime. He could say he's staying, and go, and I would be like, yeah, I get it, man. That's fine by me. You don't have to spill the beans of what you're going to do in a press conference with Rick George sitting right there. That's okay. I get it. I totally get it. I don't like what Midnight Mel did, but I get that. Now I'm just like, okay, I believe you. I wasn't sure if I could believe him. Now I do. So I'm done with it. If you guys still have questions about it, fine, but I'm done with it. I think he's going to be here.
Let me ask you this. Little sidetrack squirrel moment, but something you just said. There's a great song, and was it by Garth Brooks? I think it was Garth Brooks, called Unanswered Prayers.
Yep.
Midnight Mail. We still bust him. Blah, blah, blah. In hindsight, wasn't that a good unanswered prayer? I mean, with all the headache and how it ended in Michigan State, are you glad it was there, not here?
What CU had to go through afterwards because of that was pretty rough, but
not
well,
that
you
rough.
landed here, right? So if I knew I was landing here, of course, that was one hell of an unanswered prayer. As far as Deion Sanders goes, I try to not ride the waves of the information and let it change anything like drastically and process the thing holistically, everything. And I stand by this, and I hate to be like the last thing I want to do is be the dude that is trying to continue the conversation, because I've always thought it's more likely that Deion stays than he leaves. But I still stand by it. If the Raiders were to come to him and be like, look, man, you get to coach your son. Yeah. That's going to be really hard to say no to. And when I'm listening to guys that are as close to the program as they get, and Joel Klatt, Jeremy Bloom, and they're using verbiage that almost sounds like, okay, yeah, this could really happen. Like, yeah, if he leaves, it's fine. We love you, man. We love you. Versus, no, there's no chance that he leaves. I would put it somewhere between 60-40, 70-30 that he stays. I've always felt that it was in that ballpark. He had to continue to do his job as the coach of the University of Colorado. And if the right offer comes, it's still going to be difficult to say no to coach your son.
Well, I'm more inclined to believe him at his word right now than I was yesterday. I am, because of this news. So it's cool.
You lose 4 games straight in a row now and you CU, more likely or less likely?
4 games in a row?
Say he does. We played speculation.
Dude, you lose. Okay, but you're losing to Oklahoma State at home?
And Kansas on the road. And
well, you wouldn't have, first of all, you wouldn't have 4 games. There'd be 3. Well, no, actually.
I'm not about bowl.
There'd be 2.
3. Well, there'd be 2 in the bowl.
2 in a bowl. Well, the bowl wouldn't mean anything at that point. It'd be a garbage bowl. Like, I don't think so. I'll play along. I don't think so. I think with this kid coming here, it's a dawning of a unbelievable era of possibility at CU football. That's been started because of Shedeur and Travis.
Look, getting Juju is enormous, and it had been headed in this direction for a while. And there's people that are fighting on Twitter with me right now because I said Colorado just landed the number 2 recruit in the country. And I guess it depends on what list you're looking at, right? If you look at ESPN, he's listed as number 2. If you look at 24/7, he's listed as the number 9 quarterback.
What are they fighting with you about?
That he's not the number 2 recruit in the country.
Oh.
Well, ESPN says he is. So there's a list that says he's the number 2.
They do.
And I couldn't care less if he's the number 2, if he's the number 10, if he's the number 15. You just got yourself the next quarterback of the University of Colorado.
Who's 17 years old, won't turn 18 until September 21st.
It clearly got his stuff together, by the way, skipping his senior year of high school. He's got one more year of football that he can play in high school, and he's foregoing it, and he's enrolling in January. So he's enrolling like a year and a half ahead of schedule.
So he got his degree he's going to get his degree in less than 3 years. Well, less than 3 years.
I guess.
How is that even possible?
I don't know, man. But all I know is that he's got another year of eligibility. In high school.
I might need a helping hand on how you graduate high school in 2.5 years.
Well, there's been kids that have done that, but they ain't played football.
No, it's like Doogie Howser. All right, time for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
All right, brought to you by oldchicago.com. Order online, find a location near you.
Dumbest injury you've ever had?
Oh.
Well, I mean, we just had never mind, D-Mac's out. We just saw it 3 weeks ago. we may have seen that 3 weeks ago. You're lucky you didn't break your orbital bone.
I'm lucky on a lot of occasions.
Jay Leno versus D-Mac.
Oh, my God. The Jay Leno thing. Is that where you're going?
The Jay Leno thing, the weirdest part about that whole story, he fell down a hill outside. Jay Leno, who's worth $500 million, or maybe more, is staying at a Hampton Inn.
He's so cheap. He's never changed.
He's staying at a Hampton Inn.
Does that all the time on the road. He stays at the closest place to wherever he's performing.
Look at his face.
I cannot believe his injury. And did you know he fell down that hill? Because he was trying to get a shortcut from the hotel to where he was performing.
Oh, no.
So instead of going around the road, he thought it's kind of like, direction A to B.
You're lucky
He performed that night. He did that, and he got back on stage like a half hour later.
Dude, you were on the show a half hour later.
Guys, I look bad. I did look bad. I know. I didn't look like Jay Leno, did I? I didn't look that bad.
Well, he ain't got cuts and stuff. You had cuts all over your face.
Do not forget, he almost burned off half of his face a couple years ago.
Working on his car, right?
Yes. This story feels fishy AF, by the way. Like
fishy? Yeah. Are you going down the gambling train like everybody else?
Dude, it's a pretty...
You think Jay Leno got beat up?
It would have been more than one eye, wouldn't it?
I don't know, guys. You fall down a 60-foot embankment, and
he's pretty old now.
And it's only on like one side. I don't know. It feels.
Oh, man.
All right, hold on.
You'll buy any internet conspiracy.
Okay, so you guys.
The internet conspiracy online is that he's in gambling debt and somebody beat him up.
You guys believe that story? He fell down a hill.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. That is a correct.
Hold on.
Hey, man, he's lucky if that's what happened. He's lucky he's not dead, bro. Like, that is ridiculous.
You believe the story that Brian Greasy tripped on a dog and fell down his driveway?
I sure do not.
I do not believe that
What
about
story.
Brandon Marshall and the McDonald's bag?
I don't believe that one either. I got good reason to not believe that one, but I don't believe that one either. I don't know if that's where you're going with the injury.
What was your dumbest injury?
I don't know, man. It's just recently, I mean, riding my bike through wet cement and smashing my face into. By the way, went over here. Guy listens to our show, Dr. Shane Johnson, across the street here, like Vision Quest, whatever the place is over here. Big hockey guy. I got my bill for my glasses. What do you think my glasses? This is how bad my eyesight is.
Are they them right there?
These are backup glasses. The frames are cheap. My eyes are so messed up. The total cost, I'll give you, what do you think? Total cost of my new glasses?
$785.
$1,095.
Jeez.
The frames are $155. That is how messed up my eyes are with the lens. It's all the lens. It's all about the lenses.
You can't do LASIK?
No, I can't.
Is that why my cheaters only cost like $250?
You should be happy that you're not just. I'll give you a quick story. I got a dent in my head. You see this dent in my head? I got a little dent up here.
Fall down a hill, leaving the Hampton Inn?
Right. I fell out of my mom. Forceps get me out.
Watch, see a scar right here?
Is that the same thing?
That's my forceps scar.
Well, this is my forceps scar. Everybody else in my family's got pretty good vision. This caused all my problems coming out the chute.
Let me see it. I can see that dent. I've never
Do you
seen
see
it before.
it?
Yeah.
Look at his face.
Yeah.
Which goes back to when you and I were born. They used to use metal forceps to help pull you out of the mom.
Instead of a vacuum?
Instead of a vacuum.
Yeah. I got taken out with like
See, look
salad
right here.
tongs.
See that scar right there?
Is that the same thing?
Yeah, it's forceps.
Well,
and it slipped and cut me.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
You don't have to wear glasses. How old are you?
That affected my thing. I was 2010 my whole life.
I wear glasses. I can't see crap.
I got LASIK when I was 18.
Oh, you're lucky too. Good for
but
you.
My left eye's gone bad. I need it again.
Well, okay, get it then. I would love to not have to wear stupid
Dr.
glasses.
Spivak.
There you go.
Get it together. All right, Adam Schefter. All right, do we bring up this thing with Adam or not? Do we just leave it alone?
You want to ask him if he had sex?
Why would you even bring that up?
I'm not going to. I am not going to.
No.
I'm not going to.
Do you think we're going to get a chance to ask that before you?
I'm not gonna bring it up if it's classless and we shouldn't do it.
I don't think it's classless.
He brought it up.
He's the one that did it.
Why'd you break having your first big story having sex?
I'm not going to say it, but if you want to, Adam Schefter joins us next. Hey, it's D-Mac, and every day brings more opportunities. Your next one, Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Located at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont. Beautiful showroom. And those Black Friday savings go all month long on their incredible lineup of 2024 Ford F-150s.
I need a Raptor.
But they got him.
Talk to him for me, would you?
I will.
All right, thanks.
Scott Hastings special. You want something? Maybe a Raptor, maybe something. I don't know. Whatever you need. Mike Maroney. Maroney means more. Every vehicle, including Scott's Raptor, comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Say Scott Hastings is in Grand Lake. I need a Raptor. They'll bring it to you. No problem. Free delivery. Simply start the process at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. These peak savings will not last, because the best F-150s go fast. So whatever your adventure, start at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. That's at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont. Tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
Hey guys, you deserve to feel your best, so don't settle. Don't just think that you're never going to have high energy again. Your workouts aren't going to go as far as they once did. You can do something about it. Call my friends over at Revitalized Health, who are the best in the industry at what they do. Guys, they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Even vitamin B12 shots if you just need a shot of energy. Go into Revitalized Health today, and you're going to feel amazing. They'll come up with a customized game plan for your body, your needs. Once you get your numbers where they belong to be, you're going to be amazed at how much better you can feel. Look better, feel better, sleep better with my friends over at Revitalized Health. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. Find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Come, my lady. Come, my lady. Hey, just a heads up, Dave's Hot Chicken is now in Highlands Ranch, opening today. You have the chance to eat hot chicken that will blow your mind. Good Raj and Coach were out there earlier today. If you're one of the first 50 customers, you'll get a free slider. Open today off Lucin and Mayberry Drive in Highlands Ranch. It's Dave's Hot Chicken. Adam Schefter will join us just here in a second. What's the game tonight? I don't even know. What's going down tonight for NFL? You guys know off the top of your head?
I think it's Browns Steelers.
It is Browns Steelers, and they're hyping it up to be a big deal. AFC North, here we go. Browns suck. Somehow they're trying to make this turn into a huge game. But you know what? Somehow those games do always seem to be pretty close.
Yeah, I got tickets to Gladiator 2.
Are you going to see that?
Fun.
Supposed to.
What's the premise of that one?
Wait, I thought that came out tonight?
I think tonight.
Go to a movie theater. Yeah. Wow, it's been a minute. I gotta admit, I love going to movie theaters. I love movie theaters. I love movie theaters. It's just, it feels...
You got to get out of the house, see people.
I do got the 75-incher, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
this is like 160
I know, and I love going. I do love going. And I love that you have to make reservations. I don't like that. I love it. I have no problems with that whatsoever. I think that's awesome.
We got tickets for it, but then I'm thinking,
how much does a movie cost these days?
$100. If you're an AMC club member,
yeah,
you get free tickets every once in a while.
You know it's a big scam, right?
I get free tickets once in a while. $5 off popcorn.
Okay,
you do pay for them, but
but not if you're going 3-4 times a month.
Do you really go to the movies that
Summertime?
often?
Yeah.
See, I could never make that work.
Oh, I could.
Does Ellie or 11?
Well,
kids still love going to movies.
No, I know that, but does she go to Gladiator too?
No, that's the rub. Because I was gone for 5 days. I leave after the game tomorrow for 3, 2.5. They're like, well, what if we don't go to that? And then we're thinking that Santa one with The Rock.
I heard Adam Schefter's a gladiator in bed.
Well, you got to be careful.
Adam Schefter joins us now.
Breaking stories.
Brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Adam, where does Bo Nix, and Scott is here to talk to you if you want to talk directly to him, where do you think Bo Nix ranks in terms of rookies overall in the NFL? How's his rookie year going? Where do you think he ranks?
Well, I would say right now, I think Jaden Daniels is the only rookie quarterback who's outplayed him so far. Drake May's coming on. Scott. Put the 3 fingers down. Okay?
All right.
Drake May is definitely coming on. And Drake May obviously may have a brighter future than Bo Nix. That would not be a surprise. There are people that loved Drake May coming out. But to date, Bo Nix is number 2.
Brock Bowers?
Number 2. Well, I think you're asking rookie quarterbacks.
No, we said rookies.
Just rookies. I mean,
just rookies.
Just rookies, yeah.
Well, if we're in other words, are we doing rookie of the year balloting, unofficial rookie of the year balloting?
Yeah.
Sure.
Midway, mid-season, just laying in bed, hanging out, and you decide, hey, I want to boom, 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 pop up and do this.
Deep thoughts. Under the sheets.
I would say right now, Bo Nix. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't argue with that. Brock Bowers has been great, but also Scott. He's coming off maybe his best game of the year when you're giving this answer. So it's easy for you to say Brock Bowers 3 when Bo Nix has been pretty solid all year long.
Yep.
Right?
Well, Brock Bowers on a crap team has almost 800 yards receiving too. I mean, there's no other weapons. There's no weapons the Raiders have other than Brock Bowers, is there?
Jacoby Myers is a good player. He is. Jacoby Myers is pretty good. But, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Who's their quarter? Oh, so they're going with Gardner, though, right? I mean,
he's the guy.
Okay. Okay. It seems like a mess there, Adam. What is the inherent problem there in Vegas right now?
Well, you brought up the quarterback position. That is the inherent problem. Teams that, as a general rule, don't have quarterbacks don't win consistently. Okay. And when you don't win consistently, people get fired. And when people get fired, it creates more instability. And when there's more instability, for whatever reason, it gets harder and harder to develop that quarterback. And they've been unable to develop that quarterback, which leads them to have instability and fire more people and start the whole cycle over and over again, right? I mean, that's what you're talking about.
All right, but what do you think of the strategy? Hey, we'll get a great player, and then we'll get the quarterback later. So we'll get Bowers.
Well, look, D-Mac, it's not like they had a choice. They were sitting where they were last year. I think they were picking 13th. By the time they picked 13th, 6 quarterbacks were off the board. Right?
Yeah. Hey, I'm there with you.
And by the way, if I remember correctly, I remember my notes. They liked Michael Penix. They did.
Yeah.
They liked, not enough to trade up for him, but they liked him.
And
like if he had been there if he had been there at 13, do I think he would have been the pick? Maybe. But I believe they had a higher grade on Brock Bowers, who many regarded as a top 10 talent. And he was there surprisingly at 13 because all these teams took quarterbacks. And so they said, okay, well, you all want quarterback? We'll take this guy. He's a great player. And he is. And they just don't have a quarterback right now to get him the football the way that they should.
And that's what always drove me nuts about the draft. If they really did like Penix, go get him, man. Don't sit around. Figure it out. Move up. Atlanta did. A lot of teams.
Well, but you know what? You know what? Again, if I remember my conversations and notes, I think they liked Michael Penix. I do. I don't think they liked him enough to go trade up for him. There's a difference.
Well, they're a dumb organization. That's what you get. So.
Hey, I don't know.
Well, we don't know that Michael Penix can or can't play yet.
Yeah, but you don't. You only have what you have at the time of the draft, Adam. Right? Like, I'm sorry to bogart this, but like that's all you got.
You know what? I disagree with you here. Like again, I think they absolutely liked Michael Penix. I think if he was there at 13, I think they would have considered him. I don't know that they would have taken him. And so now you're debating, okay, well, where is the right spot to go get him? And they decided to sit where they were. They didn't have a chance to get him, but they had a chance to get another great player. D-Mag, if Michael Penix washes out,
how
are you going to feel? Like they got a great player. They got a great player.
Yeah, but it's going to cost like coaches and other players. I mean, they're going to, all right, let me back up. Are the Raiders going to have a complete overhaul?
Oh, we're going to wait and see, but obviously when you don't win, there are changes.
Well, and then what do you make then? We'll stay on the Raiders thing. What do you make then that we got Tom Brady and his group bought 10% of the team a year ago? It got approved at the owners' meeting. It's just announced today, or at least I read it today, that Davis is selling another 15% off to 2 other individuals, 7.5% each. That's going to be 25% of the team. Obviously, still having controlling interest. But what does that say about that organization? It's your owner's giving up 25% of the team, and how long does he retain 75% of the team?
Yeah, but you know what? What I would say to that would be he still is the majority control owner. And so by doing this, he rakes in billions of dollars that he can enjoy, and he gives up none of his privileges. None. He just has more people that he could lean on and include, right? I mean, again, he's in a different world than we are, but the way I look at it is, okay, so he just got back, let's just say the organization's valued at $6-7 billion, and he sold 30% of it. So he just got back $1.8 billion, like to go have fun with. And he's still the majority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. It cost him nothing. And he's putting 1.8 in his pocket, like to go have fun while he's here on Earth. Like, hey, good for him.
Hey, I don't know how dialed in you are to college football right now, but I'm sure you're dialed in enough to see that Colorado just landed Juju Lewis on Pat McAfee's show live today.
Yeah.
Curious your thoughts with Deion and how that may or may not affect his future interest in coaching an NFL team.
Well, again, I don't cover that world, and it's not like I'm dialed into that world, but I have the same type of observations that I'm sure you guys do. Like, that guy obviously believes Deion's going to be there. He chose that school because he believes in Deion and that staff. So he thinks that. And so that's where it's kind of at right now. Right?
Yeah.
So the Las Vegas Raiders come to Deion and say, we will allow you to draft your son. You'll be the head coach here. What do you think he'd say to that? I know speculation.
Look, again, this is what I said this morning on Get Up. Deion himself has said he's got the kickstand down at Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Kickstands down. And I believe that. And
Yeah.
I believe that he truly wants to shape and mold and influence the lives of young men that he can have a huge voice on. So,
And you
it's
ain't going
up
to
to
have
some
in the
owner.
pros. You ain't going to have that in the pros.
Well, yeah, you are.
Not
but
like
not
that.
as
Not
much.
like in college, though.
Yeah, okay, but it's up to some owner to walk by and be a bully and kick down that kickstand if he wants. Hey, I know you got your kickstand. I'm going to kick your bike down, okay? And I'm going to offer you enough money, and maybe that's including Shador, or maybe it's not. I don't know, but just because he's got his kickstands aren't cemented
Those go
into the
up
ground.
also, right? Yeah.
Kickstands go up.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hey, Adam, I didn't really
breaking news.
I didn't really believe Prime until today. So, but that's where I'm at, you know. So I'm taking
You say he's absolutely staying.
I'd be stunned if he left now with this news
That
from
very
today.
well could be.
Yeah,
But by the way, it certainly looks like he's staying.
Yes, it does.
That's what I would say.
To
It
the
certainly
degree
looks like he's staying.
to the degree where I'll take him at his word, you know, for sure. Like he said it like 100 times now. They got this kid. Okay, good enough. We got you. Despite whatever Michael Irvin's yelling about, you know, I'm not whatever.
Hey, let me ask this. Let me go back to NFL again real fast. And we talked about the Raiders just now, and we heard from Giants camp and Jets. We see all the problems. We counted yesterday 14 teams in the NFL with 4 wins or less. 14 teams with 4 wins or less. Are these crap organizations? Are they organizations that are just in a lull? Or does the NFL have a problem right now with really some poorly run franchise as far as winning football goes?
Well, first of all, it's not the NFL's job to support poorly run franchises. That's not the league's job. And I think that the biggest thing,
although they
is
chased
that-
2 owners out in the last decade, right? Carolina and Washington, they did chase 2 owners out. Different reasons, but
yeah, I'm trying to think like chased. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they certainly were part of it. That there was a lot of noise around both. I don't know how influential they were or weren't in getting those owners to sell. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. But what I would say is more than anything, Scott, is that this is a quarterback league. Like there were a lot of people who said that Buffalo wasn't well run or Kansas City wasn't well run. And then you go draft a quarterback. And by the way, I know he's not playing like Houston. Well, that was poorly run too, wasn't it? Until CJ Stroud showed up and no one says anything anymore, even though they're not having the type of season that many expected. We could go through the list. And I think it's more a function of who has quarterbacks and who doesn't. Now, there are exceptions. The Steelers are always great, it seems like. They're just a solid organization. But by the way, the Broncos in recent years haven't been very good.
Nope.
They drafted a quarterback who seems like he can play. Oh, Denver's in play. They're not a crappy run organization anymore.
Look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Look
What
at
do you
that.
know?
Crazy, right?
yeah, Denver also
think-
had extenuating
Look.
circumstances in the Pat got as sick as he did.
Look, by the way, ownership does enter in and coaching does enter in. Look at Jim Harbaugh and the effect he's had on the Chargers
Yeah.
because Justin Herbert's been there, okay? Absolutely, it's a factor. But I don't care what anybody tells me. The biggest factor is quarterbacks.
Okay.
Period.
Hey, I'm with you. 100%.
So you're telling me you're a hobo? Hope for Bo. You got hope for Bo. That's why I'm living now. I'm a hobo because I have.
We went from Bo-rections to hobos, right?
Yeah, hobo. Well, he's got the
D-Mac's the hoe for Bo.
Oh, I'm the hoe for Bo.
Yeah, he's a
I've
hoe
been-
for Bo.
I've been the hoe for Bo from the
I
get-go.
have hope for Bo.
Yeah, that's different. And Tyler's still recovering from playing with RG3, so it's a whole.
Yeah, he's got RG3 TSD.
That's
what
right,
he has.
RG3 TSD.
hey, RG3 just invited me out this weekend, boys. Don't go ruining my relationship.
I know, but the RG3 TSD just means I can't believe it. Even if you have a great first year, I don't know. You know, it's like
Sometimes you know when you
But
know.
by the way, another great example: Washington, one of the biggest dumpster fires in the world recently. Oh, they draft you today. Look at Washington.
Yeah.
Wow.
Got rid of an owner.
But got rid of
and
the owner.
got a quarterback.
Got rid of different culture, different owner, different strategy.
Fine. I don't care what you say. Again,
with the quarterback.
the
yes, of
biggest
course.
factor is it comes down to the coaching matters.
All right,
Absolute ownership matters.
I know we got to let you go. I know I want to keep you on time. I'm keeping you on your schedule. Why are you dressed up like Johnny Cash?
Because I'm a hobo.
Okay. All right, Adam Schefter. See you, pal. Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Time for Sports, Not Sports. Go for it, Dan.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
Why am I obsessed with watching Bryson DeChambeau hit golf balls over his house to see if he can see?
It's beautiful because
what is going on with this?
Because you're like, at some point he's got to shank one, right?
I actually did not check in today or yesterday. How's he doing?
Yesterday he more or less hit the pin on one of them.
Yeah. That was on,
in the
that
fly.
Was on,
on the fly.
It hit the cup and pin.
No, not the pin. Like it hit the cup.
Should we explain what's going on here for those that don't know? So Bryce, and I don't know what the point of it is, but
he's owning the internet.
Okay, so it's just a fun idea.
Yeah.
So he said, how many days in a row will it take for me to hit a hole-in-one over my house?
The house
it's
is
about
built
100
off
yards.
Of glass, by the way. The entire house
the whole
is
front
giant
end.
glass windows.
You shank one, you're paying for something, but he ain't shanking anything. So he's got a putting green, chipping green.
But it's real grass.
On well, you're right. On the backside, and he's hitting from like his driveway. So
he said it's 100 yards.
Okay.
So he hits off a mat.
He's got to get it up a little bit, but it's not that hard of a shot, but he's trying to get a hole in one. So every day that he's doing it, he gives himself another shot. Day 1-1, 2-2, 3-3. What's he on
yesterday
now?
Was I saw 9 yesterday. So today should be 10.
Okay. Why is this so interesting?
I'm telling you,
because you see all them freaking windows right there in front of him and going, how many windows would I have broken already by day 10?
Did you guys see the dude, like the average Joe that is like, all right, I'm going to go replicate this thing?
No.
Oh, yeah. Goes out there, replicates it. First shot he takes, shanks a window. First shot. His wife comes running out, screaming at him.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I have not. I'll look that up.
Hey, Bryson
That's
DeChambeau is like a fascinating case study of a dude that went from being an absolute, if you want to use wrestling terms, heel to a babyface. I mean, this guy was a villain. I mean, you go back to it, and it turns out like everybody was kind of stuck on Brooks Koepka at the time, and the drama he had with him. And Bryson was like just a worldwide turd. That's what people thought of him.
Right.
And now he's taken over the internet. He's creative. He's funny. He's not afraid to make fun of himself. It's amazing to see the overall turnaround.
I am bizarrely fascinated with his like break 50 from the red tees with somebody. Like I think I've watched every single one of them that he's done it with, and I find myself really like rooting for it.
I started to watch the John Daly one, but I don't really. What's the concept of that? So I don't really understand.
We're gonna do best ball from the red tees on a golf course to break 50, and he has not been able to do it yet. He's gotten close. Gotten close, but he hasn't pulled it off.
Didn't he get real close with DeChambeau, or they?
Well, it's DeChambeau with somebody else.
Well, yeah.
So he's with John Daly. He was with President Trump.
I think he got close with Trump. They got 51 or 52.
He was with some other dudes, and it's mostly DeChambeau. I mean, most of the shots are his, but not all, and he hasn't done it yet. It's a fun series, and I'm watching it like a sporting event. Like, oh my God, I hope they get it. And then I feel stupid. Like, why did I just take 20 minutes and watch this? But that being said, what are you showing me? I'm sorry, Scott. I didn't see what you were
I'm
showing
thinking
me.
This was day 9. I don't think he's posted day 10 yet. So this is still just day 9.
How many shots would you give yourself until you just put one through a window?
Within 2.
I mean, the intimidation of those glass windows in front of me, that's the first shot, pal.
First shot, you think?
Yeah.
Well, my first shot is probably a stub in the ground, and I'm hoping the ball that's bounced 3 times doesn't break a glass by the time it hits the
because
house.
It's not a hard shot. Like if we went to
100 yards.
If we went to a driving range with a wedge, we wouldn't even thinking about it. But it's a house with glass windows. He's not. That's not even That's not even his thing. He's not even thinking about hitting the house. It's not even close to it. It really is just about how close can he get to hit a hole-in-one. It makes you realize how hard it is to hit a damn hole-in-one.
Somebody broke it down, and they did the probabilities of it for like an average golfer, how many shots it would take. And based off of this incredibly scientific research, that I have no idea where he pulled these numbers from, he broke it down that by day 50, with 50 shots, he should have like a 90% probability, which actually sounds insane to me. That with only 50 shots, you've got a 90% probability of getting a hole-in-one.
Well, I got to give our boy Vic Lombardi some credit because a few years ago, didn't he try to do this?
And Kiefer, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, they stood up there for like all day.
Yeah, they stood up there like 5 hours and didn't even come close.
I mean, we're talking hundreds of shots, right?
Yeah.
Be a fun thing to do for it, or would it just be ridiculously?
Well, somebody's got to be
annoying?
down there clearing off the golf balls also, because
Right.
those are going to get in the
If
way.
you notice on one of them, he's got a dude standing on top of his house.
Right, every video of these.
I didn't notice till like the second,
Yeah.
third video. Go, oh, there's a dude on
All
his
right.
house.
How long will this be interesting?
Till he
Forever.
makes it.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're in
the
with
fascinating part to me is when does he give up? Because at day 100, does he give up?
Because it's 100 shots.
You're fascinated by this. I don't know how many stupid pizza reviews I've watched. over the last year, I'm like, it's a pizza review.
That's probably a no dumb question. Like, what wormhole have you gone down that you just know is stupid and you can't help yourself?
Pizza review is one. The Shambo might be one too.
I'm in a wormhole right now, which I cannot quite get out of yet. It's about Jared Leto. Do you know Jared Leto?
Yeah.
Actor, rock star, climbed the Empire State Building from the outside. Did you know that one?
Is it Leto or Lido?
Lido. It's Lido. Maybe one of the more fascinating human beings on Earth right now.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Like Academy Award nominated guy.
Won it for Dallas Buyers Club is a winner. Is 30 Seconds to Mars, his rock band is like legit. Climbing the Empire State Building? I'm sorry, what? Why? How? And all of a sudden I'm watching endless versions of The Kill, which is a big song by them. I'm watching like acoustic versions, cover versions, live versions.
And you've got into the drummer guy, which got me into there's other people trying to do it.
Yeah, L.S. Tapario, Severiano.
My latest one is this 11 or 12-year-old boy that jams these rock songs. I sent one to Andy of this kid. And I'm like,
you can't stop.
You can't. Well, first of all, he's like 11 or 12 and he's playing, Led Zeppelin or something like that. And you're like, he's playing Stairway to Heaven. Like, whoa.
I'm grateful for DeChambeau because the wormhole's pretty simple. It's just because he's going to make the shot or not. So it's relatively quick,
The other day, he went and stood by a entrance to the highway, holding up a cardboard sign saying, honk if your buddy's three-putted. Just stood there for hours, and he said, make this a meme for your buddy that three-putts.
That is hysterical. This is a U.S. Open. This is a multi-major winner. That kid's like 7.
Well, he's like a kid. Look at it.
Yeah, okay. All right. What is wrong with this?
So I'm down this wormhole with this kid. I'm following him now.
Do you ever set limits for yourself? Like, I can only stay in this wormhole for another 7 minutes.
I went down a wormhole last night on this 9-year-old kid who made some cryptocurrency that he pumped up to like $30,000, and then like he dumps it on everybody, and he's live streaming it. He's 9 years old, creates this cryptocurrency, gets it up to 30 grand, and he dumps everything on everybody else. So just a giant pump and dump, right? And he starts tossing up the middle fingers, and all of a sudden the cryptocurrency community, whatever the heck this is, right?
Yeah.
Now they're like, well, F this kid. He dumps it, makes 30 grand.
Yeah.
Had he kept his money, a totally invented
so
cryptocurrency,
they're just
going to
buy it up. They're going to buy it up.
If
Like GameStop.
had he kept his money,
this
9-year-old,
Yeah.
it would currently be worth $4.5 million.
Right, that's some dedicated nerds out there to do that. But you can do that. Was the GameStop thing? That was exactly what GameStop was.
Meanwhile, the kid's got a new bike and a guitar.
Well, he's probably pretty happy. All right, time for the big question of the day. Let's go, Dan. Earlier on the Pat McAfee show, this happened.
So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Julian Juju Lewis will be playing football for whom next year, brother?
I will be continuing my athletic and academic career at the University of Colorado.
The question is, how does this make you feel about Deion Sanders in the NFL? That's the question.
And first off, let's not gloss over what it means for the University of Colorado. I mean, golly, dude, just a year ago, the Deion Sanders experience was getting pointed at and laughed at, like, oh, look at this idiot, he gets 4 wins, blah, blah, blah. And now we're on top of the world with a very bright future. You found the heir apparent to Shedeur Sanders. It's what world am I living in? I still pinch myself like, God dang, we were the worst program in America, and now we're flipping kids from USC 2 years in a row. In terms of what it means for Deion Sanders' future, well, I hate to be the buzzkill on it, but I don't know that it changes anything personally. Look, man, I always thought it would be very difficult to say no to a team that could guarantee him his son in the NFL, that he could draft his son. But I've always stood by the fact that I don't think there's going to be that many opportunities. Meaning I'm sure there's going to be teams that want him, but there's only going to be 1 or 2 teams that have got a clear path to actually drafting his son. So if I was at 60-40 previously that he would stay, maybe I'm at 70-30 now.
Scott?
Whatever. I mean, if the kid gets here, we'll see if he can play. I mean, there's still a giant step between high school and college.
Change anything for Prime?
There's no, because I don't think he was going to go anywhere anyway.
So you believed him all along?
Yeah. Listen, I got into you. It's a great conspiracy. It's a great conversation piece. I've been in too many locker rooms for the last 30 or 40 years to note for all those out there, it ain't changed a whole lot, first of all. And 2, you can come in a raw. That's going to work for a little bit. By year 2 and 3, when the guy said, well, I'm glad you're raw and I'm doing what you're saying. Am I getting an extension?
Right.
What am I doing? You can change it, but it ain't different.
Let me ask the question a different way then. Do you think this will quiet the national conversation that had been raised speculating that he could go to the NFL?
No, because it's gold. It's TV ratings gold. They talk about the Lakers, talk about the Cowboys, talk about Deion Sanders, and people are going to watch.
Yep. I was told by an ESPN insider that they are basically mandated to talk about the Cowboys, the Lakers,
Sure.
Deion.
Sure, makes sense. I just don't know where they go now.
Which goes back to also, listen, if Deion's in that conversation, we got to cover CU and what's going on. This adds fuel to the fire. This adds to what he says. 3 years ago, they weren't mentioning CU for anything.
Well, let me just play devil's advocate here. Like, it's TV. You could probably make up something. But there's not a lot of fuel here. He has now said on multiple platforms that he's staying. Multiple. He's got the top, or at least one of the top, if not the top, quarterback lined up to take over for Shedeur.
Still be 17 at the beginning of the season.
Okay. I mean, at some point, if you're really going to make this a legit argument, you're just going to have to flat out and come say, I think Prime is a liar.
Look at Johnny Cash.
But he does enough weird things here and there that just kind of keeps it alive. Like even that interview he had with Ice Cube where he denies it. Well, Ice Cube brings up the fact, I don't know, man, you and Shedeur, Las Vegas Raiders, and Deion goes, ooh, baby, and he daps him up. He does little weird things here and there that just kind of keeps the conversation just slightly
By the
alive.
way, what do you think of him doing? He's got a TV show on Tubi. Talk about random. Like Prime has just got, like, I don't know how often that show's on, maybe once a week or something. He's actively doing a TV show. It's like, I'm sorry, what?
Hold on. 2 no-dumb questions.
Yeah.
1, is he doing it for free?
I'm sure he's not doing it for free.
And 2, if he's doing it for free, is he just trying to establish a brand? I mean,
his name is Prime, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I think?
You don't think Tubi said, "Hey, listen, until the subscribers get up, we'll give you $2.5 million a year to do this, and then we'll give you 20% of all advertisement dollars, or 40% of all advertisement dollar going forward.
And now
he's going to get all stars. We had Ice Cube on. You had Ice Cube on last what I saw.
For whatever reason, and maybe Tyler, you know better about how a Tuesday goes in college football, but it is the media day for CU. So my guess is that there's a window open in that schedule that he could sit down and do something for an hour, and he's doing something.
Well, college football is weird coaching-wise because, especially the way the Buffs are running it, they practice early in the morning. Kids go to school, and then you do have some time in the middle of the day.
Apparently. And I do not know how often this 2B show is going, but he sits down with Ice Cube, and it's his TV show.
Well, let me ask this. Of all the people that come in and see him, you could do it Sunday afternoons. Hey, Cube, you were sitting on the sidelines, standing on the sidelines of the game. Stick around.
I guess.
Tomorrow we'll do this thing at 11 o'clock, and then boom, 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 you can get on your flight at 1.
You know, you're probably right, because there are still, believe it or not, NCAA restrictions on time with the kids. You probably do have a lot more time in college than you do in the pros.
Well, you've got weird downtime in the middle of the day. Most teams practice in the afternoons. The Buffs practice early in the morning.
That's right, yeah.
But then you got to be available in the evening time because now we're recruiting. Now we're talking to kids at 6 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night, whatever. What do you guys think Shedeur would want? Do you think Shedeur would be ready to go branch out and be like, yep, it's time for me to go do this on my own? Or do you think he would want his dad to coach him in the NFL?
It's such a great question because hardly any of us would know what it's like to just be used to one thing forever. Well, maybe I could throw it out there. Yeah, I recently moved, right? So I was used to doing everything, Tyler and Scott, in my same little circle for 20 plus years. Well, I moved. So now everything I got to do is like slightly different. But I didn't know any better until I moved. So I would just keep doing the same thing I'd be used to forever unless something radically different happened. And now it feels weird. I got to tell you guys, just doing normal chores, grocery market, whatever, everything's a little bit different. So you asked, like, would Shedeur want it? I would put it out there. How do you know you want something different if you've never experienced it ever? Like, it would be no big deal. But who is ever coached by their dad from age 5 to 22 at the highest levels? I mean, who actually experiences that? My argument would be literally nobody. So what does Shedeur want?
Dan, what's his name?
Hawkins.
Dan Hawkins.
But even
coaches,
Dan,
hold on.
Dan didn't coach his high school
That's
team.
right.
Yeah, that's true.
That is correct. In fact, I think that Cody and Dan was a big, like, I miss you, Dad. I want to be with you. I think that had a big part. Shedeur's been with Deion for every level. So how would Shedeur know any different?
So why would that not be a question from an NFL team going, can you play without Daddy?
Well, I would think so. I think a lot of people say, Shedeur would want to move on. I'm like, well, why? He has achieved everything he's ever wanted to at the highest possible level with his dad.
Because it's time to hang his own star.
Yeah, but how would he even know that?
But I think a lot of kids feel that way, and they're like, I don't want to be in Dad's shadow. And it's an insane amount of pressure to be a son of a GOAT, to be Bronny James, to be Ronaldo's son. Especially when you choose to follow in the same sport. Play something else. I've talked about that a lot. Like my son is playing football now, but for a long time I didn't want him to play football. He loves golf. Go do golf, man. Pave your own path, right? Don't feel the pressure to try to do something that I did just because it's what I previously did. But Shedeur seemed like it's hard to even explain it, man. He embraces it, whereas most kids run from it. Shedeur takes advantage of everything that his dad has to offer.
That's a good question. But I'm convinced. I guess I did flip today. I guess I did. Like, this does it for me. I'll take you at your word. I'll believe everything that everybody says. So, and by the way, for me, this is great news. TV will probably manufacture conversations, and I'm happy to engage if you guys want to. But I just don't see any fuel to the fire on this one. I think it's
Not
done.
yet.
I don't know what it's even going to take now with this kid's commitment here.
So
it's pretty awesome for CU, man. You're going to be a college football playoff contender. You ready for this? For at least the next 3 years, because you're going to contend in the Big 12 easily, and you're going to be in the talk to win a national championship.
Well, assuming this kid can play, but
Well, right. I mean, we're all assuming he's going to be good. And we're assuming other good kids are coming.
Yeah, there's a 4-star offensive tackle recruit
Awesome.
that it feels like he's a package deal with Juju.
And you got
He's
Jordan.
committed to
You got
USC.
Jordan Seaton for 2 more years, no matter what. I think it's amazing news for CU today. I think it's incredible because this kid will bring other good kids.
Yeah,
pretty awesome, man.
And they're not afraid to throw it around and blah blah blah.
Oh, it's gonna be entertaining as hell.
Hardest thing they're gonna get is can you find a running back?
Hey, can I tell you guys another? We haven't even mentioned this, and it's fascinating to me. The University of Colorado just announced that there's about 6 players that are going to go play in the East-West Shrine game.
Okay.
And Shedeur Sanders is one of them. Shedeur Sanders is going to bail on Senior Bowl.
What?
Yep, he's going to bail on the Senior Bowl
to play the East-West Shrine game.
Because you got Will Shepard, you got Wester, you got I don't know. There's like 4 wide receivers from the Buffs that are all going to be playing in the same game.
Gotcha. So you can throw to his
going
guys.
there. Shedeur's going there.
Gotcha.
There's 6 different Colorado Buffaloes that are going to go to the. I went to the East-West Shrine Bowl, okay, but I was thrilled to go to the East-West Shrine Bowl.
Sure.
I got invited to the East-West game, right? I didn't get invited to the Senior Bowl. That was the best opportunity I've had. We've seen guys turn down invites before. I think this will be the first time a dude has declined the Senior Bowl to go to the East-West game. And if you think about it, it's freaking brilliant.
They make their own rules.
Well, number one, they make
Pretty
their own
awesome.
rules. But guess what he gets to do? He gets to go throw to his guys.
Yeah.
He's throwing to his guys.
Yeah.
And these bowl games, a lot of times, have a far bigger impact than the combine itself.
I think that actually, he's doing a solid for is his guys.
Well, he is, but I think it does himself a favor too.
But
timing, tempo, throwing to guys you don't know, it's all of it.
Do you think Shedeur would, even if he didn't go in any bowls, do you think he'd go later than the second quarterback off the board?
No.
Not me neither. I don't know how. I don't think he needs to do anything.
It depends on the rest of the season for.
I don't think there's much he can do. I don't think he has to go to the combine. I don't think he has to go to any of these bowl games. I don't think he's any. I mean, I guess if you want to prove you're worth the number 1 choice over Cam Ward, I guess. But even that to me is a stretch.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, so
no dumb question to leave this segment.
Yeah.
Whoever drafts Quinn Ewers,
yeah.
Do you say to yourself, dude, we just drafted the second best quarterback in Texas?
Maybe, and that's probably why he goes like 5th round or later.
Right?
Bro. Yeah, he ain't going high. He'll be lucky if he gets drafted, frankly.
So it's Shedeur Sanders, Shiloh Sanders, Cameron Silman-Craig, Jimmy Horn, LeJounte Wester, and Will Shepard.
That's awesome.
All accepted invites to the East-West Shrine Bowl.
That's actually brilliant. They define what matters and what doesn't matter.
That's right.
That is an awesome
They'll have
story.
more scouts at the East-West game than they've ever had, probably.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Or in 20 years.
Ain't no doubt about it. And they don't care what the history is. We'll define what history is.
Yep.
That is kind of cool.
Damn, when did CU become such a... Well, when Prime
Power.
walked through the door. When Prime walked through the door. That is the easy answer there. Let's Football Goes next. Oh, that's good. Adam Schefter, our guy. Mountain High Appliance. Find him at mountainhighappliance.com. All right, Dan, Bud Squid. By the way, it's coordinators today with the Broncos. I just don't know even where to go here with the Broncos because the Raiders are so bad, but thank God for Dan. Let's football go, Dan.
All right, well, thank God for Bo Nix, fellas. He's led
That's
the Broncos
for sure.
to a 6-5 record. So I want to get Bo's answer to a question at Dove Valley yesterday, and then I want to get your guys' thoughts on where you think he's improved or taken the biggest strides so far this season. Here is Bo's response to that question.
Well, to be honest, I think at the beginning you kind of make the NFL bigger than what it actually is. You know, these players are really good, but at the same time you got really good players on your level. So I think simplifying the game and trying to play as fast as possible and find a completion, which is what we've been able to do here recently. I think, as we've gone, Coach and I have kind of found a good rhythm of what we both like, what we can kind of put out there on the field, what we can execute, and then, the guys have kind of adapted to it and find, our roles within the offense and execute it at a high level. But it's just all about slowing the game down and processing things, at a manner that you can handle and just kind of see one or two things and let those guys take you to where the ball's supposed to be.
All right, so we'll start with Scotty here. Scott, have you seen strides from Bo Nix this season? And if you have, what are they?
No, next guy.
Hobo.
No, not one thing that you've
Scott's
seen?
Scott's just being Scott there. Come on now.
What strides do you want me to have seen?
I'm just asking the question. If your answer is no, it's no.
I think he's been solid. I think he's been consistent. He's been very accurate on the short passes. I think we saw that in preseason. We've seen that now. He did have his greatest throw of the season this year, and that 34-yarder to Vele across the middle. That is a pro throw that he had not thrown in the first 10 games. I will say this where he surprised me. He's more confident than I thought. I said this on Monday. There was no other guy, including Jaden Daniels, that would have fit what Sean Payton wants to do other than Bo Nix. Bo Nix was the perfect draft pick for Sean Payton and his offense.
That throw to Vele was the best throw of the season, the best throw of his young career.
Yes.
But ironically, it wasn't even my favorite throw of the game. My favorite throw of the game was in the second half. It was on an RPO, and it's busted play. And Bo Nix starts pump faking once, twice. The play gets off rhythm. So when you start pump faking like that, when the play's off rhythm, it's when bad things happen. I'm not talking about a double move pump fake. I'm talking about a busted play pump fake. He buys himself some time. He scrambles out. Cortland Sutton does a great job on the scramble drill. He gives a fake like he's coming back to the ball, goes on the deep ball, and Bo throws a beautiful little touch pass floater over the defense back's head. That was my favorite throw of the game. Not the most challenging throw, but my favorite. I'm learning a lot about Bo for sure. I'm not D-Mac ready to anoint him as a 10-year guy that he's going to get a $60 million contract. But I'm in on the experience. I knew after the Chiefs game, the dude's not afraid of a big moment. And now we're just seeing him string it together. More and more plays. They're opening up the playbook. They're pushing the ball down the field. Bo Nix actually has more completions of 20 yards or more than any other quarterback in the NFL right now.
Percentage or numbers? I'd like to see that stat.
I think I don't know the answer, so I won't answer it. But yeah, I'm very, very optimistic about this dude. But I can't sit here and be like, yeah, I've seen enough to anoint him as a 10-year guy.
As somebody who's just all in and has been, it was easier to convince me, I guess. So I just sit here and I'm just like, okay, cool. Join the party when you want to. As far as I'm concerned, I don't sit here and say, oh my God, you're so dumb for not thinking this. I mean, I get the hesitations because listen, we've all suffered from QB TSD, man, because of the past decade. So I get it if it takes a little bit of time. I'm just firmly convinced in my mind there's not a lot more to think about at the quarterback position, which feels cool. I mean, we won't have as much to talk about, but now we get into best player available, and, you'll have more room in terms of cap space because the Russ thing will work its way out. And they've had a wonderful year. They've already hit the over. They should win the next 3 games. I mean, you should have your first winning season after the next 3 weeks than you've had since 2016. So there's so much good. It's kind of ridiculous.
Scott, I'm going to back off my 20-yard thing here a little bit because you brought up an important qualifier here, and here's the accurate way to present this thing, and it's not as impressive anymore. Bo Nix leads the NFL in total pass attempts of 20 yards or more. So not necessarily completions, but he's at the very least trying to push the ball down the field.
I just think the conversation quickly will turn from is he good enough to what else can the Broncos do around him, which Sean Payton has been pumping anyways. So whatever else you need, fine. But it's pretty clear how the Broncos, I don't think you guys would argue with me on this. Let me put this to you. Whatever anybody else thinks, it's clear that the Broncos believe he's the guy moving forward, right? Do you have any doubts about that?
No.
Scott?
I mean, he's the plan.
He's the plan, and they're not.
I wouldn't say that the Broncos are like you, though, that they're like, oh, we're ready to give this dude a $50 million contract. First off, they don't have to, so they're not thinking about it.
Well, right.
But I don't think the Broncos are as sold as you are that this dude is the answer, but he's the plan. So you've got no reason to go off the plan.
Yeah, you don't have to jump to where I am now. All you have to do for the Broncos, in all honesty, is to be convinced that for the next 3 years, we're good. Because usually with these first-round guys, after your third year, they start getting into that second contract. You generally don't get into your fourth year. You generally get that deal done at that point, if he really is that guy. So, no, they got plenty of time. By the way, that's why that first-round quarterback has so much value. Because if you do hit on him, it gives you so much time. That's why, like, Zach Wilson, man, like, even if Zach Wilson was
that's such an overrated stat, though. The fifth-year option means jack squat. There's really no difference.
Forget about the fifth-year option. You got years 2, 3, and 4 that you can build around him. Forget about the fifth-year option. If he's your guy, he's going to get that deal before the 5th year.
Yeah, but you get that in other rounds too.
The fact of the matter, yeah, but the quarterback money is, all right, it's a moot point. You got your guy for the next few years. It doesn't matter. If you had Zach Wilson, if Zach Wilson was really your guy this year, they'd have to fork up $30 to $40 million if he really was that good. If they had the same exact year with Zach Wilson this year with Bo Nix, you'd have to get $40 million. You don't have to do that with Bo Nix. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's an interesting take.
Well, there you go. Next up, Dan.
That's an interesting take.
That's a new drop.
Scott's found the highest hill in Colorado.
Oh, that's an interesting take.
Okay. What do you got, Dan?
All right, let's go to Sean Payton from yesterday, and I want to get Scott and Tyler's thoughts on this. Sean yesterday was asked the question, how do you know, Sean, if your team is ready to handle success and the accolades that come with that?
It's probably, we try to have a grounded nature. I mentioned at the start of today's meeting, we went through the game awards, but I said, look, this happens sometimes when, we had a good win, and then you go back and watch the tape and you realize, God, all right, that was good enough last week, but we're going to play in a game where we have to get those things cleaned up, and so there's no flat line. You're moving forward up or you're moving backward down, and so, but I do think it gets to the leadership and the culture that you're trying to build.
What does handling success for you guys look like? How difficult is it to learn how to handle success?
Oh, you said he had it for you two, not me. So go ahead.
How to handling success? You're an immature team if you can't, and so that's the biggest question: is this an immature team? Have you matured enough? Then you got a 24-year-old rookie quarterback who's played 61 games. So I heard one of the biggest reasons you got him is a quarterback. Biggest contributor to making sure the team doesn't rest on laurels starts, in my opinion, probably on the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Like in basketball, it's your best player. You won 5 in a row. Well, let's get 6. If you're happy and start partying, you're the best player coming in there partying, having a good time, doing this or that, then the team's going to think, oh, we can relax too. So it'll be on the leadership of Bo Nix.
If you squeak by the Las Vegas Raiders, I would say you're not handling success. If you dominate the Las Vegas Raiders, well, now we're handling success. We're learning what it tastes like. You got a taste of it in Kansas City. Then you replicated it and turned it into more against Atlanta. And now you're going up against a bad football team. If you are reading your headlines, well, you'll likely squeak one out. I think you'll win no matter what, but maybe you squeak one out. You dominate the Raiders, and now we're handling success.
Last one, Dan, hit it.
All right, well, somebody who's not handling failure very well is the Giants and Daniel Jones. So did you guys see Daniel Jones was demoted to fourth string quarterback?
What?
Fourth string.
They have him,
and he's playing
safety.
He's playing safety on the practice squad scout team.
You know, that is not the first time I've seen a quarterback do that.
$40 million a year to do that.
Well, that's remarkable. But Kyle Orton got relegated to that when Tebow took over. And they did have Orton put on that practice penny to go do scout team whatever. I've actually seen it. It is wild to see.
So Giants Daily on Twitter is reporting that Daniel Jones will not be traveling with the team to Dallas for their Thanksgiving game.
Damn.
All signs point to him leaving the team after Sunday's game against Tampa. Now, listen to Daniel Jones had a prepared statement today in New York. This sounds like a funeral. Here it is.
All right, wrote something down just to make sure I say it the right way. Let's see. The opportunity to play for the New York Giants was truly a dream come true, and I'm extremely grateful to the Mara and Tisch families for the chance to play here. The Giants are truly a first-class organization, and I have nothing but genuine respect and appreciation for the people who have built it and who helped carry on that tradition. I've met so many special people and created relationships that will truly last a lifetime. Thank you to all my teammates, coaches, and staff that have done so much for me these past 6 years. There have been some great times, but of course, we all wish there had been more of those. I take full responsibility for my part in not bringing more wins. No one wanted to win more games worse than me, and I gave everything I had on the field and in my preparation. Of course, this season has been disappointing for all, and of course, I wish I could have done more. I'm 100% accountable for my part. I did not play well enough consistently enough to help the team get the results.
He goes on for a while, but he should have ended that with "God bless all of you" and "God bless football," because it sounded like a retirement speech.
Can I just ask a question? Like, is there some contractual reason why they just don't release him?
I don't know what his contract status is.
I mean, the money's going to be owed. The money is owed, so it doesn't make a difference.
Why isn't he just being released?
Well, it sounds like they're about to. I mean, if he's not making the trip, he makes a statement like that. I don't know.
Why embarrass him? I mean, they did to Orton. It was weird.
So here's the thing. When you hear these things about like scout team safety, this isn't like during practice I'm playing safety. This is our pre-practice walkthroughs when your offense is on one side of the field, the defense is on another side of the field, and you literally just don't have enough bodies on one side of the field to get enough guys, right? So it's actually relatively normal. Whatever bodies you've got left over is going to be on defense.
Okay.
Next year, his contract is $30 million with a $9 million proration to the signing bonus, and the next year after that is $46,500 with a $9 million proration. So $18 million dead cap, I guess that would be.
But I mean, nothing changes if you release him.
Well, I'm just
other than $18 million.
Okay, so he's doing press conferences,
and then whatever this year would be.
He's doing goodbye press conferences without officially being released.
Well, he's trying to get released.
No, he's putting the onus back on them. And if they release him, he's a complete free agent. He can still be picked up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So no one else wants to give him,
So
Daniel
the Giants
Jones could play 10 more years at the very least as a backup quarterback.
So,
of course.
So did he go rogue with his press conference?
Probably.
Okay.
If you're going to say I'm benched all of a sudden, boom, okay, here you go.
Well, you had a interesting presser with Drew Lock just yesterday, so now you've had 2 back-to-back days with interesting pressers. Drew Lock was asked about being the number 2 and getting bypassed. He's like, yeah.
Well,
I'm asking myself that same question right now.
That was at his locker. This was like, Dan, if I'm not mistaken, this is kind of out like, hey, everybody, Daniel's going to talk. Like a little bit more organized, right?
I mean, he had a prepared speech, so.
Yeah, wow, that is a messed up PR staff then, too. What a wild organization, the Giants. So he just wants just cut me, get rid of me, and they're like, well, we might have some value for you, so but you're not going to travel with the team either. Well, that does make sense because they want to get some value out of him. They don't want him to get hurt, I guess. Oh man, that's a tough spot.
Well, you'll be able to get probably before the draft, what, a fifth round? For
Daniel?
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah. If Mac Jones is getting a fifth rounder or whatever he got, sure.
But you got to take on his contract too.
Well, that's true.
I don't know, man. I don't know if anybody's going to do that deal. Well, what's the point? Because anybody who's crap is just going to be drafting a quarterback anyway. You're not going to be looking for a free agent like that. That's a weird spot, man. All right, good story there, dude. It's PHC on 925. All right, what up? D-Mac here from Mike Maroney Auto Group in Longmont and Boulder. The Black Friday savings go all month long on their incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados, Ford F-150s, and GMC Sierras. And if you want something that's ready to rock those mountains, they've got you covered with amazing deals or low financing options at both locations because Maroney means more. 3-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. Free delivery anywhere in Colorado, anywhere in the entire state. So don't let these peak savings slip away. The best vehicles will go fast. Start your journey now at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. So no matter where you're headed in the Colorado mountains, we got you covered.
Grand Lake?
Hell yeah! The real entrance to Rocky Mountain National Park. Never mind stupid Estes Park. We go up to Grand Lake if you want to see what it is. I love that little diner there too, right downtown. You know what I'm talking about? Of course you know. Yeah. All
Greatest little bar you'd love too. Hilarious.
I love that. Could just stumble anywhere. Right.
Don't you guys have a show?
MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's Longmont and Boulder. It's Mike Maroney.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
How interested are you guys in the Browns and the Steelers tonight? How are we still kind of like fixated or thinking about Russ at all? Or are we kind of way past that?
No, I legit have not thought about Russ. It's pretty fascinating. He found Seattle 2.0. It's identical. It's a perfect setup. The only thing I'm fascinated by is what do they do in the offseason with Russ? That's where it's going to get interesting.
You're going to have to pay him.
They got to pay him. The thing about it's complicated, though, is that he's still got that Broncos offset, right?
How much?
So, all of it.
But how much is left then?
I don't know. I'll look it up.
I thought they were kind of done with cash with him. I think they're into cap, but I thought they were done with cash. Cap and cash are two different things. That's the 52-35.
Well, that's what Daniel Jones
No. But the cap hit is still owed. No, the cap hit's not still owed. I'm sorry.
Well, they have
for
to
next year. Will.
Well, yeah, you got to live with dead cap money, less than because they took a 52 hit instead of splitting it even. But I thought they were done with cash with Russ. I thought that was the guaranteed money in cash was done.
Well, I thought it was this year was the first year of the new contract, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is. He didn't play a single snap on the new contract.
Yeah.
Nah, I could be wrong. I don't know. Cap and cash, though, are two different things. So.
I mean, in theory, I think he could still take a pretty team-friendly deal, is my point.
Let me ask you a team-friendly deal. What are you going to do with Bowles? Would Bowles take a team-friendly deal?
No, I don't think he would, and I think he's gone, and it's going to be
it's
going to be a mistake. That's my hot take on it. I mean, look,
damn,
the checkbook's been open. They've paid everybody on the offensive line. Cortland Sutton held out in the offseason, and Cortland got a little bump from it. Didn't get a new contract, but he got a little bump.
Yeah.
Garrett Bowles was actively pursuing a new contract in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
He did not get a new contract. You've paid your right tackle, your right guard, your left guard. At some point, you got to balance out the roster, right? And so you're like, oh my gosh, we got so much money tied into this offensive line. Are we going to pay Garrett Bowles also? My gut is telling me that if they were going to give him a new deal, they would have done it by now because you don't want him to hit free agency. By the time he gets to free agency, well, now the value just goes up. And now we've got competitors out there that get to rise that sucker up.
But he's making like 20 this year, right?
He's doing pretty good.
Sure. I mean, left tackle.
Couldn't they just tag him?
Well, they could.
All right. But
is he a $20 million a year left tackle?
Yeah, he is.
Yes, he is.
He is.
Crazy, right?
Look, people don't want to hear it because he's so easy to hate on, and unfortunately, the penalties are piling up again this year. Outside of the penalties, Garrett Bowles is playing fine. He's playing beyond fine.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised to hear what you say there. I thought that was kind of.
If you think about it, if their intention was to keep Garrett Bowles, he would have a contract by now.
Well, they might have had some doubt because they didn't know how this year was going to go. But
okay, fine. Did we not just pass out a contract? Did we not just get one done?
Yeah, sure. It wouldn't surprise me if he gets a deal done anytime.
Personally, I think the right thing to do would be to give him a new contract.
I do too.
I just think the evidence is adding up that he's probably headed for free agency.
Okay, well, I would be bummed out by that because you're going to have a bunch of cap space. I think you got your left tackle. I think he's
Jared's got
great.
a chance to go down as the longest tenured left tackle in the history of the franchise.
I hope he stays. I think he's done well. It's worked out well. Everything with the offensive line is meshed great. I mean,
he's making $16 million this year.
Well, but and part of that's for $20 million cap hit, $4 million
prorated.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he sticks around.
So would he stick around for $16 million for 4 years?
I guess the question is,
45 guaranteed?
Is Garrett Bowles a hometown discount guy or not?
I think in theory he is. Yeah. He 100% adds up for the type of dude,
don't you think,
that would take a hometown discount.
I agree.
But hometown discounts are passed out in the middle of the year.
Well,
not in free agency.
So if Garrett Bowles you got to keep, do you not have to keep Cortland Sutton next year too?
You do not have to keep Cortland Sutton.
You do not?
No.
You should.
You don't have to.
Who's the Woogie?
Vele maybe, but you're moving on in that one. You're going to have money and draft picks to move on in that direction. You don't have to. I'm not trying to chase Cortland out of here, but you don't have to keep him. You don't.
They should, though. Absolutely, They should.
But he's going to want, I don't know, man. Listen, I got nothing against Court. If you can keep him, fine, but you're not going to break the bank for Cortland Sutton.
So, just for the record, Bullsy's cap hit $20 million. The top 3 highest paid left tackles in the league right now: Trenton Williams, Darisaw, and Tudsel. 27, 26, 25.
Could you get Bullsy for 21 or something for 3?
17 and a half.
You can
for
probably
4 years, 45 guaranteed.
You could probably get him for 23.
Yeah, I don't think you can get him for 17. I think he's going to want more than that, rightfully so. He is older. He's an older guy, too. You know, he was an older rookie. He's an older guy, period.
Yeah, but he's not slowing down.
I agree. I'm all for getting Garrett Bowles signed up and whatever, fine.
Garrett's
cool.
really easy to hate on, and he's done it to himself. There's no excuses for it. And he's got like so many brain fart moments, which is frustrating, but you got to evaluate on the entirety. And the entirety is pretty damn good.
You think he's still hated on now, like today?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, geez, man.
Well, the penalties are adding up again this year.
Okay. I think there's some residual maybe Bulls hate, I suppose, but I think he's I think he's going down as one of the more beloved guys in Broncos history. It's certainly had the most remarkable turnaround. You want to say the 5th-year option, whatever, that sort of thing. He is one of the few guys in NFL history where the team did not exercise the 5th-year option on him and he re-signed with the team. I think it's only happened like 3 other times in NFL history where that combination of things happens.
And let me go back to Cortland real fast.
Sure.
Going by this, he has a $19 million salary with $11 million cash bonus, so that's right at 30, right? As I figured that out. But next year he's only got a 13.3 contract and a 6.8, so under 20, or right at $20 million.
Oh, he's under contract
In
another
his
year?
third year, 26, he only has a $7.1 million contract.
Cortland Sutton.
Yeah.
So
27, he has a 4.7, and 28, he has a 2.3.
Damn.
Is he going to hold out again?
Maybe.
He should.
He probably will, but you got no power. You don't have, I don't know, maybe they'll cut him off another.
I don't know about no power. Dude, the dude has had 4 tremendous games in a row. You been watching?
No, they're going to sink some money into a playmaker next year. It's going to be the highest priority for him. And they're going to have the money to do it. So, whatever. No hate against Court. Hopefully he's back and the whole thing, but get Bullsy back, get some playmakers, spend some money, and hopefully it's a playoff team this year. The huge news, though, is about Julian Lewis picking CU. What a day for CU. We want to thank our friends at Revitalize Health. You can visit them at revitalize-health.com. To talk more about Julian Lewis, we go out to Stoney's on Lincoln for Kreckman and Lindahl next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I will be continuing my athletic and academic career at the University of Colorado.
Yeah, we are out here today at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. It's brought to you by your friends at Tullamore Dew. Come watch Thursday Night Football this evening. Have a dew and a brew here today. I am Nate Kreckman. That is Andy Lindahl. Mark Springer is back at the shop. Andy, by the way, hosting the watch party tonight here at Stoney's. Brought to you by Tullamore Dew, Pittsburgh, Cleveland. Interesting game here, Andy, and I say it for this reason. Not that 8-2 and 2-8 in itself is inherently compelling. Steelers are a 3.5-point favorite. It looks like it's going to be severe rain tonight.
Oh, great.
In Cleveland. Yeah, this thing's going to be a slop fest out there. But I say this is a compelling game for this reason. The Cleveland Browns get a chance tonight to play divisional game November spoiler at home.
Which they've kind of done against Baltimore already.
Yeah, they've already
Not in November,
beaten the Ravens one time this year. And, you know, right now, and again, we got to see what the weather conditions are going to do for this game. But Jameis Winston is throwing the ball 44 times a game. Since he became the starter, he's averaging 321 yards. He's got 6 touchdowns over the last 3 weeks. He also has 3 interceptions because he's Jameis Winston. You got the Steelers coming off a rock fight with Baltimore on Sunday, and now going into this matchup, it's kind of a letdown spot for them. And again, Jameis Winston will never be shy about chucking the ball around. Steelers-Browns tonight. Sound familiar at all? Broncos-Raiders coming up on Sunday in Vegas. A Raiders team that is essentially cooked, not really much to play for. But it's your second time playing Denver this year. I'm interested to talk to our buddy Adam Hill coming up in a few minutes here about how much of a motivating factor is the chance to play spoiler in the division against a team that is on a collision course with the playoffs.
You know, so that's an interesting question for this reason. The Raiders feel so broken to me. Mm-hmm. Does anybody care about anything? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like Max Crosby's not really playing like we're used to how he's
no
playing.
sacks the last 3 games for Crosby.
Yeah, man. It just feels like there's a whole lot of I don't feel like I've heard anything about that team in the NFL news cycle in a month.
And what's wild about it is, okay, let's talk a little bit about Offensive Rookie of the Year for a moment, all right? So right now, the betting odds, Jaden Daniels is the favorite, Bo Nix is number 2. We assume both of those quarterbacks will put up huge numbers this week. Now, Jaden Daniels has the rib injury, didn't quite look right last week. Maybe that's still going to be a factor. But the Manders get Dallas at home, and that Cowboys secondary is horrid, okay? So Jaden Daniels should put up big numbers with his team as a 10-point home favorite this week. Denver is going to play the Raiders, where their entire secondary is banged up right now. The Raiders' defense, like you mentioned, sucks, and they have an extremely low pressure rate. And when Bo gets pressured, he has problems. When he doesn't, he kicks ass. And that's probably what he's going to do coming up in this game here this week. Okay, so I would assume both of those guys do a lot to help their own Rookie of the Year case this week. I don't know if you're going to see necessarily huge movement because I think both quarterbacks will play well this week. But if we were giving the Offensive Rookie of the Year to the guy that's actually the best offensive rookie in the NFL this season, Brock Bowers would be running away with that award.
He would, but it's not. He's up for Offensive Player of the Year.
Uh-huh.
You and I, look, you said it before the year. It's a quarterback award.
Yeah.
It's a quarterback award. That's what it all goes to. And Brock's doing it without any supporting cast now that Devontae Adams is gone.
None.
That's what's amazing. All you really got to do is focus on him, and he's still kicking rear end. But he won't be in the conversation. It's just not going to happen. Now, he's up for All-Pro. Might be All-Pro. Might be first-team All-Pro.
Should be All-Pro. He's the best tight end in the NFL right now.
He is. That said, who gets out of this weekend with the better case? I still feel like, and I'm watching NFL Network, and Bo Nix has gotten a lot of national love this whole week. He's gotten a lot of national talk show love. Good Morning Football's talked a whole bunch about him. ESPN's been kind of talking about him, but Good Morning Football, Peter Schrager loves the guy. I think Chase Daniel has talked about it on Fox Sports. So, again, there's been a lot of run for Bo Nix. Somebody on NFL Network said yesterday, it might have been Brandt, where he said he still thinks that it's Daniels' award to lose as far as Rookie of the Year.
I think that's very much the case, and again, the betting odds suggest that right now.
But what does Bo have to do? Nobody thought Bo was going to get in the conversation. Now he's in the middle of the conversation.
But let me flip it for a moment, okay? And I'll contradict what I just said. I think it is still Daniels' award to lose. But Daniels made the mistake of coming out of the gates red hot. And, again, he had the rib injury. He missed a little bit of time. Tailed off slightly, okay? Still playing really well, but tailed off slightly. Nix was very bad in September, and the Broncos were generally an irrelevant team at that time of the year. Well, last 2 months, Bo Nix has played a hell of a lot better, and this is the time of year where award conversation really starts to get going. You know, Bo Nix, when it comes to the narrative, Nix has done a better job hopping in front in the narrative because he's playing well at this time of year. And some of that is just situational. Sean Payton got better at the play calling. Nix has improved as a player. Numbers have gotten better. He puts up huge numbers and wins Offensive Player of the Week in a game against the Carolina Panthers a week after the Broncos had a very high-profile loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. But what was crazy about that game, Andy, was the way the national narrative came out of that game. It was, wow, the Chiefs escaped.
Right.
Look at how lucky those guys got to be able to win that game and stay undefeated, even though Denver was, for the most part, the better team on the field there that day.
I want to go look up these rankings right now. Okay. Defensive rankings with the next 3 weeks.
Okay.
Trying to figure out all the guys that we've got. So the Browns are hanging out at 19.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not good. This is total defense?
This is total defense.
Okay.
Total defense right here. We've got the Raiders. Where the heck are you?
Keep scrolling down. They're bad.
I've got all of them there.
They're very bad.
They're higher than I thought they would be.
Okay.
Okay, they're at 15. I did not think they were 15. I was looking in the bottom 10. And then where are the Colts? My point to all this is going to be the way this sets up the next 3 weeks. Bo could have – look, I'm not looking for 300-yard days. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But 28 for the Colts. Colts are actually the worst defense he's going to face over the next 3 weeks. I wouldn't have thought that. Bottom line is this. You now have 3 games where the defense, it goes 15, 19, 28 in total defensive rankings. He's got a chance to continue this ride, to put a month together, a solid month from November into December, where if he keeps rolling in that 250 to 300 mark, couple to 3 tutties a game, which he could easily do, maybe he overtakes Daniels. This stretch could be the stretch that gives him, that maybe nudges him in front of Daniels. Would it not be?
Yeah. No, I very much think that's the case right now, and that's what we're looking at. Back to Brock Bowers for a moment, okay? Right now, Brock Bowers, 70 receptions through his first 10 career games. There is only one player in NFL history that had more catches through their first 10 career games. Do you know who it was?
Randy Moss?
It was Odell Beckham, 2014. Who was the Offensive Rookie of the Year that year?
Odell Beckham.
Odell Beckham won the award that season. Right now,
do you have the rankings? Was he battling? This quarterback class is proving to be what the media gave it. So was he battling a high ranking? Like, who was the quarterback he had to outduel for that award? Do you know?
2014 Offensive Rookie of the Year voting. I'm glad you asked this. There were no quarterbacks.
So there you go.
Odell Beckham was 1. Zach Martin, the Cowboys guard, finished 2nd.
Okay. All right.
And Mike Evans finished 3rd in Tampa, Offensive Rookie of the Year voting in 2014. Now, 2 of the last 3 Offensive Rookies of the Year were wide receivers. Jamar Chase and Garrett Wilson in 21 and 22, respectively. C.J. Stroud won the award last year. So this one's not inherently a quarterback award, but in a year in which here's the other part of the narrative conversation. Brock Bowers' team sucks. Jaden Daniels took a franchise that was
irrelevant.
They were the shame of the NFL.
They were the black eye of the NFL.
Right. And
Cleveland's taken up that cause.
And he has made them a good, fun, entertaining team and a good story right now. Bo Nix took a historically legacy NFL franchise that had fallen on extremely hard times, that hasn't been to the playoffs since 2015, and he now has them slugging it out to get a 7 seed in the AFC with Sean Payton right back in the conversation where the Denver Broncos belong. So those two have both that they're quarterbacks and they're winning, where Bowers is tight end on a 2-8, to use your word, completely irrelevant NFL team.
Yeah, it's good to be in this spot right now.
Yeah.
And again, I'm seeing the Twitch people denying that Bowers is any good. Folks, you don't have to love him, but you do have to accept that what he's doing is special. But it is going to come down to two players.
He's a phenomenal player.
Let me ask you this. Drake May.
Uh-huh.
Is it too late for Drake May to get in this thing?
I think it is.
Which I'm a little surprised to be bringing that name up.
No, he's absolutely balling out. A couple of things working against him. Again, his team is terrible, and also, he by the time that the season's all said and done, his sample size will just be so much smaller than that of Daniels and Nix, who started from day one, that I don't think he can get back into the conversation. In terms of the betting odds right now, Daniels 1, Nix 2. Bowers 3, but he's way down at 25-1. Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison are both at 40-1. Drake May is at 50-1 right now to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
All right. So by mid-December, is it Bo Nix in the lead? What are the now? Look, it's the Commanders.
Yeah.
So, and I've still got my rankings up. If you've got their next 4 games or next 3 games, since we were talking about Bo's next 3 opponents.
Jaden Daniels should have a good.
Is it all divisional games?
Good
it's
next
crap
3.
Division. Although I guess the Eagles are good.
He's got Dallas at home, Tennessee at home, at New Orleans.
Okay.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels going to put up some numbers. He's got to play the Eagles defense, which is that Vic Fangio's group is cooking right now. That's going to be a tough day for him. Then he gets Atlanta, who Bo Nix just destroyed, and then he finishes up at Dallas, who's dreadful. So the defenses left on Jaden Daniels' schedule right now are very favorable. I do think he's banged up right now. I do think that rib injury is impeding him slightly. So
okay, how about this?
Here's my guess as I sit here today on whatever today is, the 21st of November. I think Daniels wins it, but I think it's close. Like it's a squeaker by the time the season is all said and done. I think that's what we're looking at.
How many national TV games? Like Bo's only shot on national TV
Monday
is going
night.
to be next Monday night.
Yeah.
Unless they get flexed. Look, the Broncos could get flexed down the stretch.
Uh-huh.
See, if Cincinnati can catch a little bit of fire, they don't even have a time determined for the Broncos-Cincinnati game.
Right.
So there's a chance that those two could be playing on national TV, which I do think would help Bo.
There is no Sunday or Monday night games left for the Manders.
There it is.
There
well,
you go.
Bo at least gets one more national TV shot.
Gets a Monday night game. Let's go to Las Vegas. Our buddy Adam Hill going to stop by. Coming up here after the break, we'll talk to Adam all about this Raiders team and if they have any shot to play spoiler on Sunday at Allegiant Stadium. We're live at Stoney's today, brought to you by Tullamore Dew. Have a dew and a brew tonight. Keep it right here. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. Family owned and operated. They are Denver's HVAC experts that truly Apple Air. Had them come out to the house, do a furnace safety check. They got one look at our unit that had been there since 1993 and said, it's not safe for you to be living with this thing in your home right now. Got us a great deal on a new Daikin 2-stage high-efficiency furnace. We got $750 off the purchase of that high-efficient furnace We love the thing. House is cozy as can be. Staff was super friendly, worked clean, in and out in one day. Theron was awesome when he came over to the house. Give Apple Air a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Or you can check out their specials at appleair.com. That's a $750 savings on a new high-efficient furnace and AC system, or a $43.95 furnace safety check. That is a new customer exclusive offer. Again, go to appleair.com.
Apple Air, the experts that care.
Yeah, we're live at Stoney's today at 11th and Lincoln, the heart of downtown Denver. Come have a Tullamore Dew. Watch Thursday Night Football tonight, Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Avalanche on the road in Washington to take on the Caps. It's all tonight. Watch those games here at Stoney's. Our next guest is a a reporter covering the Las Vegas Raiders for the Las Vegas Review-Journal. He also covers the Vegas Golden Knights and anything else that's happening in Las Vegas. Pleased to welcome back to the show our old pal Adam Hill. Adam, how are you, bud?
Good. It sounded like it really pained you to say reporter. It sounded like you struggled through that one.
You're a respected journalist. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Very respected. Does that work?
Let's hold off. Okay. We're gonna stop at respect.
Okay.
All right.
Slow down.
So Adam, since last we spoke. Actually, I don't even know if it's last we spoke, but since the Broncos and Raiders played all the way back in Week 5, I did the math on this, okay? Start of the second quarter of that game, the Raiders were up 10-0 on the Broncos. After that, Lutz kicks a field goal. Minshew throws the pick six to Surtain, overthrows Bowers. He returns that thing 100 yards. Since, though, the start of that second quarter, the Raiders have been outscored 188-99. They're on a 6-game losing streak. Devontae Adams was traded. Luke Getsy was fired. Rich Scangarello was fired. The O-line coach was fired. What happened? Was that viewed as the turning point in the season for the Raiders where everything just went so far south?
I mean, I think the turning point was when they showed up for training camp. I don't know. I mean, I like your narrative, and you're right. I mean, they actually found a way to win a couple of games early in the season. I still don't know how that was possible or how that happened, but yeah, that play was massive in that game. I mean, if you remember, it completely took the air out of everything the Raiders were trying to do. The Broncos took over from that point, and the Raiders haven't been able to recover. But I will say, I think while that was a massive swing and a massive turning point, there were some things bubbling below the surface, and I think we've seen them come to fruition now. That it already the wheels were in motion for things to fall apart, and that just maybe I don't really know how to set a fire. I'm not an outdoorsman, but there's like an accelerant. Is that what it is?
Yes.
You get the fire going. Yeah, I think that was the fire was burning, and they threw something on there that really lit it and started an inferno.
All right, where are we now? I was just saying to Nate, I kind of get up, like to watch all the national shows, get a feel for what's going on in the league. I have not seen any notes about the Raiders in forever. I know that Minshew's still the starter, right? At least for now. I mean, what is going on with the team? Who's showing up for work? Is this the lowest you've seen it?
It's interesting because it's not like gloom and doom. Like, I'm ready to go to the locker room in a few minutes. Like, the locker room's been pretty upbeat, but I think what you see on the field isn't what everybody wants it to be out there for sure. Now they are coming off a bye last week. They go to Miami. They actually played somewhat competitively. The offense looked competent at times, which is a pretty big improvement over where it's been with the new offensive coordinator. So they're like, nobody's quitting, nobody's giving up. There's still that that fight for whatever reason that they have in them. But it's just not been good on the field at all. There's been a lot of that. And, now they're dealing with a significant amount of injuries as well. I mean, you mentioned a quarterback. Aiden O'Connell took over for Gardner Minshew in that time. And then he got hurt. He's been out. He can't come back till next week. Minshew's back in the starting role. He's been okay, but they brought in Desmond Ridder. We kind of thought they'd just throw Desmond Ridder out there and say, hey, what do you have? Is there anything? Can we salvage something out of you for the future? And they haven't done that yet, so we haven't seen Desmond Ridder really play. Except at the end of the Cincinnati game. So, there's just a lot of moving pieces, and then now they're just decimated at certain positions. That's where you really start to get affected. Both Alexander Mattison and Zamir White, neither one have been affected, but they're both hurt. In the backfield, the defensive backfield, they're 3 starting corners, all hurt right now, not practicing at all. So the cluster injuries are really getting to them, but the attitude hasn't really changed that much. I mean, you don't see guys just with their heads down. There's, music playing, and guys are happy to be in the locker room, it seems like. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's a good sign that they're losing and they're still kind of happy, but they are.
Well, they live in Vegas. All is well. Adam Hill, Las Vegas Review-Journal, joining us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Adam, Bo Nix with pressure and Bo Nix without pressure. The numbers, the differences are substantial, in fairness, as they are with most quarterbacks.
Sure.
Max Crosby, no sacks, 1 tackle for loss over the last 3 games. Plus, you mentioned how banged up Vegas is right now in the secondary. Do you foresee a game in which the Raiders can get any kind of consistent pressure on Bo Nix?
Oh, look out for Tyree Wilson, man. He's a real beast. Do you sense the sarcasm there? Yeah, look, Max Crosby is obviously a great player. He's tremendous. He does a lot of great things for this team. But he got a pretty bad ankle injury early in the season against Baltimore. He probably should have sat out a few games, and nobody's going to ever tell him that. He probably should have been playing. He could barely walk. You could see it after the game where it was, just an ultimate pain to just kind of get to the locker room even. And he played through it, and he battled, but at what cost? And I think sometimes you say, hey, man, credit to you and great job by getting out there and being there for your teammates. And, he was still somewhat productive during those times. But I feel like, and this is just my speculation on it, that he's really paying the price for that now. Like, you can just tell he doesn't have the same burst. He doesn't have the same explosion. Like, he's so obvious watching the game. Like, you don't even have to watch tape. You just see him dominating games at the line of scrimmage. And now, like, it's just not there. And every once in a while he shows up, he makes a play, of course. He's still doing his thing, but he's just not the same player he was. And I think that's probably due to the injury, even though he'll never say that. That's probably what's going on with him right now. But, no, I mean, in terms of generating pressure, like, they've got a couple of guys I'm really, really impressed by. A guy, Charles Snowden, who's not a rookie. He's been in the league for, like, 5 years, but hasn't really played. He's only played in 2 games before this year. He's really kind of starting to step up. A local kid here from Vegas that they got right before the season. There was some kind of whispers the last couple of weeks that they think they stole him from Indianapolis now because he is really taking off. A kid named Jonah Laulu, who's, like I said, a Vegas kid who's back home living with his mom, playing for the Raiders, which that's the dream right there. I love that. But he's been kind of stepping up a little bit lately. But in terms of consistent pressure, I don't think the Broncos have that much to worry about.
All right, is Antonio Pierce going to be the coach next year? How much is it to this Shedeur and the Deion Sanders stuff? Of course, CU gets the big commit from the quarterback Juju today that decommitted from USC. Now he's with Sanders in Colorado. Everyone's trying to read the tea leaves there. Is it all about what's going to happen with the 2 Sanders at this point in Vegas, or is this more of a story here than it is there?
Who's coaching these guys that are committing to Colorado next year? It's not Deion.
Because he's going to be coaching Shedeur in Vegas, right?
Or Florida State. I mean, he's not
there's something
Colorado
weird with Florida
year.
State, I've been told. There's allegedly some beef with Florida State. Now, the beef is also, can they afford to buy their coach out? Danny Cannell said this morning that, so I just let you know, Nate and I know an oil baron. We know a billionaire. He's been on our show, and he basically funds the SMU program. Danny Cannell, a Florida State alum, told our morning show today they don't have a T. Boone Pickens. They don't have oil money there in Florida to buy out the contract of Norvell. So this could be a problem.
There's no bath salts money in Florida.
I was told that there was something about the recruitment of Shedeur that maybe he's bitter about. Look, I agree with you, Adam. Wherever Deion chooses to go, whether he stays at Colorado or he was to go to another college, we all know that the commitment is to the coach, right?
Yeah.
The question is, does he jump to the NFL? To me, the only spot I think it happens is Vegas, because you should have a high enough draft pick to get Shedeur. See, I don't know that Dallas has got the Dak Prescott money problems, and I don't know if they're going to be high enough to draft him. Vegas is in the driver's seat at this point when you look at the draft order to get him over Dallas.
Yeah, well, I'll also say this. I think that there is a belief. And who knows how much there is to this, and I'm sure they would deny it, and I'm sure a lot of people around here would deny it too. I think there is a belief that wherever Shedeur wants to go, they will just tell teams like, hey, we're sitting out. Like, even if you're picking 30th, we're sitting out. Don't draft us. We want to go here, so we have money. We don't need to go to the NFL right now. We can sit out here, do whatever we want. I think that, again, I'm not saying that came from them. I think that's just a belief that a lot of people have. Even here with the Raiders, when you say, like, hey, you got to lose games so you make sure you guarantee your pick, there's kind of like a wink, like, don't worry about it. So, I mean, I think that there's probably those thoughts, but you never know how that plays out. Like, if the Giants were to get the number 1 pick, and I know Shedeur, no commented playing for the Giants, but if they were to get the number 1 pick, Does that become intriguing to go to New York? I don't know how that would all work out. There's a lot of moving pieces here. Is there a possibility that Dion and Shedeur are both in Vegas next year? Yeah, I think that's pretty possible. We know the connection. Mark Davis talked to Shedeur at the Aces game. We know about the weird tweets, which I still don't really believe because he's tweeted a couple times when they didn't play. I don't really know what that's all. I'm sure you guys have discussed that the
It was
Raiders
brought
lost.
up.
But then he tweeted one during the bye week. So then people were like, no, he's tweeting because other teams won that helped the Raiders. Like I don't know what's going on with that. But there's a lot of that speculation as well. I think the bottom line is there's a lot of moving pieces. They need a quarterback for sure. And don't forget the other connection here is that Tom Brady will be making decisions.
Yeah.
He's not going to be the day-to-day guy, but he'll be making decisions. He's obviously very close with Shedeur, signed him to an NIL deal, worked out with him, all those other things. So I think that connection is one that's really good, is really believed in that could help land him in Vegas.
Adam Hill, Las Vegas Review-Journal. That was going to be my next question, Adam, is what is the level of influence that Tom Brady has on the franchise right now?
I think right now not much. We'll see what it is in the offseason. And I think there's kind of some thought that, Tom Brady is going to have a lot of say, and I think he will. But I don't think he's going to be here like in the building every day for another couple of years. I think he's kind of waiting for, family stuff to take care of itself in Florida, kids to get through school, that kind of thing. And then he'll probably start being in here more a couple of years from now. But I think right now he's, they're going to go to him when they need, if they're hiring a coach, if they're drafting a quarterback, that sort of thing. I think they'll definitely rely on Brady and he'll have some say. But I don't know about the day-to-day aspect for another couple of years.
Adam Hill, last thing we want to ask you about. We were talking about this in the opening segment, the Offensive Rookie of the Year race between Jayden Daniels and Bo Nix. But let's be honest, if they were actually giving this award to the rookie that's having the best season, Brock Bowers would win Offensive Rookie of the Year,
Sure.
correct?
Yeah, I think so. But, I mean, I have a hard time. And I know you guys, you have Bo Nix there, and he's doing some great things. The last couple of weeks have kind of brought the race back closer. 2 weeks ago, I would have said there's no chance anybody but Jayden Daniels wins. I still think he's the favorite. I still think they're going to, find some success down the stretch and help him get that award. But, Brock Bowers has been incredible. I mean, there's no question about it. I still, I said at the time of drafting him, I think he's a potential Hall of Fame player, and I still wouldn't have picked him in the first round. Because I just don't believe the tight ends bring enough value in the first round. But he is doing everything you could possibly ask of him. I mean, there's nothing that they could have wanted out of him that they haven't gotten. Great kid in the locker room. That everybody kind of loves him. He doesn't really say much. Obviously, there's some dancing that people didn't approve of, whatever this week. But he is, he's been everything that they could have wanted from a person, from a player, everything else. So. He's been great. And luckily you said that was the last question because I'm hoping that you don't ask about Formula One, which is an absolute nightmare to everyone, and I hope it goes away sometime very soon. And I can't believe the Raiders asked for a home game this week.
Hey, I got one for you, though. What do you expect from this game this week? And it has nothing to do with Formula One. What do you think we see this weekend? Are we going to see a dead team that isn't fighting, or are we going to get a good game?
So I just had to write my prediction piece out. And I kind of went through it, and I said, I cannot think of a single reason to pick the Raiders in this game, so they're going to win.
Spoken like a true degenerate gambler right there.
Yeah, it's. I think I put 20-18 Raiders for the pick. Like I said, they haven't given up as much as they probably should have. They haven't. They keep fighting. I think they somehow – I don't know why. I just think they somehow find a way. I think the Broncos might be overlooking them. They're riding very high right now, and the Raiders obviously are not. For some reason, like I said, I can't explain it. I can't find a reason. I just think it's going to happen.
Adam, I'll tell you this, dude. I would have agreed with you wholeheartedly a year ago. I got to say, this whole year, every time I think Sean Payton's going to – or this team's going to pull what they've been, Sean Payton doesn't let them go to sleep against teams they should beat. It's been pretty amazing, which means these will be famous last words that I'll eat on Monday.
Yeah, as somebody who said the Broncos' season win total over was the best bet on the board, I'm glad that happened.
There you go. Adam Hill, everybody on Twitter.
Went over, by the way.
Yeah, already over.
You're already
Week 11.
cashing that check.
Yeah.
At Adam Hill, LVRJ. Follow him right there. Read his stuff in the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Great Raider coverage. Get you all set for the matchup. Adam, good work, buddy. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. See you guys.
All right, Adam Hill, jumping into open locker room there. Interesting though that he brings it up of like it's not, it's not down, it's not dejected. Andy, like I think of the 2010 Broncos absolutely putrid team. 2017 Broncos. This is that time of the year where when teams become irrelevant, you can go in the locker room and you look around and you're just like, oh, you guys don't even want to be here. Adam says that's not the case right now with the Raiders. So
Do you think some of that, though, is because Antonio Pierce is a former player?
Could be.
That maybe isn't, like...
Gets the vibes.
As much as we all love Mike Shanahan, I've had a couple people tell me nobody does football gone wrong like Mike Shanahan.
Right.
He almost takes it personally if you had a season like this.
Right.
And he made you miserable. He made you feel the misery of the losing.
Too, and when you hear about what the dynamics were like for that franchise, Derek Carr's not around anymore. Darren Waller's not around anymore. Max Crosby kind of has the run of that locker room right now. Gardner Minshew, not a great quarterback. Pretty good time, though. So I can get that. Devontae's gone, so it's like the drama's out of the building. It's like, no, they're not good, but also it's the guys that made going to work every day a slog aren't there anymore. And maybe that makes things a little bit better. Josh McDaniels isn't their coach anymore. Probably anybody that played for that guy is real happy right now. So these are all reasons why maybe that's the case. Broncos should still win this game. Should still win this game and should still cover the 5.5 easily. Just because they're so much better than the Raiders.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. It goes back to the trust thing. You and I talked about this, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
I feel like I trust this team. Maybe I just trust Sean Payton.
Right.
I don't feel like they've overlooked any game they shouldn't have over. Now, let's be honest, there haven't been too many they could overlook.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel good about the next 3 weeks.
You should. You should, because the Broncos are better than these three teams. Deion Sanders gets a commitment from a 5-star quarterback to go to Colorado. What does that mean for Prime's future in Boulder? We'll tell you why it's not that important next. Oh, guys, we are 8 days away from Black Friday and the true start to the holiday shopping season. Let me tell you where you need to go when you get out and start doing your shopping. Rad Power Bikes. Go see their service center and showroom at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. This is the perfect time of year to get somebody an e-bike. Change their life because Rad Power Bikes are built for everyday use. If you're a commuter or you need hauling utility for deliveries, whatever it is, you want to put the kids on the back. Hell, they got pet carriers at Rad Power Bikes. You can take the dog for a ride. Rad Power Bikes are perfect. Fully customizable, super low maintenance, so easy to ride, and affordable, by the way. When you purchase a Rad Power Bikes, you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. In fact, go into their shop. Again, 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Tell them you heard this spot on Altitude. Get a free $200 accessory with the purchase of an e-bike. Visit radpowerbikes.com and check out the entire lineup of customizable e-bikes, plus take a test ride at their store, 3863 Steel Street at Rad Power Bikes. Yeah, we're out here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. Avs in Washington tonight. Pregame coverage at 4:30. Puck drops at 5 o'clock. Caps have been good, but no Ovechkin tonight. Georgie, he's going tonight, right?
Georgie is going. They
Okay.
sent TJ Tynan back down to the Eagles.
He's all right.
I think Coach had hinted to the guys in his chat yesterday morning that this was going to be the case. So I don't know what that upper body injury was, but I'm hopeful it's gone and they get one against the Caps team.
Yeah.
Because the Caps came in here last Friday and ruined the party of everybody returning.
Yeah, so let's go tonight. Avalanche and the Washington Capitals. Thursday night football is Steelers and Browns, and what looks like it's going to be an absolute slop fest out there tonight in Cleveland. Good AFC North matchup here tonight. Andy will be watching the game here at Stoney's, doing the giveaways, Tullamore Dew, all that good stuff.
Doing a brew. Hey, look, someone just said, is there an Avs watch party tonight? I mean, not officially, but I'll be here. We get off at 4:30.
Yeah.
I got to hang until halftime of the football game, so I'll be watching the game here if you want to come watch it for a
Andy
bit.
will be partying and watching hockey. What else do you need for a watch party?
Sure, and then Monday, in a week from Monday, we're going to do a little watch party at our usual spot at the old Hofbrau for the Monday Night Football game December 2nd.
All
against
right.
The Browns get 2 national games. This is what I was talking about when I was saying, don't you dare flex the Broncos at a prime time. We get 2 national Browns games? Get out of here.
Well, the Broncos got 2 national games this year, too. It all works out.
Not this close together.
That feels like a scheduling snafu more than anything else.
Oh, do you think they were all big excited? They forget that they didn't have Flacco?
I know, right?
Do you think Flacco wishes he would have just stayed with the Browns instead of going to the Colts?
No.
I think he's just happy to go wherever.
Yeah, I think Joe.
He just wants to be able to be gone from the 9 kids
Yeah,
or whatever.
Joe Flacco just wants to go to work every single day and make a substantial paycheck to stand on the sideline, play his 3 games.
At one time,
get knocked around, and then have the rookie quarterback healthy enough to go back in so that you could just be done.
Here's what I would say. Here's what I want. TV execs, write this down.
Okay.
Free of charge. You're always looking for new programming.
All right, I'll write it too, but I'll probably need a
I
new
want
gig.
the Flacco tribe versus the Rivers tribe.
Okay.
In like some sort of, remember the old Battle of the Stars, the network stars?
Sure.
They did the obstacle course and all. I want the 2 families head to head, all the kids going against each other.
Now, I was just thinking as you brought that up, you could have them go head to head on Family Feud,
Okay.
but the desk isn't long enough to get everybody in on both sides.
Who gets kicked out?
They'd have to.
Who gets the cut?
They'd have to expand the set to fit both of those families.
It'd be one hell of a long desk.
That really would.
Who's hosting that too? A reincarnated Richard Dawson, who he's not kissing everybody, right?
Nah, he can get in there and make out with their wives. Sure.
Do they both get a little? Like, I don't see Phillip Rivers putting up with that.
No, I don't. I don't
feel
either.
like Joe Flacco's more the chill bro.
Yeah.
But couldn't you see Rivers just reaching right over and decking Richard Dawson for going a little too deep
And
on
that's
the kiss?
why I want to watch.
What are you doing,
this.
pal? Turkey?
Stop creeping on my wife. Also, how about Bo Nix? It was revealed he's done a lot of film study with Phil. Nix and Phillip Rivers have hung out and talked a lot of football, watched a lot of film together.
You know what? I'm glad you brought this up.
Yeah.
So Adam Schefter had on whatever his podcast or something. He was talking to a guy, John Elway.
Okay.
And again, now John
Adam
wanted
just
to make
gotten
it
some?
clear. I don't know if he was in the afterglow or not.
Laying there out of breath.
Yeah, I don't know if his post game for him or what he was doing.
Got a cramp in his foot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as he gets older, maybe he was waiting.
Yes.
Maybe he was waiting to go throw the football through the tire swing like Mike Ditka. No.
I thought that was Brett Favre.
Yeah, it was both. But it was mainly Ditka on the old Cialis, if you remember.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And then people sat in a tub in the middle of nowhere. A stone clawed-foot tub out in the middle of, like, the Amazon. Sure. So John Elway joined Adam on the podcast.
Okay.
Now, he made it clear it was more on him and his schedule and all this, but apparently Nix and Elway have not met yet. So, like, is that a big deal? How about I reshape the question?
Should we be outraged that he has disrespected Broncos country's history?
Not so much outraged,
Yeah.
but should we get ready? Like, this is the Sean Payton Penner era we're in.
Yeah. John's
And
not
look,
around anymore.
The Penners have done a fantastic job of including the alumni. All the alumni, Ed McCaffrey,
Yeah.
Joel Dreesen was talking to me about it, Chris Harris. A lot of guys put it out there. They're doing a great job. So I'm not suggesting that the Penners are cutting off from the history. I don't think they are. But we do have to be ready that the old standby of, remember, like during the Shanahan, Kubiak, whatever, even the VJ, hey, we're going to get John. I guess he was in the office, but it felt like even before he got a real job, we were always like, is John Elway going to come work out with Cutler? Is John Elway going to come work out with so-and-so?
Right.
That's like a done thing now, right?
Well, there's several things going on there. First off, like John's getting up there.
Well, that's a great call.
And he ain't moving great.
He said to Adam, I'm really enjoying being a grandpa
Totally.
and doing the whole thing.
He's enjoying that part of his life. Also, it's his old job, you know? How often do you go hang out at one of your old jobs?
No, they don't invite me.
That's just
I know
it.
where the building is, but I don't think I'm allowed in even yet.
Yeah. I don't know anybody that would want to go and do that.
I'm curious what the whole place looks like.
Are you? How you put the copy machine over here,
A
huh?
couple of the people that I know, the buildings have been, they painted the walls red and a lot more windows or something.
We had a station. Our station was down. It was on Hamden. It was across from Kennedy Golf Course, right? And it was in this like office building, and the station died a painful death in like 2014. I went by that building like 6 years later. The sign for the station was still on the side of the building. It was bizarre.
Dude.
They never bothered to just get on a ladder and go up there and just take the thing down. It still said 105.5 ESPN in giant lettering on the side. I wonder if it's still there, honestly.
All right.
It's right by PT's, by the way.
I'm going to admit something embarrassing to you, not about PTs.
We shared a parking lot with PT's.
Yeah, isn't that where a guy, TJ
Ward,
had a good night?
He threw the
early
glass
in?
at the
Sure.
bartender.
When psyched about the drink.
Yeah.
little too much sherry, not enough vodka or something.
We sent our producer into PT's the next
to
afternoon.
try to find out.
Yeah, to ask some questions.
Were any answers given?
No, they weren't.
Yeah.
No, but
that place is used to.
But I think my producer had a good afternoon at work that day. Anyway, you were saying.
I will admit to you, speaking of old signs,
Yeah.
I did something embarrassing the other day. I guess it wasn't. I mean, nobody knew. And I'm going to admit it to you all now. I'm driving down Sheridan on our way to Hofbrau.
Okay.
And I had noticed a week before I went to, so I like to turn at 92nd. Sheridan's just quicker than Wadsworth for me. I'm at 92nd to turn.
Okay.
And at this intersection, for people that know the area, you got the Spaghetti Factory behind you. There's the bank, and then there's like the Walmart and the Best Buy and all that, right?
Okay.
Well, as I'm looking, I'm like, there's a Boston Market. And I saw cars, I thought, in the drive-thru. And especially this time of year, I'll take a little Boston Market turkey. I'll take a nice little mashed potatoes. I'll do some of your cinnamon apples if I could. Why not?
Okay.
A little corn, a little buttered corn. I was like, all right. I go, you know what? Next week,
it's a very wholesome afternoon.
I'm going to go to Boston Market like a blue hair, and I'm going to go get me some lunch. Because I'll have a late lunch, they'll have an early dinner. We'll all just entertain each other. So I'm like psyched. I like made a plan.
Okay.
Because these are how boring my days are sometimes. I got nothing better.
Did
So
you
I
put-
go up there.
Did you put a calendar reminder in your phone go to Boston Market next week?
I was looking forward to it. I won't lie. I haven't had Boston Market in a while. So I get up to the intersection, and I'm all happy. And I was like, oh, wait, the drive-thru's the bank. And I start going, oh, like, this may not work out today.
Wait.
I go and turn in the place. It's like you just described. It's an abandoned Boston Market. There's nothing in there, but the signage is not down. And my dumb eyesight in the turn lane, because for some reason, there was a bank that's across the street. The drive-through line I thought I saw to the Boston Market was the stupid automated bank line.
Dang.
And the Boston Market's just sitting there.
You got tricked by the
But
empty
all
Boston
the signage
Market.
is up. The building's not different.
Are Boston Markets doing okay?
No, they're bankrupt. They're out of business.
Oh, they're gone.
That's why I was psyched. I was like, oh, my God, one is still standing.
I was
There's like one Bennigan's left in the world, too.
I was going to say, because we're at 11th and Lincoln, I know there used to be a Boston Market at 5th and Logan.
Oh, no.
I know it was there. All Boston Markets are
Apparently
done.
enough of you people don't love good old classic American food. You don't want some mashed potatoes? You want a little turkey? You don't want little yams?
Is it because Boston sports were too successful for an entire 2 decades that everyone came to hate everyone
from Boston?
And people were like, I'm not going to Boston market
I really
anymore.
don't know what was Boston about it. I mean, to me,
I
this
hate
is just
Tom
a bunch
Brady
of-
too much. I'm not going to Boston market.
This was just a bunch of grandma food. But I liked it every now and again. There was one by the old spot.
Did you ever get the meatloaf?
Yeah, the meatloaf. I love the
Had a
meatloaf.
good meatloaf.
Treat
It's
yourself
good,
a
round of sausage.
They never had that. You know what? They did do a
That's
little.
why they're
little
out of
brisket
business.
Sandwich
They
one
didn't have a
time.
round of
Maybe
sausage
that's what it is.
on the menu.
If it was Wisconsin market, we would have been okay. That would have saved you.
You could have had some cheese curds, some sausage. We could have looked like the fine people of Wisconsin.
The old days.
Uh-huh.
You don't ever look forward to a meal like that?
Oh, of course.
All right.
I know what you're talking about right there. I felt your disappointment right there.
Well, and I'm just going. My big problem is I'm like, hey, Hawkeye, why don't you look at the dumb drive-through a little bit better? I don't know how I just took the bank.
I
for
love
Boston Market's drive-through.
the thought of you giving yourself just like a mental bookmark of like, I got to go to Boston Market next. You were gonna plan a whole day around it. It's a crushing defeat.
Dude, I left 30 minutes early to pull this off. I left this early.
That's a crushing heartbreak.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Uh-huh. Take the sign down. That's the request.
That's all I'm saying about all these abandoned buildings.
Yeah, just take the
I don't
sign
need the
down.
sad memory of the way we were,
I
misty
know.
watercolor memories of
I
your
know.
empty Boston Market or your old ESPN.
But the thing is, though, is there are those buildings that were like the particular shape. Like in my hometown, in Wakanda, Illinois, what was the Pizza Hut when I was a kid still has that roof.
Dude.
So like the 8 other establishments that have inhabited that building since Pizza Hut went down, they're all in a Pizza Hut.
Dude, we've got so many old Taco Bells.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
And they all seem to become Chinese restaurants. I don't know. Like, there's one down Wadsworth, like Wadsworth and 38th was
Natural
like the high
connection.
school Taco Bell.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, I haven't been there in so long. Who knows what it is?
Natural
But
transition.
they used to have like a very distinct architecture to the buildings. The Pizza Hut's got lazy. That's the problem. If you'd have kept it the Hut,
Yeah.
it would.
They're not huts anymore.
I mean, I guess they're still around. No, they're not huts.
They're
They're
on
like
strip malls.
Yeah, they're like the closet.
That's when you lost your way, when you stopped being a hut.
Right. When
Yeah.
you were a hut with the Pac-Man table and the salad bar with no sneeze guard, I was all in.
Do kids today, do they get the Pizza the Hut joke in Spaceballs? Do they know
No.
what that's all about?
You know, there's apparently a 2 coming out.
A Spaceballs 2?
Allegedly.
All right, I
I
can't
mean,
wait.
they said it on X. It can't be false. I think it's true. Hell, I don't know.
The information on that website is unimpeachable.
That's right.
Let's hit the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including this segment's teased topic about Julian Lewis going to Colorado. That's next. Hey, I've got a gambling site that's going to blow your mind. It's Sport Trade, Colorado's newest premium sports betting experience. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. Download Sport Trade onto your phone. Guys, you are going to love it. Best in-play wagering, live betting experience in the industry. Plus, Sport Trade has a feature that I love. It's called the tape. You see every bet happening on the service in real time. So if you want to fade the public, if you want to follow the sharp money, Sport Trade puts it all right there for you to take a look at. That is transparent betting right there. Go to getsporttrade.com. Check it all out. Perfect site for betting hockey and basketball. You can bet as probabilities if you want to. What does that mean? Well, if you're betting hockey, you bet on a team to win pregame at 35% odds. Suddenly they have themselves a 3-0 lead at the end of one. You sell your bet right there. Buy low, sell high, take the profit as you play. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. Plus, check out our YouTube page right now, Altitude Sports Radio. Great conversation with Sport Trade CEO Alex Kane this week. Check that out on YouTube. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, it is the second hour of the show. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. We are live out here at Stoney's 11th and Lincoln. Thursday night football tonight. Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Russell Wilson v. Jameis Winston in the rain. Steelers 3.5-point favorites. Plus Thursday night hockey this evening. The Avalanche will take on the Washington Capitals. But right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We go back to the shop. Mark Springer is there. Go ahead, Spring.
Hey, it's the High Five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Let's start with some CU Buffs news. One that does pertain to the NFL is Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders had a media call today, and Travis Hunter was asked. Now, there's no surprise here, but he was asked because he could go back to CU. He has eligibility there. Will he, in fact, be entering the 2025 NFL draft? He said, quote, "That's definitely for sure." So now it is 100%. It was 99% previously that Travis Hunter would be in the draft. And the Buffs have their replacement for Shedeur Sanders. Julian Juju Lewis decommitted from USC a few days ago, and today he announced he is going to CU. He's the number 2 recruit in the ESPN 300.
Yeah, and he made that announcement on the Pat McAfee show, a non-traditional venue for making those sorts of decisions, but everything about Colorado football is pretty darn non-traditional, Andy. So Juju Lewis, let's start with the kind of player that this guy is to begin with. Number 2 recruit, as Spring said, in the ESPN 300 for this year. Quarterback, different than Shedeur, to be sure. 6'1", 200-pounder Julian Lewis, but a big-time arm, putting up huge numbers in high school, and is kind of widely regarded as the best, or at least the number 2 quarterback in this very class. So naturally, Andy, we know what the news cycle is when you see a story like this, for one, and then 2, what the news cycle is around Deion. People might view this as, Deion's getting a 5-star commit from a high school quarterback. That must mean that he is staying in Boulder. And I am here to tell you that is absolutely not what that means. Now, maybe Deion is still going to stay in Boulder, but no coach has ever stayed at a job because they got the commitment of a high school kid. You know what they do? When they go to the next job, they take the kid with them.
Yeah, let me ask you this then, because I think we're on the same page there. Does this at least signify that maybe Deion, he would stay in college instead of jumping to the pros? I do think, from the people I know that know Deion best, and look, I want to be clear about this. I feel like the best sources, it's like Deion and his family. I don't think Deion tells a lot of people his plans.
Yeah.
I do think he maybe told Michael Irvin something. But that said,
that's your bro.
Yeah. But that said, I had been told by people I trust that I feel like know him the best of my social group that if he got Juju, he would probably stay here.
Yeah.
It was about if he had a quarterback, he would stay. He's got we keep talking about it. He's got run of the place at Colorado. But there will be schools that are probably looking that could write a really big check to him. I just don't know. Like, I could see the Vegas thing all working out.
Yeah.
There's just a part of me that feels like the Dallas thing could still be really complicated. And I'm not sure if Jerry Jones, like, we're all talking about this from Deion's side. Jerry still wants to be the brightest star in Dallas. So I'm not.
Deion's always going to be number 2 if he goes to Dallas.
Do you think he wants that then?
I don't think so.
See, that's where I just think there's some conflicts in Dallas as to what would jive.
To use your expression, Deion likes to be.
What's your point?
Deion likes to be the Pope of Chilitown. Okay, he and he gets to do that in Boulder. He gets his merchandising deal. He gets to run the program as he sees fit. He gets to work in all of his multimedia entities and Deion Jr.'s show and everything else like that. Like he gets to do all of that in Boulder, and all of that is just cha-ching right into the Sanders family coffers. Like that's a great situation for Deion Sanders up in Boulder. He doesn't get the same opportunity in other places. Now here's the thing. It's very possible that people at a down program at a place like a Florida State, for example, and you brought up the complications there, but I'm just using them as a for instance here, okay? Florida State could look at it and say, well, we got a pretty damn good brand that we built all over the years with Bobby Bowden and winning national championships and Heisman trophies, and look at how great this program has been. But look where we're at right now. Look what's gone down with Mike Norvell. This thing is an absolute, complete, and total disaster. Ever since we got denied the playoff a year ago, we have just gone completely into the toilet. Maybe handing things over to Deion's not so bad. Maybe the grass is pretty green over there in Boulder. It's one of the things people like about Boulder. The grass is always very green. But you know what I'm saying right there, Andy, is like people could look at it and say, okay, maybe we need to get over ourselves in the new era of college athletics. Our hoity-toity defense of our logo and brand isn't the most important thing in the world, and Deion Sanders has solved the Rubik's Cube and found a new way.
Yeah.
I mean, Andy, Colorado just got the number 2 recruit in the country today.
Hey.
Also, did you see the other schools that he was looking at? There were national powers in there, to be sure. The other one was Indiana, okay? Indiana and CU football have spent decades being, borderline irrelevant. Look at what Cignetti has done in Indiana right now. Look at what Deion has done in Colorado right now. Again, in the NIL era, maybe what we're learning is it doesn't just have to be at the traditional Blue Bloods.
I agree. But to your point, Colorado has been literally on every talk show. It's been all week. Now, part of it is because the Dallas topic drives national talk shows.
Sure.
Okay? Whether it's TV or radio. And because Deion's linked to the Cowboys, that's going to add to some of this. But it's also added to, are they a package deal? Deion's proving to be the brand, right? I would also say this. People keep saying, and even Orlovsky said this morning, they want to see him go to the SEC. Why should Deion, about Deion at least staying at Colorado, why would he want to go to the SEC? Deion he may start running this. He may run the Big 12 after this recruiting class.
Sure.
Do you know what I'm saying? He's got the conference where he can continue. Why do you want to sign up to go deal with Alabama or Georgia?
Well, the only reason why I would say that is attractive is because continuing to watch the winds of change in college athletics, the Big 12 is at the moment, and this is no diss to the Big 12 because the ACC is in the same boat. You're on the outside looking in. Big Ten and SEC control everything in college football, and so if Deion said, I want to stay in the college level, then he's going to have to get to one of those places.
But
now,
couldn't he do that in 2 years?
I mean, ideally,
you know what I mean?
he would like CU to end up in the Big Ten.
Sure.
And then he could be in that place, but, we don't necessarily know if that's the direction that it's all going to go.
I don't even know how long the guy wants to coach. I mean, that's the thing about this. He could go back to TV and make more money than maybe coaching, if you can believe that. Mm-hmm. If they're paying Tony Romo $20 million, what would they pay Deion? Deion has done nothing. Deion's brand is as big as I feel it was when he was playing 2 sports for the Falcons and the Braves.
You know what's funny, too, is that story about Joe Douglas getting fired with the Jets. And one of the big parts that came out of it, and it's not surprising at all to me, but it raises eyebrows, I think, for a lot of people. Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets, is a social media addict, okay? Here's the funny thing about owners in pro sports. They sit around and watch all the same shows you do.
Oh, they want to be topics on those talk shows.
Exactly. They watch the same shows you do. They follow the same people on Twitter that you do. They get all of the same information. And so, they will be sitting around and going, look at what Deion Sanders is doing in Boulder, Colorado right now. Boy, I'd sure like that, and I can write a much bigger check than what's going on in the Big 12 at the University of Colorado right now. I want some of that over here. He's only going to get hotter as a candidate as this goes on. I mean, really, Andy, if you're looking at the next head coaching hiring cycle in the NFL, Mike Vrabel's going to be hot. I think the Jets are going to take a run at him right now. Belichick's going to get interviews again. Obviously, Ben Johnson in Detroit's going to be hot. Aaron Glenn in Detroit is going to be hot. I think Vance Joseph is going to get head coaching interviews from the job that he has done here in Denver. But I would argue all of those names are below Deion Sanders when you're looking at what owners actually find attractive.
No, I'm with you, but I don't know. Well, you bring up Belichick. Is the 20-year-old girlfriend going to affect whether he wants to go back to being Mr. Coach? I don't know if you keep the 20-year-old girlfriend with your 1,000-hour weeks or whatever. How old is she, 23, 24?
I believe 23.
Yeah.
The best tweet that I saw about it was there's a lonely 48-year-old guy out there somewhere who the love of his life has not even been born yet.
Wow. That's bothersome.
Does that make you feel achy?
Yeah. As a father of a 21-year-old daughter, a little bit.
Pretty gross. Yeah, in any case.
Yeah, back to football.
I hope that Julian Lewis plays quarterback at Colorado. I hope that we get the opportunity to watch this guy in the black and gold in a Buffs uniform. But also, I'm very aware of all of the unknown that is swirling around this. And to put one last bow on this topic, Travis Hunter said today he's definitely going to the NFL. Every big board has him at number 1. He's not going to get drafted any lower than top 3 in the NFL draft this upcoming season. And what got him to this place? Obviously his own greatness, but also he committed to Deion Sanders. Julian Lewis just committed to Deion Sanders because that's what he's looking at is look at what's happening with Travis, look at what's happening with Shedeur, look at what those receivers are doing right now. I want some of that. But again, was the commitment to Boulder, Colorado to play in the
signed.
shadows of the Flatirons? No, it's to Deion Sanders.
Yeah, we have not had signing day.
Yeah.
When we get to, the first signing day in the middle of December, then it gets a little more complicated.
Spring.
High five. All right, got a fun piece of audio pertaining to the Broncos' opponent on Sunday, the Raiders, and maybe you could argue the most dangerous team lurking outside of the AFC playoff picture. That's the Miami Dolphins. So the Dolphins have won 2 straight. They're 4-6. They're probably going to improve to 5-6 as they host the Patriots on Sunday. Then they'll be in Green Bay on Thanksgiving night. So Dolphins, Raiders, they played last Sunday, end of the third quarter, and the clock is winding down. It can run to zeros. The Dolphins don't have to call a play, but they run a bunch of motion. They're just trying to draw the Raiders offside. It works. Max Crosby jumps. Here is Mike McDaniel, the Dolphins head coach, mic'd up in that moment.
Max Crosby.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense, number 98.
Hey, we didn't have a play called, Max. We didn't have a play called, Max. We didn't have a play called. LOL.
Wow, I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Well,
I like a lot about Mike McDaniel, but
Max Crosby never shuts up either, so I'm okay with it. Let me tell you the problem that I have with that. It's straight out of an episode of Curb. We need the social assassin Larry David to come and tell Mike McDaniel, don't say LOL. Don't do that.
You don't like that?
Don't verbalize LOL.
A text?
If you're going to laugh,
go ahead and laugh.
Laugh. But don't say LOL. If you thought it was that funny, you would have been laughing.
Like Ron Bird, we are laughing.
We need the social assassin, Larry David, on the job to tell McDaniel not to do that. Yeah, Max Crosby never shuts up. It's kind of funny. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The FBI is investigating whether last month's burglaries at the homes of Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes and tight end Travis Kelce were part of a transnational crime ring. The NFL believes that's exactly what is happening. The league has leaked a memo to its in-house media conglomerate warning teams and the NFLPA about the crime spree targeting NBA and NFL players. A South American crime syndicate is believed to be responsible for the rash of high-profile burglaries. So the NFL has sent out a memo to up security at the players' houses as this group is relying on public records, social media accounts. They are lurking, they are spying, they are waiting outside these houses to get a track of these players' schedules when they will not be home.
Get a Ring door camera. I don't know what to tell you. It's not the first time that pro athletes' houses have ever gotten robbed. Happened to DeMarcus Ware here. Remember that story?
Yeah.
Oh, they went wandering through his house. Yeah.
This is something that baseball players have dealt with, right? Wasn't this going on? Was Carlos Gonzalez, did he have to get his family, was it out of Venezuela?
It was Yorvi Torrealba's son was abducted. That had...
Wasn't this a worry where if a
Venezuelan dudes
big contract,
have
they
dealt
didn't
with
want
this.
anybody to know about it?
Yeah, Venezuelan dudes have dealt with this stuff forever.
Yeah.
In terms of their families and trying to keep everybody safe. Yeah, it's absolute mess of a situation. Remember David Ortiz got shot? Remember that thing?
That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot it. Well, I mean, again, this is where Players are going to have to maybe change some of their Instagram habits, so to speak.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. Yeah, get off the gram a little bit. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Let's hear from New York Giants QB4 Daniel Jones. He talked to the media today.
QB4.
And he essentially gave his goodbye speech to the Giants. Here's how he opened his press conference.
All right, wrote something down just to make sure I say it the right way. Let's see. The opportunity to play for the New York Giants was truly a dream come true, and I'm extremely grateful to the Mara and Tisch families for the chance to play here. The Giants are truly a first-class organization, and I have nothing but genuine respect and appreciation for the people who have built it and who helped carry on that tradition. I've met so many special people and created relationships that will truly last a lifetime. Thank you to all my teammates, coaches, and staff that have done so much for me these past 6 years.
That went on for quite a while.
In conclusion, the New York Giants are an organization of contrasts.
Well, and so
sounds like a kid doing a book report.
Here's the thing: he's basically being sent home because they don't want. This is like the Russ deal.
They don't want him to get hurt.
Contract to kick in, the injury guarantee to kick in. They've signed Tim Boyle to the practice squad. Dude, Drew Lock doesn't sound like, and I kind of don't blame Drew. He flat out did all but say, "I wouldn't have signed here if you guys weren't going to let me play once this guy went down."
Yeah,
they are a mess. I give Daniel Jones credit for trying to call that classy. I don't know if I'd call it classy, but whatever. I guess you're going to get your money, so everyone is going to end up okay.
Yeah,
who does he play for next? Seriously, who's his next team? Is there trade value in Daniel Jones?
No, I don't. No, there's no trade value because you do have to take on some of the contract if you were to acquire him via trade. So I don't think.
What if they took some of the contract?
And any trade, tomorrow? Well, I mean,
at best you're getting a 6th or 7th pick, right? Let's say they eat $20 million of it. What is the salary? 40? They eat half. Is that enough to buy you a 6th or 7th rounder for Daniel Jones?
Maybe, but like, is that worth it for a 6th or 7th rounder if you're the Giants? I mean, no, you just he'll walk out the door.
So Joe Shane can tell you that he wants to.
Yeah, you'll pay him the money that you owe him. I mean, Jones hasn't been good enough, so it's not like he's a victim in all of this. And he's playing for a coach that has really coached up quarterbacks before, and
one of the most creative OCs in the league.
Yeah.
I don't know who else is going to get more creative with him.
Yeah, and he wasn't able to accomplish what he needed to do there.
Hold on. Could he be Sean Payton's Taysom Hill?
Daniel Jones?
Not at $40 million per.
Well, no, obviously not. No, but again, it's like
Sean could probably use him as a Taysom Hill.
It's a Russ. You think about it as a Russ situation.
Yeah, if he's $1 million,
you're paying him $1 million.
He's got the legs still.
Right. He's got the legs. He's got a huge arm. I mean, Daniel Jones has all of that.
Let him take the hits you don't need Bo Nix taking by running out into traffic.
Some team will.
But Bo Nix is good enough.
Here's the kind of gig that he gets is like, whatever team drafts like a Cam Ward or a Shedeur Sanders, Daniel Jones is perfect to have in that building. Like that's the kind of guy that you have around. He's the backup quarterback. He's a good veteran guy, good culture guy. All of that. He sort of gets like the Andy Dalton career path.
Help me out just real quick. What led to the Taysom Hill experiment? Was it Drew Brees' arm was failing, and that's why Hill started getting some of these passes and got to play the role that he played? Because Bo Nix isn't there, right?
No.
Bo Nix doesn't need the Taysom Hill role, really, if we're honest about it, does he?
So
does the offense need the Taysom Hill?
Sean Payton, he brought in Taysom Hill, and I think more than anything, because I'm trying to think, where was Hill even drafted? Was he undrafted coming out of BYU?
He might have been.
I think that Sean Payton was just like, hey, how creative can I get, and can I take a look at this dude, and I can use him as a tight end, I can use him. I can use him in special teams if I need to, and look what I can do with this guy. One thing about Sean Payton is he does not get boxed in on positions. He's using Marvin Mims as a running back right now.
It's a great call.
And it looks good. So, yeah, maybe Payton looks at a guy like that and says maybe I could do something with him. I think Jones is in a quarterback room somewhere in the NFL next year, though. I don't think any organization's handing him a starting role.
Spring, I got to jump in. Can I get a little breaking news from my man Nate Kreck?
Break it.
Huh?
What do we got?
This fresh off the Twitter feed of one Ian Rappaport. The 49ers are pushing back the press conference normally held today at Brock Purdy because of his shoulder. This reflects that it could be Brandon Allen time a little bit in Green Bay on Sunday. And nobody is a bigger Brandon Allen fan or a fan of his burnt-up Chevy Avalanche than our guy Nate Craig.
I loved Brandon Allen. Brandon Allen is here's the thing. Having a actual quarterback debate about who was the best quarterback between Peyton Manning and Bo Nix is a giant waste of time, and you're a huge dork if you have it. It simply comes down to taste. Who did you prefer as your guy in that era? And my answer is Brandon Allen. Brandon Allen, who outdueled Baker Mayfield in a completely wasted time game against the Browns.
Yeah.
Out at Empower Field at Mile High. Like you mentioned, Brandon Allen, whose Chevy Avalanche once got burned when he was the quarterback at Arkansas. One of the weirdest stories that I remember in some time. Brandon Allen's my dude. I'm a Brandon Allen guy through and through. Who is your guy in that era, Andy? Flacco, right? You loved Flacco.
No, I had hope for Flacco. It died.
That's
real
your fault.
Quick.
That's on you.
Who would be my guy of all those quarterbacks? Look, I liked.
Were you a Trevor guy?
I like Trevor.
Yeah, you're a big Trev guy.
But it was personally, he was a great guy.
Hey, like
He's
Skittles.
a great guy in the locker room.
Oh no, Andy, again, if you're analyzing the football, you're doing this conversation wrong. It just comes down to who you liked.
I just like Trevor.
There you go.
And
it's a good
that
answer.
Horrible knot that was on his shoulder, dude.
It's a good answer.
The first 4 games of his regime as a starter before the injury in Tampa Bay, man, he had some throws. Now I'm telling you, go back to the Cincinnati game. We had it yesterday. Bo won Offensive Player of the Week, first time since Trevor Siemian in 2016. I believe
huge.
after that Bengal game, also a 300-yard game for him.
Oh, it's huge.
He was throwing some darts. Unfortunately, that thing. I've never seen a guy have his soul stolen in front of me without it being a ghost show like it did that night when they were playing the Chargers in the soccer stadium. And I think it was Melvin Ingram.
Yeah.
Somehow the Broncos' middle of the line decided they would both push out. And it was like they opened the gates for the Trojan horse, and Melvin Ingram got the longest run at a quarterback I'd ever seen. I don't know why Trevor stepped into the throw. He should have just done Peyton Manning and gone down. But instead he took the hit, and the little soul like a cartoon left his body.
Let me tell you what that hit did to Trevor Siemian. It took Trevor Siemian from plucky 7th-round overachiever once mentored by Peyton Manning, and it turned him back into Trevor Siemian, actual 7th-round pick out of Northwestern.
It did. He wanted to get
any hope that he had that day.
Point. Matter of fact, I think later in the year when they
floated
played Miami,
out of his body.
When Emmanuel constantly said he was open, Trevor's just like, fine, have it. Just take the ball. He just threw it to him wherever he could, so he did not have to get hit anymore.
Yeah. Oh, man. Our decade of misery is hopefully done. Bo Nix and the Raiders coming up here on Sunday. That'll do it for the Thursday edition of Craigman and Lindahl. Thursday Night Football tonight. Have a Tullamore Dew and a brew.